Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Magandang tanghali at hapon sa inyong lahat at narito na tayo sa ating ikalimang araw ng CFS SE Masters 2026 Summer End. If hindi kayo aware, it seems like for today, there will be a lot of strong emotions present. Kami pa rin ang inyong kasama dito sa ating panel. Motion Salvatore nga pala, Salvatore! Grabe! First and second week, daing ganap, daing surprises. Paano mo ba na-sort yung mga reaction mo dito?
Usually kasi Mochi, no, yung mga may init na bakbakan, yung mga storylines na nagde-develop na bago mag-playoffs kasi doon talaga mas mainit na eh. Pero talaga inagahan ng mga teams na to kasi nalalasap na nga nila ang hangin ng Paris. At ngayon pa lang talaga sa unang 2 weeks pa lang natin, Mochi, pumapalo na yung mga teams na to para makamit nga yung pangarap nga na yun. You know? Nakatuto kami sa inyo, execration. Akalain mo nga naman, they're now touted as the God Slayers of the league right now. At hindi pa nagtatapos ang kanilang engkwentro para sa mga parating na laban.
Totoo, no? Palala ng palala at lalo lang nasisira ang ating mga predictions din natin dito dahil sa mga bagay na hindi natin masyado paliwanag unless na natapos na ang kanilang mga laban, na absorb na natin, na realize na natin, no? At dun lang magkakaroon ng sense ang lahat. At speaking of sense, ito nga ang ating standings, no? Because we have to make sense of what is happening right now, especially when it came down to a lot of shifts that happened from our first week.
Kitang-kita mo nga talaga sitting pretty at the number 1 spot. Is it because of the schedule? Is it because that they are just that amazing? Pwede nga sila ma-ego check nga mamaya up against their opponents. So nasa ilalim nga din nila. I'm talking about ComebackFriends, pati na nga rin FERVID. Akalain mo nga naman, Mochi, we live in a week 1 and week 2 scenario na wala ang Virtus.pro at Team Stallions na sinanay nila tayo. Ilang taon na tayong niligawan na pagpasok nga talaga ng week 1 and week number 2, naandoon nga sila, but they are sitting at the number 6 and the number 7 spot. And followed by FERVID, we have Execration, Acceptance, Attras, and much more. Matches! Nakakalungkot man isipin that they are now at the number 10 spot below our Rosea teams after suffering 4 consecutive losses. Hindi ito yung losses na magkakaiba talaga, pre. 4 consecutive losses at napakasaklap nun para sa MJ.
Kaya naman balikan din natin kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari yesterday, no? And especially that there were a lot of things, especially na rin yung nangyari sa Execration na maya-maya tatalakayin din natin. Unahin muna natin ang nangyari sa matches versus ComebackFriends, wherein for the first map, ay naman, no, na i-push nila sa mapa ng Ankara with an overtime, but unfortunately sa Eagle Eye parang ang daing nangyari at ang hindi ina-expect ng matches.
Well, definitely, underestimation is the number one key. Akala ata nila, okay, matagal na nating nakasama si Yaba, si Aldrin, wala na panahon na yan. And would you have believed that Aldrin contributed one of the best performances dito sa loob nga ng Angkara, At maalala talaga ng mga tao how him and Aiden was able to push all of the cylinders dito ng matches. At higit pa doon, yung ginawa talaga nilang kaguluhan sa loob ng Eagle Eye na makikita nga natin mayat maya. Pero ang naalala talaga natin dito, ang isang taon na pahinga, hindi sapat at nagising nga talaga ang natutulog na Leon. Aiden, welcome back to CFS with one of the most amazing games na nakita natin mula nga sa kanya, scoring as our MVPs on both sets. At makikita nga natin ngayon, the impact, the sheer impact talaga ng pag-IGL ni Tetsu na dama ng kanyang mga kakampi.
Exactly. At dagdag na rin natin yung performance dito ni Aldrin and as well as ni Yaba na talaga na mga nagpahirap lalo para dito sa matches, and unfortunately parang masyado silang naging dependent sa galawan dito ni Nimpyo and as well as ni Zack, and unfortunately hindi ito sumapat kasi parang hindi ganon ka bukas at online ang ilang mga pyesa natin dito galing sa kanila. And let us check kung ano naman nangyari dito sa ating ANA tandem of Attras versus Acceptance, wherein sobrang dinomina ng Attras ang mga pangyayari natin dito for Eagle Eye and as well as Angkara.
Sabi yung pagbubuka talaga dito ng Attras sa kanilang entrada heading into their Masters debut as 5 rookies Talagang tanyag yung pangalan nga nila sa Impact, pero since unang taon nga nila sa Masters, this is a all-rookie team para nga sa team ng Attras. Pero with a veteran coach like Ang, parang makikita mo kung sino nga ba talaga ang tunay na veterano nito 3 of the Acceptance players have been playing for quite some time now, even half a decade. Pero binata lang talaga sila na nagngangalang Kim Manobay, JK with one of, if not, the best performance, Talagang pinapaulit ko na yung best performance kasi paikot-ikot Hindi ko alam kung sino nga ba talaga yung nakakalamang sa araw nga na to. Pero I am just convinced na kung ano yung nakita natin kay JK, it's definitely one of his best talaga. And JK, I believe he will be a household name nga talaga ng tatagal. Acceptance with the absence of Dre. Nakulangan nga tayo sa pananapat doon nga kay JK, at feeling ko yun yung isa sa mga elemento kung bakit hindi man lang nangalahati yung set summary dito ng Acceptance. Kaya ganoon talaga Attras was just a better team that day.
That is true. At idagdag na rin natin yung headshot percentage dito ni J-Kim na talagang tumaas dito sa seryeng ito, and as well as yung outstanding performance ay pinamalas dito ni Kid na kung saan talagang naalala ko from the interview talagang pinapangarap nila na makalapag ng international. Pero let us talk about ang ating next fight of Execration and as well as Virtus.pro na gumalantang ng lahat after ng look for Virtus.pro nung kamakailan lang na pumalag sila at sobrang linis ng kanilang pagtrabaho mukhang isinawalang bahala at binaliwala ito ng Execration bigla.
How about you? This wasn't even a bad game para sa Virtus.pro. I was convinced. Lahat ng nanonood doon it was Virtus.pro showcasing their 100% na Virtus.pro na kaya nga nilang ipamala sa Eagle Eye at Angkara. 2 maps na ma-associate mo ang Virtus.pro doon na talagang pinamunuan nila yung mapang yun na sobrang tagal. Pero dinaan lang talaga sa Execration sa isang walis tambo. Man, what a 2-0. And because of Yotib and CBN, kasi Cebuano brothers in arms, sila ang may dahilan sila kung bakit nga naman talaga naging maganda ang laro ng Execration. Multiple adjustments, nagkaroon ng onting dikit, but Execration had the last laugh. Week number 1, tinalo ang Stallions. Week number 2, tinalo ang Virtus.pro. If that does not set an example kung ano ang makikita natin sa playoffs ng Execration, hindi ko na alam. Because right now, minarkahan na nila ang liga kagad nang hindi pa tayo umaabot sa playoffs. My God, Execration.
My God, na nga lang talagang masasabi natin, At ibang mga words of affirmation na hindi pwedeng sabihin sa broadcast, Yan din ang mga narinig natin kay Bipolar kahapon. Pero let us talk about ang ating mga top 5 highlights na nangyari most recently from our recent matches yesterday. And I feel like it's time for you to run it down, Salvatore.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, top 5 plays para sa mga kaguluhan kahapon. Coming in at number 5. Hindi arte kandala dito ni Cetra. With just one grenade, was able to secure the double kill instantaneously for the round of Virtus.pro. Yun naman no, Mochi, no? Parang, syempre, kiklear niya na muna yan. Ito ang pinakamalupit dyan. Nagkadikit pa talaga sila. At napakalupit ng pagsalo ng angle ng ating mga observers. Kaya shoutout, feeling ko pati si Cetra nagulat na lang din.
Totoo, no? Who would have known that that lineup is all it takes in order to simply win that round, no? Dalawa kaagad yung natamaan dito. Hindi na, wala no? Minsan talaga pag natamaan ka, matatamaan ka talaga. Which is quite sad, pero for us, no? That is so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, good day para nga kay Cetra, pero may ipapalag pa dito ang ating number 4 play from ComebackFriends. Yaba, 4K ang kanyang na-secure para talaga maipamalas niya ang paghihigante sa dati niyang team, man. Alam mo, Yaba, this is like very uncanny, you know? Yaba, hindi mo nakikita sa mga nakaraang series, pero para sa kanya, may meaning eh. Merong example tong laban na to eh. Tinan mo naman paano niya kinuha yung 4K, Mochi.
Yeah, in the way na every single area that he looks at, no, saktong-sakto ka agad. Only minimal adjustments din yung kailangan dito ni Habaya. And dagdag na rin natin, hindi mo lang nakatingin yung mga tao sa kanya. Which is insane, no? Who would have known that Yaba, ito lang yung kanyang magiging playground, no? Just gonna walk around dito si and that's already it here. Even taking that additional kill dito, punta sa ating bypass, which is just awesome para sa kanya. And I hope that we see more of Yaba soon.
Yeah, definitely, no, sana talaga mapalago pa ni Yaba ang kanyang skill set dito, no. At now we head into the number 3 play from matches is Ninkyu securing a 4K na parang araw-araw niyang ginagawa talaga yung mga gantong klaseng plays, no. Hindi na nga siya napapagod at ito patustada pa lang to ng pagbawi nga nila in round number 2. No respect whatsoever. Isa-isa nga nilang pinush ang clinic ni Dr. Ninkyu, no, na wala man lang silang paasintabi na may appointment kami dito, basta mag-walk-in na lang sila.
Totoo, no? And yung fact din na parang ang naging galawan dito na Ninkyu go kill, no? Literal na walang nagawa dito, no? Ang ilan sa mga membro natin from CBF, and all it takes is a bit of segregation and timing din dito, no, for Ninkyu, which definitely gave him that very astounding highlight. And I do think that this is just one of the many na maganda yung naging performance niya in the rounds.
And balita ko, no, hindi lang ito yung unang beses na maririnig natin si Ninkyu, pero dito manatata sa ating silver medalist, Cloyd Boaconeri CBN from Execration for our number 2 play para sa malupitang 1v3 sa Vence, no? Trying na catch off guard dito ang kanilang mga kalaban, no? First kill, okay, pero itong pinakamalupit, no? Instant boost, gets the headshot, at kinalaban niya nga talaga si Cetra, the rare event na sumala si Cetra. Nakita na nga ni CBN ang pangil nga dito, no, and he strikes back securing the 1v3 round and the momentum swing para sa Execration.
Grabe, no, tatahi-tahimik lang pero ganyan trumabaho. I feel like pagka merong nagtanong sa akin, bakit kaya player to look out for top 1 yang si CBN from last week at ngayon until now siguro, no, there's a possibility. Ito yung ipapakita kong clip because this clip says it all, how he's been able to track down every single angle here at kung paano niya inuunti-unti at pinupurgay mga membro ng VP. Boy, it's very, very satisfying to watch.
Definitely. At dito, ito yung talaga yung play na sumabog din talaga si Bipolar, hindi lang yung mga bungo ng Virtus.pro. Pero coming in at number 1, another play from Ninkyu, getting the 4K to force overtime and the W para makuha ng matches ang round nga na to up against CBF. Walang nagmamasid kay Ninkyu habang buhay pa dito si Ninkyu. Talagang may mangyayaring kamatayan dito, no? Another 4K, parang paborito niya nga naman talagang numero at letra yung 4K nga dito, no? Ninkyu just does this in a daily job. And despite this, no, Mochi, nakakalungkot na natalo ang matches sa ganitong klaseng performance ni Ninkyu.
Yeah, and I feel like kung papapiliin din, no, siguro kung nagkaroon ng bahay si Ninkyu sa mga mapa natin dito sa CrossSFIRE, baka ito yung piliin niyang kampo, no? Kasi dito talaga siya nakakakuha ng mga highlight plays, guys. He's like every single nook and cranny, crossfire placement at lahat-lahat na, no, talagang pabor na pabor at alam niya kung saan siya po-position in order to get the upper hand, which just speaks, no, sa kalibre naman talagang antas at meron dito for Ninkyu, which is very nice na makita natin no that all of our players we've been able to highlight here, and I do think that you guys may participate into stating this and also getting e-coins no in the process. Meron kayong possibility and the chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins. Oo, yan no, 100 e-coins yan down below. All you have to do is to like and follow ang ating CrossSFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages. Like and share yung highlight na napili mo kung may set, kung kay Setra man yan, kay Yaba, kay Ninkyo, kaya nang bahala. Tas be sure na pag shinare niya yan, naka-public at merong hashtag CFS Master Summer and as well as hashtag CFS Play of the Week. Yun lang naman yung kailangan nilang gawin dyan.
Ay, sa 100 e-coin, ang dami nyo na mabibili dyan. May bago tayong QBZ Demonic Beast. Pwede nyo ipampul doon. Pwede nyo pambili ng armor kung kinakailangan. At hit sa lahat para sa mga nakakalimot dyan na nagpa-pub game. Para hindi 8 segundo yung pag-defuse nyo. Awa ng Diyos, bumili na nga kayo ng DG. Kaya sumali na nga kayo dyan sa ating pag-giveaway. Walang libre sa buhay. Pero dito sa CrossSFIRE, marami kaming libre na pinapamigay.
Yes, and by the way guys, no, baka di rin kayo aware, no, meron din ongoing giveaway para sa amin or galing sa amin mga casters. All you have to do is to visit our pages, yung mga pin post dyan, tignan nyo na lang, alam nyo na yan. You know the drill. Wag kayong magsasawa guys na sumali sa mga pag-giveaway natin. Habang may nakikita kayong CrossSFIRE tulad ng ganito sa araw nga na to, wala kayong makikita nga rest day sa pagbigay talaga ng e-coins no. At balita ko Mochi, makikita na nga natin na kung ano nga ba yung mga parating nga na laban with our schedule. At parang feeling ko no Mochi, ang ating mga gods of the game, parang gusto nga mo nilang target practice muna ngayon no. Pagkatas nga nilang matalo sa mga nakaraan nilang laban, dito sila maglalabas ng galit no. We have VP and Stallions in action for today. Pero ang unang pandangal nga natin para sa araw nga na to, ang pambinyag para sa malupit na araw, we have ComebackFriends versus FERVID. Mga teams na wala ring pahinga, no? Walang pahinga ang pabigay, wala ring pahinga ang mga teams. Kasi parang merong mga pagbubuntungan ng galit dito, no? Salvatore and I pray for their souls, no? Sana maging okay ang maging outcome nito. Regardless, pero tignan natin ang ating unang serya. It is going to be ComebackFriends versus FERVID. Seems like dahil din nating mapopoint out dito, Salvatore.
Nako Bochi, pangunahan na kagad natin to with the idea of CFS Master Summer 2025. Team
Grabe.
Secret no. Matatawag nga natin tong mala civil war din to no. Pero magkakaroon ng onting reunion pero parang mag-aaway ata yung mga kamag-anak dito na type ng reunion no. Tetsu, Aiden, A7J, MZ at Dracifer. Akalain mo nga naman magkikita-kita sila pero hindi sa isang pulong na peaceful kundi sa isang labanan sa loob nga ng CrossFIRE no. And ComebackFriends truly living up to their name with their comeback into the scene. Kasi parang wala pa rin silang nakikitang dahilan para talagang maggumarahi muna no. Patuloy pa rin ang kanilang pag-arangkada and the numbers says a lot no. Mula pa lang dun sa I love you na KD doon ni Aiden, Tetsu being very contributed dun sa kanyang kill per round at si Aldrin being Aldrin no.
Yeah, parang alam na natin yun no? Nakatatak na rin dyan and despite certain things being quite unhinged at medyo mapapa-question ka, bakit yun yung naging call dito ni Tetsu? As much as it works, it gives them the wins, di ba? And I feel like that is also the wonder, the beauty, and as well as yung mga kailangan mong abangan sa laruan dito ng ComebackFriends. Kasi ang dinala lang naman nun sa kanila is yung kanilang 3 series win streak right now at isang mapa pa lang ang pinapamigay nila and yun ay galing sa ating unang laban kung saan nakatapat nila ang Acceptance.
Pero no, ComebackFriends having a very blockbuster start no, na maraming nagsasabi na they're washed na panahon na nga yung mga strats nga nila. This couldn't have been a better example para patunayan na mali ang mga sinasabi talaga ng mga tao no. With that very amazing win up against Acceptance, it might be 2 overtimes pero I will take 2 overtimes of a win rather than a loss no. Mochi, veteran, napakalinis nga nun and sino rin makakapagsabi na na 2-0 nga nila ang matches, na ang matches consistently nagpe-playoffs, na merong merong Dean Q, merong Zac, merong malakas na Vincent no mga oras nga na yun. Pero 2-0 talaga ang naging resulta at yun ang inaasam naman ngayon dito ng Comeback Friends. Kasi nga, you would really associate Matches and Fervid at some occasions na parang parang parehong tier list din sila kumbaga, no? Pero mas umaangat talaga ang Fervid pagdating talaga sa competition. Pero yun ganun talaga no? Parang kailangan lang nila gawin ulit yung aggression nila during the series of matches dito laban sa Fervid. At eto nga, sabi nga ni Dad, Joshua Luke Panilong na na-report ang kanyang FB, we are going for a 5-0 start. No? Sana simulan mo na rin ang pag-retrieve ng FB account mo, bossing. Kasabay din ng laban mo ngayon. No? 5-0 start, akalain mo nga naman. Kasi pagkatas nito, kung di ako nagkakamali, execration naman kalaban nila or Taring Bobby, di ko maalala.
Grabe, parang Taring Bobby ata, pero regardless, no? I feel like ang kailangan nilang harapin talaga yung bundok that is Fervid. The first trial dito, no, sa ating ikalawang linggo para sa kanila. We are gonna see kung ano yung magiging outcome nito. I wonder if this gonna be close or not kasi based from what we heard from them galing sa ating interview, talagang pinag-aaralan nila bawat isang team na kanilang napagdadaanan, which is just shows how much amount of respect na meron sila, no, regardless sa kung sino ang kanilang makakatapat. And I hope na hindi natin makita yung moment na maging mapag-initan ng mga mata galing sa kabilang kampo itong si Aiden. Kasi I feel like malaki talaga yung bigat na nai-occupy niya para dito for Fervid, for CBF, and if not, Fervid would be able to possibly get a map or two.
Definitely, yun naman talaga ang hangad dito, ang Fervid to be able to get this sweep o kaya talagang i-force yung mental sa labas dito, no, ng CBF na kung hindi nga consistent yan, etong sila A7J ang mamumuno, no. Let's talk about Fervid, no. Focus na nga tayo para sa ating South Squad. After that momentous series up against Matches, parang nakita na nga natin, oh my god, this is Fervid of the best, no, na parang kahit na wala nga si J-Kim, hindi na nga nila naramdaman ang regression na kanilang skill set kasi nga slow Swiss stage para nga kay MZ, pero mabilis na adjustment pagkapasok nga ng group stage. MZ, grabe nga naman talaga si Mature Might, talagang pinaninindigan niya yung pangalang Might sa pangalan niya because he's that almighty dun sa laban nga nila up against Taring Bobby and as well as Matches. And Fervid still keeping their form. Vocal A7J, vocal Dracifer D, nagpapakitang gilas pa nga rin, no? At alam naman natin yung kalibre na meron nga si D, pero si Lance, eto nga talaga, he belongs in the same dinner table, Mochi, na nandoon sila Revenge, nandoon sila Cetra, nasa hapagkainan, nagpapasarapan nga naman talaga, guys, no? And ganun talaga, it's just an amazing scene. Shoutout nga pala, Jamir Abelian na nasa bootcamp ngayon.
Ang cute na book ni Dracy, pero ang taas ng pagkaipit sa kanya, no? Pero ito nga ang ating schedule din dito wherein nung nakatapat nila ang MJ, no, they've let go a single month, pero after that one, Taring Bobby ang kanilang nakatapat, which became quite of an easy series for them. Dala lang ng nakuhang experience or kakulangan ng experience galing dito for Taring Bobby. And right now, we will be having CBF sa kanilang katapat. This is gonna be quite of a challenge for both of them, especially that Fervid is already a step on their way of being quite of a well-rounded team despite the recent integration na meron din dito from MZ. Pero ito na nga ang ating quote from the I don't know, I'm just a kid and I just wanna play against all teams. Ano nga masasabi mo dyan, Salvatore?
Hindi si D ang sumagot yan. Ganyan yung English. Si Lito sumagot yan eh. Kaya 7J yung nagbigay ng ano yun eh. Nagsagutan na yun eh. Mapapadyayo ka na lang din talaga. Pero men, D, kung ikaw man talaga nagsabi niyan, hindi kita masisisi. Kasi yan din naman talaga yung ibibigay ko na description na, oo nga naman, bata lang naman ako. Ba't niyo ako binibigay sa mga usaping guts na yan? Gusto ko lang naman talaga maglaro ng Crossfire. At ganoon naman talaga no, develop na yung frontal lobe niya for answers like that, Mochi. NCD, sabi nga very steady rise. No? Papunta na nga siya doon sa mga usapang Kano, pati na nga rin Aldrin. But I do hope na ito yung series na mapatunayan na talagang habang tumatagal, tumataas yung stocks dito, no, ni D.
You'd din nakakatawa sa kanya, talaga nakapokus lang siya sa goal. And I mean, chat pa din siya, pero still, no, grabe na rin yung naging ano niya dito, no. Quite of a maturity ba within the team. And I think it is just right for us to check out ang ating head-to-head, no? Sino naman kaya ang mga players na pinagtapat dito for both of our teams? It is Wooz and as well as Lance. And you can definitely see already from our stats, Sir Salvatore, kung paano nga ba nagkaiba ang playstyle ng dalawang to.
Battle of the Snipers no? Yung numbers ni Lance galing sa series up against starring Bobby and Wooz from that series yesterday up against matches no? Many have said na Wooz is still underrated, nandun pa rin talaga siya sa tier na okay lang, pwede na, masiservisyohan, makukuha mo na nga yung kills, pero dito kay Lance na okay, padadaling ka namin sa mga mala-agresibong angles and you will get those skills, guarantee sabog nga naman talaga. So Lance, definitely two different playstyles ang makikita natin for these two sniper players, no? Mochi, baka pwedeng ikaganda yun ng FERVID or will we see major adjustments sa CBF para ma-accommodate yung galit ng FERVID?
Grabe naman sa galit, no? For now, I feel like yun din yung diferensya nila dito, no? Na kahit papano here for FERVID, they're starting off pretty fresh and quite of a forgiving start. In comparison here for CBF na simula qualis pa lang until now, parang nandun na talaga sila sa intensity na talagang kailangan nila pagbutihan every single time. And I'm also looking forward nung sino kaya yung mga players to look out for if there is something new na hindi lang si Eden, hindi lang si D yung ating titignan din dito. Pero I feel like we are also gonna see right now, ano nga ba ang mga mapang kanilang paglalaran, what's their priorities, what's their bans.
Eagle Eye ang Kara.
Ay, meron na nga bang Eagle Eye ang Kara dito. Nako po, sa base
Oh!
yung compat at
Oh!
Eagle Eye pa ang naging decider dito, Salvatore.
Tetsu, yung mukha po natin, lumalapat ng sobra-sobra.
Tetsu.
Tapos medyo makunat-kunat din. Grabe, no? Tetsu, hindi mo na pwedeng ituro na si Aiden yung nag-map dito niyan. Ano yun, Mochi?
Baka, yun nga sasabihin ko eh, baka lang merong ibang nagturo, no? Baka pauwi pa nga lang uli si Tetsu, tas iba na pala yung pumili, di ba? Baka lang.
Nag-hello siya.
Nag-hello ba siya?
Nag-hello eh. Andun eh. Pero yun nga no? To address itong elepante sa loob ng ating ng panel desk no? Sub-base. Pinili mo against A7J. Dalawa lang naman yun Death wish o kaya celebration na maagang piyesta kagad para kay Tetsu no? Pero kasi you can never really be too sure ano yung magiging resulta no? You would really rather have Eagle Eye as your first map o kaya ang Kara na lang talaga sana. Pero binan out kagad ng FERVID dito sa ating second phase. Pero nakalampas ang Kara no? Nakakapagtaka ka lang, okay CBF, anong niluluto nyo? Ito pa ang pinakamalapit dyan. Instead of getting Eagle Eye as early as second set, talagang nagpa-new compound muna ang FERVID. So, kanya-kanyang curveball yung binato nila, Mochi, no? Grabe nga naman.
I mean, that just means, and you can already see na both of our teams have ulterior motives kung bakit din nila siguro pinuli yung itong ating mga mapa, no? And we also had like additional information na both of these teams are still unbeaten din sa mapa ng sub-base. Pero it seems like there were some disparity pagdating siguro sa BL side ng CBF. So we're gonna see if that would be prevalent this time. Or baka naman naayos na nila, no? And we're also gonna show ano nga bang ating mga predictions dito in a bit dahil mukhang pare-pareho tayo actually. Uy, bago yung picture ni Bipolar.
Yes, ang pogi actually. Bagay na bagay nga talaga.
Yeah, so
color
fresh.
coding din siya kumbaga doon sa color scheme ng ating Master Summer, no, Bochi. Pero yun nga, no, sorry po sa mga kaibigan namin dyan sa CBF. Wala pong personalan. At the end of the day, trabaho is trabaho. At nasa puso lang po talaga namin, no, sila A7J. Jayo, FERVID. Pero in all seriousness, no, Mochi, CBF really can dish out 3 sets. Hindi na ako magugulat kung mananalo nga sila dito because I just know their capability just because of Aldrin. Pero FERVID is just the better suited team pagdating talaga sa macro at makikita nga natin yon as early as map number 1. And I just know A7J may specific siyang tactic laban nga sa CBF. Makikita natin yon mamaya.
Yeah, and seems like sabi ng community, ganun din daw ang sagot nila dito. No, mas merong pagkapanig dito for FERVID with 60% and for ComebackFriends, it's 40%, no? Which is actually not that bad. ComebackFriends, no? Parang rookie, quote-unquote, no, na nakatapak dito for the first time, having quite of a close na say galing sa ating mga hurado dito from our community. It was already quite of a great start. And it's all up to them, no, sa kung ano nga kaya ang magiging performance nila dito and to prove us wrong, nabasagin ang ating percentage sa win rate para sa predictions, at least sa inyo, kasi wala ako nun. Pero i-welcome na natin dito ang ating mga casters na sasama sa atin sa ating desk as we welcome Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog. Delay naman.
Sorry. Sorry.
Delay yung magkain.
Tagal.
Pero welcome dito.
Inihintay ko lang eh.
Inihintay.
Sorry.
Okay. Welcome, Sticky Frog, and as well as Bipolar. This day is full of strong emotions, panggigigil, pagbawi, galit. Well, do you guys have any thoughts in this specific series in particular?
I have a lot of thoughts, in all honesty. Kasi, ayun nga, no, as someone who's been in the team secret system, aka their assistant coach at one time, ayun nga, no, it's kind of like seeing my kids fight, and I really do not know who to pick dito sa dalawang teams natin. This is one of my harder prediction picks, in all honesty, kasi, ayun nga, no, as much as I love glazing si Tetsu, I appreciate yung stability ni A7J, and parang may favorite players ako on either side. Pero, according to my prediction, no, I feel like, since mas maganda yung foundation, kumbaga ng Fervid going into this series, I feel like meron silang slight advantage, but it's just mga ganun lang. Ganun lang.
Gabi, no? Sobrang konti naman. Thank you so much, Nick, no? Sometimes, sabi nga nila, a great magulang, bibigyan na lang ng kutsilyo yung dalawang anak pag mag-aaway sila, no? Support them in their passion. Pero ikaw naman, Bipolar, ano naman ang thoughts mo sa kanila?
I mean, these are two different teams, no? CBF and as well as Fervid na you could say that one is playing for those later parts of the round. Meanwhile, Fervid, mas handa sila sa laban natin, no? But I feel like despite that difference dito sa dalawang teams natin, this is one of the most fairer matchups pagdating sa buong group stage ng ating Summer Masters. And guess what? You're already seeing sa yung isa nating semifinals pagdating sa playoffs.
Really interesting point for that one as well, no? Makikita natin yan. It's just a second week, pero ang dahil na nga nangyayari. Pero ito na nga ang ating watch points for this one. The Golden Road is ahead for CBF. Do you think this is true, Salvatore?
Well, no, Mochi, gaya nga nasabi ng ating mga ninuno, no, anything is possible. Siyempre, yun naman talaga ang pangarap ng CBF at wala tayong dapat gawin dyan. Parang ayoko kontrahin eh, kasi Golden Road nila, hindi ko naman Golden Road yan. And they're still yet to match up against Virtus.pro and as well as Team Stallions. Yes. At pagkatapos nga ng series up against Tarim Bobby, nandun na execration, nandun na yung clue, guys. I'm just saying, if there is something possible dito, no, para sa side ng CBF, that is definitely Paris. But right now, that is the least of their concern is yung ma-maintain nga nila yung kanilang score. Their best priority yet is makapasok nga talaga ng playoffs at masement yung comeback dun nga sa kanilang team name. Eh, no? Will ComebackFriends will really live up to the occasion? Malalaman naman natin dito kasi ito ang kanilang unang stopover to prove that narrative right.
Yeah, that's true, no? Lalong-lalo na, their start has been so pristine, 3-0, kaagad-agad, no? And I hope that they can indeed continue that trajectory. Battle of the headshot machines, no? Oo nga, no? We have a couple from both of our teams. So what is there to say here, Sneaky Frog?
Yun nga, no? In all honesty, if you guys don't know, D is also part of the team secret story as he is the, you know, parang secret six-man. Kung wala si MZ, D is gonna usually play in this one. So both of them also very familiar with each other. Pero of course, I feel like Aiden and I did not expect yung explosion dito ni D, especially going into Fervid na, yun nga, he was kind of nervous at first when he was still practicing with us. Pero ngayon, he is just full confidence. And I'm really looking forward to seeing ano nga meron sa ating laban dito. It's especially considering na D papunta pa lang sa taas. I think his storyline's different, and para kay Aiden, no, he's trying to prove that he can still hang with the best of the best dito.
And we're also gonna judge their consistency din siguro, no, pagdating dito sa ating laban right now, of course. Pero let us see, no, ano kaya ang ating remaining watch point for, it seems, it is the team of Fervid. Habang naanbangan natin yan, no, it is gonna be about claiming the #1 spot here, Bipolar.
I mean, it's very interesting na we have this kind of conversation para sa Fervid that they are trying to claim the #1 spot. I feel like hindi naman yun totally concerned pagdating dito sa ating group stage, especially for Fervid. But it would be very much nice. Currently sitting at number 2, FERVID is looking to snap the momentum 3-0 up against CBF. It would be better though if FERVID doesn't just look at the number 1 spot. It's maintaining the top 3 spot would be very nice pagdating dito sa ating group stage, because if they do, that number 1 spot can be just taken apart pagdating dito sa ating trophy when they get into the grand finals ng ating playoffs. No? But yeah, hopefully, di lang number 1 spot yung target dito or kiniklaim ng ating FERVID. Hopefully, it's also the title ng both Summer Masters.
Of course. I think it's also pretty similar din dito, no? For CBF, first task is to proceed dito sa ating playoffs at kung sila yung magtapat ng, I don't know, maybe execration, STS, VP, no? Dahil nating mga names may piling right now sa ating finals, well, that would be all the more interesting. Pero I think it's just time for us para ilapag na natin ito sa ating webcasters for our first series for today. Simulan na natin ng aksyon. Sneaky Frog and Bipolar, rakrakan na.
It's time for the first matchup of the day. It's CBF and as well as FV or FERVID. And first map natin, no, it's gonna be sub-base Sneaky Frog. And just like the past conversations natin mula dito sa FERVID, especially for A7J, sub-base now is a priority for them. What are your thoughts? Bakit nga ba CBF taking this into their own form pagdating dito sa ating first match?
I feel like it is more of a dare, no? Galing dito sa side ng CBF na I feel like Tetsu is definitely very well aware of yung capabilities ni A7J and his calling pagdating dito sa sub-base. Pero, you know, alam mo naman si Tetsu, man, he's a man of risks dito sa liga natin. Ang sinabi niya, okay, let's let it ride dito sa sub-base. Sige, pakitaan mo kami ng lakas dito and let's see if kaya namin sabayan yun. And that has kind of been the lingo, no? Para dito sa CBF the entire time. They're not really afraid to pick yung mga usual map picks na kanilang kalaban, maybe so they can get a better draw into map number 2. But at the same time, masasabi ko rin kasi na CBF outside of FERVID, no, CBF is probably the hardest team to prepare for kasi papasok nga sila ng game day min na with, you know, little to no preparation, maybe a VOD review, maybe a lineup, you know. Pero it's not gonna be a set game plan every single time, pare, and that is the problem with teams trying to read itong CBF, no. They can't even read themselves from time to time sa mga ibang moments ito. Pero para naman sa FERVID, ayun nga yung big benefit doon, Polar, because FERVID is also really good at that type of style. Pwede nilang gawin, bigyan lang ng permanent green light itong si D, bigyan ng permanent green light itong si Lance and itong si A7J in the backline as well as itong si MZ, making sure all the holes are covered para dito sa FERVID. And yun nga, the fact is, mako-consider mo talaga yung experience nila dito sa side ng Team Secret kasi yun nga, back in the day, we were also kinda running the triple color system, no? So, baka nga na may mga calls na sumabit galing sa TS going into one of these two teams, and I'm looking forward to, no, sa sub-base especially kasi kung maaalala mo man, Team Secret, they're one of the teams na actually picked sub-base very often dun sa season nila.
Justin. Ubak si Aris ah.
Last is mo nga to, Woods. One HP ako, gago. Bababa ako ng A-side kay Woods ah.
Well, let's dive in no, after some explosive powers dito mula sa bibig ng ating mga players. It is gonna be sub-base for our set number 1 and Sneaky Frog. BL side muna dito for a bit.
And yeah, that's something you hear every time, no? Probably pagkakampi mo si Tetsu. I am 1 HP, bro. Let me back up. Give me that TRG. Or kung ano man yung hawak mo at the moment, and ako na nga ang maghahawak dito. Pero Tetsu, yun nga, tama yung kanyang com kanina. He is still gonna be very wary about itong second mid, no? Ba hindi naman basta-basta mabibigay itong second mid. If you do not want to lose this A site as fast as possible, pare. Pero parang split na rin kasi yung CBF dito, man. Tetsu kind of in a spot where it's either risk or just dying dito, pare.
Yeah. I mean, here comes the execution from Siki. They'll put one player papunta dito sa may CR. Flashes papunta dito sa may A-Woos. Shot will be perfect on A7J. Make it a second. Never mind. He misses. But nag-Tracy for he gets the kill. Pero may bawi namang dalaw dito ang players natin coming in from ComebackFriends. Lance left alone. Very low in HP. Pero deactivating now. Spots the heads through the wires, pero only good for one. Yaba hunting now for Lance, and with that spray with the M14, ang unang round ng sub-base mapupunta dito sa ComebackFriends.
Sayang yung Polar, no? Considering na ang ganda na ng simulado ng FERVID, they got second mid control. So tatakbo na lang nila yung CR papunta dito kay Tetsu, pero hindi nila in-expect na magtutukay dun si Woods. Especially, he got the guy on the left side, yung nakanood dito sa CR. That is why it was a lot easier to defend para dito sa CBF. And very impressive stuff, no? Tamang hold down. Wala masyadong impatience with the exception of the captain pare getting tagged at the start of the round. Pero nakakuha naman siya ng kill.
Yeah, nothing really surprising, no? It's not like ComebackFriends na dumediretso muna dito sa may woods or at least getting outside information dito sa may midwall natin coming out from passage. So, it's really just calm pace mula dito sa buong ComebackFriends and as well as FERVID. But, yeah, concerning lang din na talagang kapasok ng todong-todo dito yung FERVID, no? Despite them having full players. Sila pa ngayon angat in terms of HP doon. But, let's see. It's gonna be round number 2 sa ating dalawang teams. And it's a 2-1 setup, by the way.
Yeah, I think the mistake there, Polar, no, nang 4-man commit sila papunta dito ng luwag. And I think yung only breakpoint nila papunta sa CR was probably a late push. Pero bantay sarado na yan dito ng CBF, fully aware of what the play is. Pero Woos, good spot. Usually upuan dito ni KLB.
Oh, good flash though, Sneaks. Overwhelmed now, and Racifer, makakuha pa dito ng isa kay MC. Good opportunity to claim a double. And FERVID, mukhang ito yung hinaharap nilang execution with the A-split kasi may dalawa ng galit CR. Racifer to find Tetsu. And it's all up to Aldrin. It seems very familiar na magagaling siya dito sa may luwag. But with this USP, might do some damage. That's the HK though! Ooh. It's a double full Aldrin. But Lance with a straight shot into the body. It's FERVID. We're there. Ng demise dito sa ating second round. Pero still with the win.
Yeah, grabe yung no? Yung round number 2 pa lang, na-solution na nila agad yung problema nila sa A-side take kanina, which was the lack of presence dito sa CR. And MZ just crawling through dito sa vents, pare. And I feel like whether or not he dies dun sa CR, it doesn't really matter kasi meron na presence na nanggagaling dito from that side, and at the same time, pwede pa may magaling ng passage. No? It kind of creates a lot of possibilities for flanks or at least flank opportunities para sa FB or para sa CB or para sa FB na kailangan i-consider dito ng CBF, pare.
Still concerning, last time na nakita rin natin to, Sneaks, palagi ko napapansin na si Lance palagi po nagpupush ng CR. It worked last time up against, I believe it was matches. Pero do you still bank on doing this? Kasi last time, tinanong natin to, hindi masyado, parang that's not the best strat, I believe.
I think pero na ako nakita parang 2-1-2 nagawa nila dito sa A-site dalawa dumaan ang passage tapos isa nag-vent. Wait, Lance?
Okay, it works out again, Sneaky. So mukhang it is just gonna be an A-split na possibly if dediretso nga dito yung C4 holder nating si B towards Uluwag. But Tetsu needs to hold this down. He needs to survive this initial onslaught mula dito kay MZ. At yun lang, nag-overstep shot towards si Kip. Pero Yaba, nasa likuran. Meanwhile, Benz play mula kay Aldrin and he kills off this well. Pero MZ, nakakuha na dito ng 2 kills just to enter the A side and recover the C4. A7J, the leader, holds down second mid. And it's all up to Aldrin na ngayon, haharapan si Lance. Lalapit, pero mamamatay lang din. A big headshot para dito sa snipe.
Yeah, kind of ran back the strat na nakita natin dun sa last round, no? Medyo magiging disaster sana yun, pare, if Aldrin was a bit earlier dito sa events natin and kind of helped yung mga players dito sa luwag at sa Sikip. Pero FERVID did too good in taking the second mid position. Lance sumobra dito sa woods. Pero FERVID has a different idea. Parang nakikita ko sana na patakbo na sana sila paloob ng LR with Lance being the distraction, pero good find.
Yeah, bigla rin sila tumigil, but it does require Dracifer to do something here. Sa possible events natin, kasi Yaba is very close at siya pa nga mag-step forward, step back, step forward, step back.
I think they're very well aware naman na may tao dito sa event. So I don't think FERVID is not gonna step forward anytime soon. Unless may paikot-ikot tong si Dracifer na pwede na maipakita dito. But it is a standard defense, no, from the side of CBF. Obviously, I think after nilang tapatan nitong sila, so it's the classic Tetsu thing na nakakuha kayo ng isang pick and now you play as far back as possible dito, pare.
I feel like maging recurring thing to, no, Sneaky, na very, very stepping forward muna si Yaba. Let's look at the thought later on kasi nakadalawa na dito ang CBF. That's 3 down though. A7J, piso na lang. At si Aiden nag-aasim na gusto pa ng many kills on his name. But with Dracifer left alone dito sa LR and MR, he needs a miracle play with 1 minute left. Nakalabas ang HK pero the USP prevails. ComebackFriends with another point.
Hindi ay nakakaaning nun, di ba, Polar? Especially when you're in a 5 versus 4 in sub-base of all things. You really have to spend the life just to get map control, especially pagdating dito na second mid. And unfortunately for Fervid, they have shaved one too many lives dun sa round na yun, pare. Lance, once again, denied of his presence dito sa woods, pero hindi na siya sumala, pare. He just stayed on the outer side ng ating woods.
Yeah, they'll stabilize muna, no? Check if meron nga ba talagang pwedeng makuha engagements dito na libre. But going back to the thought kanina, feeling ko reoccurring thing lang to na kapag GR side ang CBF tapos BL side ang ating Fervid, it's gonna be simple crossfire na palaging mag-end up na lang sa aim battle kung sino may mas magandang tutok kapag nagkakitaan na sila. And might be a little bit slow, but they need to do this kasi they don't want that big risk factor kasi everyone in this lab right now can instantly hit headshots from all across the map. But round number 5, Sneaky, mukhang gusto mag-B ngayon ng buong Fervid.
Yeah, but still nandito sa Vince side natin, no? And he was one of the main reasons kung bakit nagulat itong CD, and this one turned into a 5 versus 3 immediately sa start ng round. Pero you're gonna see one of the bursts ng Fervid. I think LR, then a late lurk papunta passage. Let's see if it works.
Now they enter, but Aiden hitting the shots! Double kill for him, gets the triple! Pero A7J has fallen down, so it's all up to Lunch, the sniper with 20 HP. And hunting na ngayon, dito ang ating comeback friends because the friends wants one more. And the bait has been taken. Lunch to fall down. Comeback friends. A great GR side, huh?
Yun nga, pare, and Lance forgetting to press tab to see who is still alive para sa CBF. If you see the captain still alive, pare, you might as well watch your back as he's gonna be flanking as soon as that advantage shows itself. Pero si Lance, gusto makakuha ng advantage para sa kanyang team, will be getting that one. Para si Wooz, what a trade.
Man, that's okay though. Angat pa rin dito ang buong Fervid. They're just going. There is for now with a headshot. Running with the USP. And he doesn't stop. Diretso sa mukha ni Riaba. With 2 down. CBF in scrambles. Kailangan gumawa ng another big play dito ni Aiden. And with this 2F push, undetected ang players ng Fervid. But he still gets the kill. Another one for him. Fervid just keeps answering back.
It's the closest back and forth we've seen dito sa ating tournament so far, no? Pabalik-balik ang ating first 6 rounds. No one really too far into the lead, and you can really tell that both of these teams are playing at a level almost equal to each other. Pare, what a peek kay MZ. Yaba will get one back, and he will get taken down, and Dracifer tititigil dito, pare.
Uy, ba't nandito na si Wolves? Dracifer, diretso lang siya doon. B-side is so clear, Sneaks. Pero Aiden, backstab na naman. That's one. Can he get 2? Ayun lang, di siya nag-push ang todo. Lance though covers up mula dito sa shutter. And Aiden, 1v3. Hiwalay ang Fervid. But with the bomb planted, mukhang it's gonna be requiring a bit of a hope mula dito kay Aiden. 35 HP, spotted na agad siya dito if he comes out of MR. Lanat si D nakapwesto dito, 13 seconds, not gonna be enough, and that's an instant headshot mula sa headshot King D. Fervid getting points here again.
There it is, man, 4 and 3. And medyo binilisan ng Fervid this time. Napansin mo actually sobrang deep ng position doon ni Aiden. Kasi yung full committal talaga ng Fervid was towards that machine room side. With the exception of once a mid, pero Lance taken out on outer. Really good opening para kay Woo. CBF now incentivized na medyo maging passive dito, pare.
Uy! Spotted again, two players here towards the MRN locker side. It's funny, no, na looking at this matchup, Sneaky, parang may kanya-kanyang pantay na laban. You have Lance, Woos, you have Dracifer, and then you also have somewhat Aldrin, and as well as Aiden. Pero yun na nga, Dracifer finding Aiden coming out of passage. Diretso sila sa may second mid, but Yaba, good with his first shot. Cleans of A7J at ngayon it's a 3v4 kung saan Woods is looking at something that he should not be looking at kasi nasa second minute sila. Dracifer applies more damage. Woods doesn't connect the shot with a sniper with the double USP though. CBF comes back from a mere advantage na kinuha ng Fervid.
Grabe, 5-4 talaga yung ending natin sa first half dito, Polar. Once again, another back and forth affair dito sa ating last round, and none of the fights being won by the side of Fervid. or rather none of the map control na gusto nila nakuha dun sa sitwasyon na yun. And once again, it's kind of a bit of deja vu, no? Na-stuck yung baka ibang membro dito sa second mid. Another stellar opening galing dito kay Woos. Pero man, it's the random picks talaga ng CBF. Medyo nakakaaning dito para sa FERVID eh.
Unpredictable nga dito ang buong ComebackFriends. FERVID also does that, pero hindi most of the time. That's why ang hirap basahin dito kung ano nga ba ang plano ng CBF, lalo dito sa GR side. No? Sometimes, they can go very, very GR-like, pero most of the rounds, bigla ka na magugulat na, uy, parang BL din yung galaw nila sometimes. So, round number 9, last round ng ating first half. FERVID, looking where they're comfortable, no? An iluwag push, possibly.
Pag nagsasala kasi ng random timings ng FERVID, ayun nga, it goes 1, 2, and 3. Para sa CBF, men. Wala pang 1 na nagpo-push na si Tetsu. So, you know, the timing is really random indeed. Could be Aldrin as well, no? Aldrin has been a bit known para sa kanya mga overextensions. Pero, I mean, if he gets a kill, is it an overextension, pare?
Ayun lang.
Oh,
yung
it
overextends
is.
there. Dretsu will claim the trade. Pero tingnan mo naman si D. Full map coverage mula sa FERVID. Pero ngayon, moves will also fall down. FERVID claims B once again. Isa na lang yan. And it's gonna be Aiden. FERVID with a clean 5-4 scoreline dito sa ating first half.
Pero what a back and forth in the first half to Polar. Para nakita natin yung strengths ng dalawang teams natin. The unpredictability of CBF and FERVID's masterful BL side pagdating sa kanilang mga setups dito. Ganda ng kalat nila dun sa last round. No? You saw presence from Passage. You saw presence galing sa LR at meron din papasok ng second mid. And as soon as nakita kong may players sa shutter, man, patakbo na dito ng DR. I was so sure that this B side is possibly wide open. Pero CBF naman yung nasa BL.
Yeah, let's see, no? Kung ano nga bang ibang timpla mukhang mamaya natin may turn kasi 7J just bolts to the wall, peeks out up against Tetsu. So CBF IJL down, pero alam natin to, Sneaks. Everyone can work out kahit 4v5 pa to.
Nirinig ko na yung bosses na, what are you doing there, bro? Sabi dito na A7J.
Bro, don't do that,
Bro, don't hold that, bro. Wait, who's? Wait, hold on. Di alam ni mo si Angel.
Uy, 7J! Holy! Showing everybody kung paano nga ba mag-sniper sa sub-base! Kasi triple kill na! Para dito kay Angelito. Di mo kailangan mag-jayo kasi he's controlling this round here. Lance, HK in hand, and they clean up everybody in that round. FERVID looking good in the GR.
Grabe, oh my God, Angelito, you're looking so good right now with your TRG. And kahit man lang, EBR yan pare, you know damn well that he can do as much damage as he wants. And with that kind of round, no, mapapower up talaga kayo kung kayo yung FERVID. But at the same time, CBF is the type of team to play with excited timings dito pare. So FERVID, they need to calm down, they need to lock in dito sa ating next round. Because who's siya naman yung naghahanap dito kay E7J pare. Oh,
He does find him. Pero deadly decisions there, Sneaky. Tatawid ka pa lang, bigla ka may nakita nakatutok na lucky shot. Or lucky is gonna be the name of the game para kay E7J. But anong plano dito, Six? I feel like paying for picks muna dito yung CBF.
So like FERVID, like let's just hold as far back as possible. Literal na may nakatutok sa vents. And there's some guy jumping dito CR. Siguro si MZ lang sa sala, no? Possibly for any aggression dito sa mapa natin. Yaban ng Antoan agad. So really good damage galing dito kay MZ, no?
Yeah.
7-6.
Amazing, actually amazing game now for MZ. I mean, we were talking about him a lot before na parang matatapalan niya nga ba dito yung last player natin before the roster change. Well, it looks like he is, especially in sub-base port. I would like to double that next time na lang kasi di naman tayo maglalaro ng port. But, looks like with 50 seconds left, Sneaks, mukhang magpapasage second mid tapos push dito si Yaba sa may LR.
Off angle, man. Never mind, he's just pushing.
Oy, 7J! Another domination dito sa my lockers. And FERVID already just looking at the right angles. They clean one, pero Aiden will claim two. Triple kill is there. Lonzo cleans up house with the USP. Fervid with 7 points.
Yun lang, and no one to trade Aiden in that situation. Woo's got insta-give dito sa mapa natin, but I feel like the continuous hold na nagagawa nila dito sa MR has been of big benefit, pero MR push naman pare.
They give respect, Sneaky. Nakita nila, bakit dalawa yung nagpupush dito? Aalis na lang kami. So MR held by Fervid! D, you are disgusting! Even Dracifer is claiming kills outside! MZ with 1, and it's all up to Aldrin and Aiden. Pero Aiden, nasa likuran, bumabarag with M14. Might be a bad sign kung mamamatay si Tracy for A7J. Bastos tumatalon lang ngayon, and now, Lance, alam nila, nandun siya, they're stuck. So Fervid claims an easy round after somewhat of a superpower or superhero movements mula dito kay Aiden.
Yun nga pare, no, yung push dito sa MR, sinabayan pa dito ni Dracifer from a push from passage, and I feel like na alam niya rin na wala nakapansin sa kanya lumabas doon, so he just crouched down, looked down on the floor para hindi kita yung kanya model dito on the outside. Grabe, gulat play literal ang ginawa dito ng Fervid pare.
Crazy. Somehow, no, hindi ka pa actually mapunta to kay Aiden, but Lance was very much late sa pag ano din, actually gave them a lot of space. But it is gonna be a push.
It is D though.
Just delay na lang dito. Wait. D. He's pushing! What? He denies the entire setup ng CBF! And he's playing with fire! He gets 2 triple kill! Para kay D! He explodes dito sa luwag! Tetsu does find A7J! Pero angat ng dalawa ang buong Fervid, and CBF doesn't know what to do dito sa round na to.
Grabe ba talaga yung dugong Jaco sa alin pare? For some reason, your entire family is as good at Crossfire. Aldrin, nakita na si Tracy for Lance. Low on HP dito sa DR, pero MZ nakita na si Tetsu. Aldrin will be taken down, and MZ, what a hell of a game galing sa kanya pare. Grabe. I'm so glad I did not leave the MZ Glazers club, man. I saw the vision. And the vision's being realized dito ng Fervid pare. CBF, they cannot attack, pero Tetsu, umatake na.
I mean, this type of crossfire is where CBF prevails. They keep on going. Pero D does do some damage here. Even A7J again. The brothers making it happen. It's all up to Yaba though. MZ low in HP. Yaba hits the shot. It's A7J left alone for Fervid. And with low HP, parang alam ni Yaba. They know. Manggagaling siya sa may gate.
Oh no!
Pero timing! A7J finds Yaba, shoots, or just waits. Wait lang.
Kita.
Oh, Yaba, he finds him! Right time to look behind him and come back, friends. Buhay pa naman with 5 points.
Will it only take one round dito, Polar, for Comeback Friends to finally mount something dito sa kanilang BL side? Fervid has been defending so well every single round, especially itong si D. And yung statement nga kanina, no, dun sa watch point natin, Polar, with D just saying he's just a kid, kinda gives me similar vibes na parang sinasabi ni Kanu dati that he is literally just a kid playing this video game. It might just be D's world and we're just living in it, pare. Para siya pa yung unang nasala. Get cursed, man.
Too much glaze there, but CBF, they continue the havoc na ginagawa nila dito towards the B side. But A7J, forced to be reckoned with. Kailangan niya kunin dito yung mga atensyon ng players na CBF! Tracifer, what was that? Together with Lance. Every single gun gumagana kay Lance. Double kill with a USP. And this might just end. Woo's planting the bomb. Half HP spots players coming into his foresight. Pero ito na ang buong angas ni Tracifer. A double kill for him or a triple. But Fervid closes out sa base and claims the very first point sa ating series.
Grabe, men. Tignan mo naman si Tracifer. Low cortisol GR side, men. Para dito sa side ng Fervid. No problem whatsoever in defending against unpredictability. Kasi Fervid, they also play unpredictable dito sa mapa natin. And pag nagkabanggaan ang isang unpredictable team with another and one has more structure, surprisingly, Fervid is gonna win. And it feels like that gambit natin, no, papunta nga dito sa base ay hindi gumana para dito sa CBF. And it seems like the gamble, yun nga, men, na biglang nawala.
Sardinas muna. Mga friends, wala tayong magagawa dyan. But, let's see, it's already 1-0. Pero nakita natin, Sneaky, may breakpoint talaga after the first half na parang, FERVID, they're much better on the GR side because meron ngang structure, Sneaky, to work with. Every angle, consider. Ang nakakagulat lang dun, sobrang kapal din ng mukha dito ni A7J. They're picking out every players dito sa may MR, sa may LR, even MZ, nakikita mo dire-diretso lang. And what can we say? Parang, again, nakikita natin yung point in time na parang hindi hirap sila to a point na hindi niya na kailangan mag-sniper. Kasi nag-USP na lang siya most of those GR rounds. So let's see. Sneaky Frog, this is a great start though for FERVID. Talagang dominating once they get on their lucky side.
For sure, pare. And I feel like one of the main reasons why, kung bakit medyo nag-down din dito yung CBF, I feel like lahat naman ng setups nila nung BL side was actually pretty good. Nakuha nila yung second mid, nakuha nila yung CR. Potentially, hindi lang nila naipasok ang D factor dito, man. D, out of nowhere, just absolutely annihilating kung ano bang merong attempt itong CBF sa pagkuha ng mga sites. And then just like what we said kanina galing kay A7J, I feel like he has to play those random timings kasi yun nga, CBF kalaban. They're gonna be random. You also have to be random. So, yun nga, paminsan-minsan may mga agro pick dito sa MR. And the angles na kinukuha pa nila, pare, are mostly off angles to try and catch itong CBF off guard, which what you should do pag kalapad mo nga ang team kagaya nga dito ng CBF. And it's very impressive galing dito sa FERVID, na nakukuha nila yung piggy unpredictable, but at the same time they are backed up by the firepower of the youth na nasa team nila, pare. You do still have Lons, you do still have itong si D, and mukhang you do have a bit of a preview of what the first spot is looking like kung ganito yung laruan dito ng CBF, pare.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting kung ano nga ba masasabi ng ating panel sa ating first matchup of the day and their first map. And of course, ang ating panel, it's gonna be Mochi and Salvatore. Kamusta naman kayo dyan?
Okay naman kami. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And dude, honestly, na-enjoy ko yung whole duration ng sub-base na yon. And parang medyo naturuan din ng leksyon, na pipili-pili kayo na sub-base. Sigurado yung pwede yung panindigan yung pinaggagawa dyan. And fortunately, kahit na nasimulan ito ng CBF ng sobrang lapit ng first half, parang hindi na nila yung nagawa ng second.
Makikita mo talaga, Mochi, sa mga archives na meron tayo sa mga mapa nilalaro sa Masters. Iba yung gameplay na makikita mo sa Ankara, iba yung sa base. And sa base really puts out this kind of gameplay na parang pumapabor para sa FERVID because you have someone like A7JND na kahit anong gawin nila, Mochi, hindi siya mali. Palagi siyang tama kasi palagi sila nakakuha ng 2, 3 at wala nang mas anti-CBF pa kundi si D mismo. Ilang beses niyang napigilan yung 3 or 4 man pushes na itong team nga na to. And higit sa lahat, grabe, pinako talaga nila yung BL side ng CBF na pinapatuloy nga talaga nila yung naratibo mo, Chino, na they can really have that very strong BL side. Dikit talaga yung first half, pero the moment na pumatok talaga yung second half, parang pinakita ng FERVID na okay, our strong side, kami naman, alis na tayo dito, alam na nating panalo na nga kami. That's the very slightest of description na pwede kong ibigay sa subbase because FERVID just played insane GR side dahil lang kay D. And my God, D, tama ka na, sobrang galing mo na
Grabe, Tsaka ang malala din doon, Salvi, pagdating ng second half, every single one of them, merong kanya-kanyang highlight. Yung mga nakaka-triple, nakaka-quad, which is crazy kasi that just shows, na sometimes parang mapapaisip ka, ano ba ito? Kada isang player ba kailangan magpasiklab dito para kay FERVID? Kasi parang kinakayan-kayanan nila yung buong team ng CBF. But that also explains a lot ng kakulangan din dito ni CBF. It's always one of 3 scenarios. Yung first is always nahuhuli sila. Second is nakahabol sila. And third is wala yung attention nila doon sa mga angles wherein our members here for FERVID are actually looking at them from. And also just gano'n katindi yung firepower dito ng mga miyembro natin for FERVID kasi maliban kay D, kasi given na yan, na nagpapakademonyo siya, well, lahat sumasabay, which is so nice to see here for FERVID.
Yeah, definitely, Mochi, na everyone would agree, pag ikaw GR side, nagagawa mong i-push yung MR nang walang kahirap-hirap, nakakuha ka ng ilang kills, parang talagang map control na kagad yun technically kasi hawak mo na kagad lahat ng lanes ng mapa and that just gives you an open opportunity para makapag-lurk. Dun po pasok talaga si MC. And speaking of MC, asa na yung mga doubters and bashers nga ngayon no? 14
Grabe.
kills para dito kay MC. He's literally
So good.
turning everyone into a believer, man. Kahit kaming dalawa ni Sticky Frog, he just made everyone turn into Fervid Television ngayon at ngayon din para ipakita sa lahat na nanonood ngayon, mapakapuso, mapakapamilya. MZ just knows how to play amazing Crossfire. And those 14 kills, impact frags definitely, no? From getting the lurk players sa pakikipagsanib puwersa doon sa mga double entries. Fervid just has a diamond in the rough right now at nakuha nila yon from MC. Take a look at the set summary ng Mochi. Ibang-iba talaga yung naging second half. Isang round lang ang nakuha ng ComebackFriends and this is from 3 players who scored
Grabe.
double digits para sa side ng CBF. And Fervid, mas maganda lang talaga ang pinamalas nga nila sa second half.
Literally quite of a difference, no? Especially na medyo na-disorient na talaga sila, no? Pagdating doon sa ating second half, sino nga ba talaga yung nagdulot nito sa kanila? Walang iba kundi si ㍍Match. 1.36 na nating kidding, quite a high. 84.8 rating. Tapos yung headshot per kill niya, 60% pa. So majority of those, tamang-tama talaga sa ulo ng mga katapat niya.
Parang kung maririnig ko yung comms no, Bochi, si ㍍Match ata yung may pinakamalumanay na paraan para tawaging rush tayo ng MR. Pasabugin kagad natin no. And same goes here for A7J. Napaka-stress-free ng second half dito ng Fervid. And if that's going to be the theme, then nakakatakot nga naman talaga kung ano ang makikita natin for a new compound. Balita ko, pili talaga to ng Fervid at baka meron nga silang malupit na patibong laban nga sa CBF.
At tignan natin kung yun nga ba talaga ay mangyayari o meron kayang pang-rebat dito ang CBF. Hopefully meron, no? Para naman makaabot tayo sa Eagle Eye. Pero for now, mamala muna tayo at babalik tayo after a few minutes. distansya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
RD.
Natapos na tayo for our first and now dinala nila tayo ngayon sa mapa ng new compound. And mind you, this was chosen by FERVID. And do you think that this would most likely be a 2-0, Salvatore? O baka naman mayroon pang pagbawi dito ang CBF?
Mochi, no? Isipin muna natin kung ano nga ba ang dumadaan sa isip ng CBF. Okay, baka mag-eagle-eye sila sa second set. Kaso nagbato ng new compound tong FERVID. And wala pa tayong nakikitang new compound. Yes, prior of this Masters, new compound naman talaga si Tetsu. But this is definitely a new compound of 2026. Hindi na ito 2024 or 2025. This is going to be pretty much very confident para talaga sa side ng FERVID. And I'm sensing a 2-0. But for the sake sa predictions nating apat, sana nga umabot pa tayo ng Eagle Eye. Kasi nga there is that slight hint of element na meron ng CBF, that being Tetsu. At ngayon, dalang-dala niya talaga yung mentality ng pagiging team secret para ka sa laban nga na to. But I'm just saying, sa buong taon na naglalaro ng new compound ng FERVID, wala pa tayong nakikitang kasamaan para ka sa team na to. So yeah, 2-0, pero if there's just one player na hindi nagpakita dito sa FERVID, baka makakita pa tayo ng Eagle Eye.
Yeah, let us see, no? Especially that this might be quite tricky to navigate through para kay CBF, and I feel like this is quite an unpredictable one in terms of our map, Vito. Kaya naman ilapag na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Bipolarians. Thank you, Frog. Take it away.
Maraming salamat, Muchi, as well as Salvatore. Hindi ko in-expect na tayo ay dadayo papunta sa kaliwa, no? Nagulat ako, alam ko may transition doon. But maraming salamat din sa ating production. But it is gonna be new compound. GR side, magsisimula ang FERVID and BL ang ComebackFriends. Last time na nakita natin ang FERVID sa mapang to, they had to whip out early yung ating double TRG para matulungan dito si Lance. E7J kailangan magbarat ng buto because somehow they need a little bit of factor kasi parang nahirapan din mag-activate agad dito si D. But again, big eyes on MZ on how they'll be holding this mid area kasi siya palagi nasa baba ng tower, and given that this is ComebackFriends, we will expect very unpredictable pushes. Ikaw ba, Sneaky, what do you think is gonna happen dito sa new compound?
Yeah, man, as a former baba tower player, no, kasi ayoko na mag-hold ng angle na yan sa new compound as he gets swarmed by 4 players sa start ng round. Pero it is quite a hard angle to hold. Pero para kay MZ, no, he is creative enough to see kung anong off angle ang meron dito sa mid. Pwede kang pumatong dun sa box ng curve. You can go on the very side of EA. So ang daming options para sa kanya dun. I'm actually thinking na hindi naman masyado mamamind ni A7J, no, kung magsa-snipe siya for a bit dito sa mapa natin, considering how he performed dito sa ating sub-base. I'm more worried about kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa BL side ng CBF kasi sobrang watak, kumbaga, ang nangyari dito sa ating last na game, and especially on sub-base, no, you do want to see a lot of those 3-man or 4-man plays na, you know, tumatakbo dito sa mapa natin, and maybe a lurk or two dito sa woods or second mid, pero hindi natin nakita yon. It was just, there was an attempt, may magpupush ng LR, papatayin ni A7J, they try to go second mid, papatayin ka ni Lance, they try to go passage, papatayin ka dito ni D. So, there's not really much choice in the matter, no, dun sa sub-base map natin. Pero, baka nga, pagdating sa mas malaking space dito no new compound, this would be of bigger benefit para sa CBF as they get to separate yung mga players a whole lot more. Pero, ang tanong, makukuha ba nila yung map control para ma-deny yung rotation na yun, pare?
Yeah, I guess what we're gonna be looking at no, Sneaky, umpisa pa lang ng rounds, they need to at least be the ones to get the first kills of the game. 2 kills would be very much the goal here para dito sa ating ComebackFriends para makapasok sa ating mga sites. Which, just like what you've said, individual powers will come out pagdating ng new compound. And given that the GR side is already in the hands of FERVID, they don't have to really exert much effort kasi aasahan mo ComebackFriends, they will try and poke you out of the system dito sa mid, sa may EA, even here sa may curve or Storby mostly, no, para kasi talagang may map control sila in the early parts. But yeah, new compound, let's see, no, BL side, it's gonna be problematic for ComebackFriends. I definitely feel that because again, structure is needed and they don't have that Tetsu needs to create something of a chaos here. Pero syempre, tignan muna natin ang ating live comms pag sa new compound for Fervid. And it's
Isa. 1,
Let's go.
2, 3. Dua! Yung right pa isa! Right isa di!
Tabang ibay, tabang
right
ibay!
isa di.
Biso. Dalawa pa.
Dalawa.
Nakabak, MC. 88 MC.
Pasokin ko.
88 yan.
Patay.
Oh, Tetsu with the TRJ. Look at this hold those sneaks. Tignan mo naman to. Fervid has a different strategy. They try to explode. One down. 4 stars make it double and Fervid wins the fight in the Stormy position. MZ claims down that last kill in that skirmish pero 2v2 low in HP. Yaba gets the headshot still at A site na lang. Alam nila ang daming tao dun sa B. But with A7J having only 62, this might still be problematic para dito sa CBF.
Yeah, and I think na-recognize natin ni A7J, no? Bakit kaya wala pang plant dito sa A-site? So, pakiramdam ko that the C4 is dropped in a very far spot dito sa mapa natin. So, he is gonna guess right of kung ganun nga ang nahula niya dito. It's already foraying itong A-site natin, deciding to go the C1 route. Para naman dito sa CBF, they will be going storage B. Pero, eto if you're making a decision, if you're Tetsu right now, ano mas madaling kunin bilang 1 versus 2 o kung anong site, A or B? Obviously, the answer is A, no?
Yeah.
Pero gusto talagang testingin yung B site, man. Tetsu, he's gonna let it ride.
Yep. Tetsu putting it all on B. With this plant on 50 seconds, Tetsu already knows what's gonna happen here. Tignan na natin kung paano niya nga ba atakihin to. HK in hand, does have a flash, does have a smoke. Can definitely find the timing here para mahiwalay si Tets or si Yaba. But the sniper in a right position, Sneaks, looking at EB.
Is that the flash lineup? Oh my God!
Oh, hinaharap niya.
Tagal namin pinractice yan. Di yan pasok.
Boom!
Oh.
Pasok na pasok.
Damn,
Pero walang may pake sa CBF.
Nice one, Lito.
A7J Jayo, still capable if he just gets those fast 2 double kills. Mukhang hindi yan gagana. Yapa with the kill. Nice lineup.
Nice lineup. Alam mo, nag-activate yung utak ko doon. Kasi 4 na oras namin pinractice yung lineup na yan. Walang nakakatama whatsoever. Pero it is quite a useful lineup, no? If you wanna blind kung sino man yung close dito sa EB, kasi usually may nagpe-play na angle na yun, especially on the post plants. Pero speaking of post plants, bit of a bomb dito sa B site at tubawas.
Yeah. Big nade. Guns. Ooh, good attempt. Does not connect. And this is very, very troublesome para kay Lance. No? Siya is mag-iisa lang siyang nag-hold dito sa may B.
I think as long as walang mag-cross papuntang frame, no? Goods pa naman dito si Lance. Problema nga lang, Woos, he probably knows all the pre-fireable positions dito. Just be careful of the crouch peak.
Oh, yun lang. He's slow. Slow. Very, very much.
It's a rough angle. I'll give him that, pare.
Yeah. Tsaka, ang daming titignan. Daming angles dun sa may sa loob ng side. But,
Crossfire.
here on mid, big crossfire, Aldrin. First one to go in. Easy shots for Aldrin to get a double kill. Pero, gumawa ng lagim.
What?
He gets a double kill as well. It's all up to Tetsu. Spots a grenade coming in from Fervid's side. Pero A7J testing. And now he falls down. Lutz with a USP. Fervid with their own first round.
Grabe, 1-1 ang ating scoreline. No longer caught off guard, no, by the tricks na ginagawa dito ng CBF. And I feel like since mas naging definite yung setup dito ng Fervid, they did get that round. Hindi na sila 4 na nakastack dito sa store B natin. Honestly, is a good strat kung 4 nga rin ang nasa store B para dito sa CBF. Pero Aiden, bawas agad sa start ng round.
Even Dracifer, no? Random kalabas agad pero magtatago na siya sa mismong box. If Aiden doesn't clear this out, pwede gumawa ng malaking delubyo dito. Si Dracifer
sobra.
gets the attention. Pero Aiden, di pa rin sila makadiretso. Yun lang! D just peeks out. Disrespects the people coming into store B. Meanwhile, Yaba gets a headshot on A7J. Dracifer still alive. Pero with D behind him, he might do some damage. Easy headshot with a USP. And he continues the fight. Who's delikado yung buhay mo? Kasi dire-diretso si D. It's a triple for him. Yaba does claim 1, pero tingnan mo naman ang bilis dito. Yaba, can he do it? No, he cannot. MC with the M14. Fervid What a chaotic round para sa dalawang teams.
Grabe, men. The curse of pressing Q twice, no? Dito sa laruan natin, trying to reset his spray so he would have a sure shot kung sino man na nagpipick dito. Pero, Fervid, timing of a lifetime para sa kanila pa rin. Nauubos na sila sa B-site. And they just kept on fighting, which it is not really ideal, no? Pero nakuha naman nila yung round at the end of the day.
Ooh, wait lang. That's soon. They know this. Yun lang, D. Crosses at the wrong time.
Alam si Dre.
Yeah, low in HP pa. But he needs to stand his ground, Sneaky. I can't blame him. 1 kill would be enough. At ayun na nga. He finds the headshot on Aldrin pa. Lance though also oversteps. And A7J eats a bullet in his chest mula dito kay Tetsu. All up to MZ, a mid player that gets a kill. Pero delikado to, Sneaks. 1v3 but the C4 somehow palaging malayo pa para sa CBF.
Ayun nga. I don't think they're thinking about the C4, no? As they are fighting tooth and nail for map control dito, pare. So dyan nakakalimutan lang nila talaga on that backside. And I feel like kino-consider din nila siguro, no? What if mag-fail yung play na to? Let's just leave the C4 here just in case. And this is giving MZ a lot of time para lumapit, ha?
Yeah. He can reset. His choice is to go towards curve. Replicate what A7J did want to try.
Could be bad info.
Pero nade lang to,
Nade.
Sneaks. Good nade. Distracts the players. Moves though. Does just hold the angle papunta sa may curve. And that's the second round para sa ComebackFriends. We're in a tie game, Sneaks.
Yeah, 2-2. ComebackFriends getting the control that they want. Fervid masyadong forward yung kanilang position dito sa storage B. But hindi yata na namalayan dito ng Fervid, no? Na as soon as nahulog dito si D, Tetsu nang activate yung brain cell niya, min. Sabi niya, teka lang, bakit aggressive dito si D? There must be a guy right around this corner and let's just triple HE and hold temporarily, no, and see what happens. Kasi, wala naman mawawala sa inyo doon. There's a minute and 50 on the clock.
Yeah. That's why big change na muna, no? Fervid trying to go for a very, very passive hold dito sa may Storby natin. Lucifer just holding down the doorway. Meanwhile, 2 players dito sa mismong entrance papunta sa may B. Pero ComebackFriends, they wanna try mid. Pero ganda ng pwesto ng MZ, nasa taas siya mismo ng EA. Curve play? CBF, wala silang information dito. And they will just continue. It's gonna be EA! Oh, if they don't pick this out, kinlachinik ni Aldrin. MZ goes down! What a spray though for Fervid. A7J! Double kill now! USP might just be enough para mapatay si Yaba, pero di covers for the brother and Lance will get one more. What a hold for Fervid. Pero grabe yun na alam ng CBF yung plano dito ng Fervid sa may isay.
Yeah, pero still, Fervid hitting the better shots at that very moment, no, pare. And this has been very, very good GR sides, especially para dito kay D at kay A7J. And this has kind of been prevalent, no? Sa lahat ng nakikita natin na Fervid games, we're expecting Fervid, hey, you're one of the better offensive teams, pero pati sa defense, pare, sumusuntok pa rin.
ComebackFriends, they don't like what's happening, Sneaks. A break might happen ulit, and it combines the powers of Tracy Freddy dito sa may Storby. Tatlo yung namatay. It's all up to Yaba, and they know this pretty well. Sneaks na CA player si Yaba. So easy spray downs lang and easy taps mula sa HK ni A7J. 2 points up na ang Fervid.
Yeah, man. And once again, Fervid, another really good defense para sa kanila, pare. But they're also starting to mount their confidence dito sa mapa natin. No? They're starting to peak dito sa Conde. They're starting to peak dito sa CA. Pero twist agad, pare. 3B, Lance getting Aldrin. Pero Aiden will get one in return. Pero tignan mo yung B-side, pare.
Oh, B-side. Nakapag-forward sila dito. And Racer kinikiliti lang yung tagiliran dito ni Aiden. Susunod pa si D. Jumps towards Woos. Everybody is insane mula dito sa Fervid. Para silang trackstar Sneaks na hindi mo mapigilan. And they have full control sa mapa natin with Yaba down. Mag-isa na lang si Tetsu at hindi pa siya makakapatay. Fervid! Parang sila yung ComebackFriends dito sa round na to.
Kaya nga, it does look like that, no, Polar. Parang it's like ComebackFriends are beating themselves dito sa mapa natin. And I'm telling you, man, I feel like it's that team secret influence, pare, na it's left a little piece in all of the players na
Si Bukod
naandun
na lang
from before,
kulang.
pare. Si Bukod na lang kulang, pero he's busy spinning.
Yes.
Pero nandito naman ako, men. Busy casting. Bro, wala na ano sa amin, men. Yung mga players na lang yung ano.
Wala nang natira.
Mga pala si Aljan. Hindi yun, men. Umalis yun bago kami nag-ano eh. Hindi ka counted. No, sir. Diyan ka sa X eh. Pero, MZ, especially him, no? He's been doing a great job. Parang ito hindi ko in-expect sa kanya, pare. He used to be the lurker of the team, no? Pero parang siya yung taga-plug ng plot holes dito sa Fervid team natin. And I feel like he's doing a really good job. To be fair, he has a perma green light, pare. So he can do whatever he wants.
Very confident. But mukhang hindi sila kalmado. Ay, 7J! Missing some crucial shots there. Pero lads, what an air shot onto Yaba! What the heli?
Uy!
Uzo! Kala ko testing din siya.
Pupush?
No way. No way though. Hindi, mag-gold lang si Dre.
He is considering it though. Si Wooz. I feel like he knows it si Dre, pare.
Di?
But he don't know si T nandun.
On mid, does find Tetsu boost. Oh, timing for
Oh,
Tracy for
no.
Vid is on top of CBF. Yung granada,
Oh.
mamamatay pa si Aldrin. They don't spot Aiden yet. But now they do. That's one down. Second shot for Aiden. Insane. Triple kill. Wait lang.
Yun lang.
Yun lang, MC. Masyado kang matinik.
Malapit na ma-for you page doon yung Fervid, pare. Buti na lang may MZ na nasa likod on that CA side, making sure that the insurance policy is claimed para dito sa Fervid. What a nice full map presence para sa kanila, men. Tignan mo naman si Lance peeking into LB. Na-stuck sa talon!
Di nakakyat.
Chance for
Yun lang.
CBF.
Yeah, that's a good pick, no? They have little bit of breathing space, pero mukhang if they want this map domination sa may B, kailangan muna nila pitasin dito si Trey.
He's stuck na, no? I think you can give up long for this, for sure. Kung kaya yung Fervid. With all this presence.
Sama, mid din yung tinatanggal nila Snicks. Eh. Smokes on curve. EB to be exact. MZ. He's fast!
Ah,
Nahanap
the
niya si
timing.
Yaba. Oh no.
Oh my god. The Lurk Whisperer. He might be back.
4v4 sneaks. Still a minute in the clock. It is gonna be a B-split pero malambot dito yung delayed push on curve. Si Wuz lang yun nandun.
D is here too, though. Yun lang.
Great crossfire as well. Oh, tense moments. CBF, one of their slowest rounds now as BL sa buong 2 maps natin. 50 seconds left. Tetsu testing now. Sabi niya, dire-diretso natin to. Tingnan natin kung may kagat. Kung malapit pa, wala. Pero Tetsu nahanap na! Dracifer closes the doors of B! At sabi sa'yo, Sticks, masyadong matagal yan pag si Wuz yung magpupush sa curve. And it gives an A7J kill to close the first half.
Tinamaan pa tayo ng plat spray, pare. Dito ni A7J. Pero, grabe naman ang Fervid. It seems like there's nothing to criticize para sa kanila, no, pare? Kahit yung mga pushes nila na masyadong forward, there's a guaranteed trade or a guaranteed frag. Papalik. Pero, Combs?
Patabang
What na daw? What na? Tabang.
Talagang Cebuano na, no? Certified.
Certified, pare.
That's... lang.
Wait lang. Adjust muna.
Ayos na wala. Baliktad lang. Oh no, sabi sa'yo, Sticks, kalaban ng ComebackFriends.
Ayan.
Sarili lang din nila. Sabi sa'yo, it's the same people.
It's true. It's actually true, pare. They're getting hit with their own moves. Dito sa mapa natin. Wait.
How the hell did he have what? Dude, ComebackFriends, they're choking a little bit in these rounds. 5 na ang lamang ng FERVID, and look at Aiden. Mukhang nahanap niya yung sarili niya dito sa ating mapang ito. Does have a great angle. Very, very surprising. Might be the right position para matanggal dito ang mga ulo ng FERVID.
Oh no. And I feel like that also came kasi dito po ulit no, sa A side wala masyadong nag-forward. But look at this B side.
Oh, good flashes, Tracy for inside the side, and he kills the first person he sees! Lahat nasira! Lahat ng B-side hold ng CBF wala na! But it is gonna be 3v2. Lance 1 HP, flash! Towards EB, MZ is holding this down. Pero they spot out
Hirap na
woes.
to. It's not looking likely, Polar. Not gonna lie. 2 players on EB. Not giving too much confidence, and especially with D just running into them dito sa EB, fully expecting them dito sa underside ng ating B side. 8-2. And FERVID doing a very nice job, man, despite yun nga, no? Despite yung opening picks, or at least despite yung opening aggression dito ng CBF. Literal na nakaupo lang sila dito sa pillars natin, pare, waiting for it.
Yeah, hindi nga sila nahihirapan sa matchup na to. I feel like, Sneaky, it's just almost so simple. As A7J find Aiden, they're desperate now. Sneaks, tingnan mo naman dito yung CBF. Flat na ginagawa nila. Surprise, hindi. Handa dyan ang buong FERVID. Oh, tingnan mo naman the map domination. Just look at the minimap. Lahat iniipit ang CBF. Yaba will expect that D push dito sa mid. Pero MZ looking for fire, and that's already it. Everyone is down for CBF. FERVID with 9 points.
Pinakitaan tayo ng technical dito, no? Polar, a bit of technical stuff galing dito sa side ng FERVID. Tumigil si MZ on purpose right around SD dito sa LB side natin. And then, as soon as they got the first kill because of A7J shot, hindi na nag-repeat dito si A7J. He was showing that discipline dito sa ating pillars, and instead, just having Lons go through CB and clear itong pillars to guarantee that kill. And yun na yung gusto ko makita galing dito sa FERVID. They're now starting to play the guarantees dito sa mapa ng new compound, and I feel like the closer might be coming very, very soon dito, pare, considering na yun nga, no, so far dito sa compound map natin, wala tayong nakikitang buhay galing sa CBF.
Plus, again, no, walang potholes dito sa buong FERVID squad natin. There's really nothing they're doing wrong. Kahit na, yes, questionable sometimes yung pag-push na dito, pero that's guaranteed eh. Kasi tulad nga sinasabi mo, they always have a backup, or they have a plan B after that immediately. Bago pa i-execute yun. Dracifer always holding down store B to a point na kahit na he does get picked off, okay lang. Kasi they always get a kill before he falls down. So somehow, itong ComebackFriends, they're getting desperate, they're getting pretty sad, and it feels like they're just biting every bullet na ibabato dito ng buong FERVID. And somewhat concerning, no, na parang you see FERVID na ito dapat ang ComebackFriends kung preparado sila. ComebackFriends is a FERVID na hindi preparado. The layers with these two teams right now is almost close to nothing kasi parehas sila, may pagkakaiba lang ng onte.
Yun nga, pare, it kind of feels like you know, just pushing in and pre-firing.
Yes.
Parang ganun, pare. Yung ginagawa dito ng FERVID, they're pre-firing yung kanilang mga moves before the round even starts. So even if risky yung kanilang galawan, no, pare, they know what to do in those moments. They don't really have to think. And para naman dito sa CBF, no, I feel like that is the double-edged sword of not having a system dito, pare. Of course, meron naman tayong start round para sa kanila. Yun nga, maybe 2 players papunta dito sa B side, you know, 1 player sa mid, 2 players sa B. But at that very moment, no, dun, you're basically on your own. Kung kayo yun na andun, pare, you are basically kind of freestyling whatever timings na meron kayo doon, which makes it very hard for other teams to predict itong CBF, no? Pero just like what I said, I feel like the existing experience na meron itong si A7J at si Dracifer playing with a player like itong si Tetsu, it kind of feels like alam na nila kung saan siya lalabas dito, anong gagawin or anong call yung ilalabas nga dito sa ating mapa. And that really doesn't this is not a slight towards CBF, no, na pagdating talaga sa FERVID, pare, they become a bit more predictable, pare.
Yeah, it works out for some teams, pero kasi may kita mo yung difference na parang there's no diversity in place for ComebackFriends. It's almost, again, just readable. I feel like it's almost the same na parang acceptance eh. Na kapag they're in the rough, everything just becomes so clear for the enemy team na ito na yung gagawin nila. There's nothing else that they can do. And they're like para silang locked in chains na hanggang dito lang yung kaya natin. In this map as well, no, Sneaky, na FERVID really are just putting everyone down sa ComebackFriends. You see MZ working. You see Lutz getting some aggressive angles. Kahit namatay siya dun kanina sa may Storby na na-stuck siya dun, it was just unlucky circumstances para sa kanya, but they still applied a lot of pressure there. Everything so calculated in a sense. Meanwhile, ComebackFriends, they're pushing the limits. Pero there's no limits anymore kasi tapos na eh. They're already done. It's a 9-2 scoreline, and just like what you've said, we might see the ender dito on after this dead round, no? But yeah, anything can happen still pa naman. Again, the star powers or star player capabilities dito ng ating ComebackFriends is next to the top players for the entirety of the Filipino region. But 7 rounds straight, FERVID on the GR side, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think as much as I would love to see the comeback, no, galing din sa CBF, man, I feel like in terms of yung analogy, since we're doing analogies, no, dito sa ano natin, it's kind of like throwing a curveball, pero alam na ng batter na magtatapon ka ng curveball, and then he still hits a home run, no. So that's kind of like the thing happening right now. Galing din sa CBF, they're throwing all these weird pitches papunta ka dito sa FERVID, but they're hitting every single time, pare. So, ayun nga, FERVID, ayun nga, you gotta just keep doing what you're doing, pare. I feel like A7J is in a really good flow, no, dito sa mapa natin, at nababasa niya yung kung ano man tinatapon nga dito ng CPF. And at the same time, yung default natin is looking very solid galing sa kanila, especially going into that last round. It wasn't really anything too complicated, no, dito, pare. It was just literally a crossfire in between two players. And itong FERVID, I feel like they kind of perfected yung 2-man game and 3-man game nga dito, no. And I feel like that credit is still going in the way dito ni Nice Katolmen. I feel like he really did hammer home dito sa mga FERVID players na, okay, the 2-man plays or 3-man plays, ito yung magpapapanalo sa atin na map control. And if we can do exactly that, then di pre yung mga ganitong series, pare.
Yeah, I mean, parang ano eh, if you perfect simplicity, it will be effective. And I feel like simple and effectiveness is so good para dito sa FERVID because they always have this kind of reset na alam na natin yung ganito gagawin natin, whatever happens, it will still do some kind of effect. And FERVID always provides this kind of scenario in the early parts of the rounds kasi isipin mo, Sticks, kahit makapasok dito sa store A, kahit makapush towards exit ang players natin for CBF, A7G doesn't really care. He still has pawns to play with or pieces to play with pagdating dito sa mga ratings natin that he knows that they can still win that out. So, it's just very difficult na ganito yung sampal sa mukha ng ComebackFriends right now na everything is just too simple but everything is so expected on their side that nothing really becomes exciting anymore. I felt this nga before nung Subway Sneaky. I feel like this is gonna be a hot take as well, no? Na parang, there's nothing really exciting here. It's just normal crossfire for both teams. Na parang normal lang and everything just working out for FERVID. Yun yung nakikita natin dito, especially when they're on the GR side.
Yeah, it was pretty tragic, no, considering yung sub-base was actually one of the better first halves natin dito sa liga, no, in terms of yung technicality natin, you know, back and forth, you know, yung trades natin pa isa-isa, walang nagto-2K or 3K masyado, no, dun sa
wala.
moments na yun. But when we hit the second half ng sub-base, it kind of just felt like nawalan ng buhay itong CPF and FERVID just started rolling over and over again, and the highlights finally came in the form of DNA 7J. So, ayun nga, CPF, last possible attempt para dito sa kanilang new compound. But still, backs against the ropes, pare. Dito naglalaro ng malakas yung mga players natin.
Triple TRGs, welcome to the death site or the sidelines dito ni Yaba. This is very new for CBF. They do have one player down already, Dracifer. Checking out players here right now, but
most passive we've seen them na tong CBF, no? As of today, pare. Yun nga, Tetsu is just playing the underside of B. Meron siyang support ng sniper dito sa backside ng B site. Wala masyadong presence sa mid, but I feel like they don't need it at the moment, no? Kasi meron naman tayong Aiden na nakahold dito sa EA, pare.
Pero big split 6, CBF. We do have numbers here sa A side. But Yaba, spots out! Yun lang, hindi tumama kay MC. Better shot mula dito kay sa FERVID. And look at this, Sneaks. Binabagalan lang nila. They don't need to push. Alam nila they have advantage in this kind of a push. What a flash. Oh, what a flash! That was so deadly! Walang makita doon si Aiden, but Aldrin still alive and giving a lot of stopping power pagdating dito sa A. But we go into a 2v2 kung saan si Tetsu and Moose mag-isa na lang. And it's just a clean execution mula sa Fervid. Might as well say anti-Fervid dito sa ating CBF because good game na agad. Done. 2-0 lahat ng predictions na sira.
Aray ko! Grabe men, napakalinis ng putol. Parang naka-guillotine nga itong CBF natin, Fervid. Possibly the new kings of Filipino Crossfire, pare.
Might be.
Might just be an A7J, no? Parang ilang taon ka na nag-aantay na magkakaroon ka na ng sarili mong era dito sa ating CFS Masters. Ayun, no? From back in the day, pare, nung PH pa lang, he was still kinda balling or at least trying dito sa 3rd and 4th matches natin, pare. But finally, he has a squad with him na pakiramdam ko, min. Pwede na magpa-crosson to, pare.
Si malay mo, di ba? Hindi lang Jaya sinasabi ni A7G, baka bonjour na ng bonjour. Why na? Merci beaucoup. Baka gumanon pa siya, di ba? But let's see, man. It's still very, very early. But Fervid, they're looking so strong, Sneaks. Again, normal lang na Crossfire nakita natin. Walang extension of plays, walang sequence na very, very interesting. It's just Fervid's game. And ComebackFriends is just giving it every time. Amazing plays though. Ito pa yung concerning from the first half dito ng ating sub-base on that first map, hindi nga activated dun sa A7J. It's mostly the fraggers no sa Dracy, and even MC just getting the kills. Pero at the second half, everybody worked out well. Even here, pagdating dito sa new compound, but Sneaky, what do you think is the problem here for ComebackFriends? Yes, diversity or at least like lack in plays yung naging problems, but what else could be, kasi alam naman natin, these are very, very good players.
Man, you know the answer to that question, Vole.
Gusto ko lang pigahin, Sneaks.
You know that answer to that question, pare. It's called the Big P. Practice. We talking about practice, pare? We talking about practice. Yun lang, Allen Iverson. Pero I feel like definitely CBF ayun nga, maybe would benefit with a bit more set plays dito sa mapa natin, but I feel like that will also ruin yung kanilang magic dito bilang ng team. Feeling ko kung nag-prepare sila malala dito, and if they get a bit too structured, baka yun nga you do become a bit of a slave to the structure na nangyayari sa baka ibang teams natin dito sa Impact and dito sa Masters as well. So pakiramdam ko para sa CBF, maybe it is a pretty bad days para sa inyo. The timings weren't really on your side for today, no pare, kasi Fervid, it just seems like they got every single timing covered at wala silang matimingan, pare.
What a day for Fervid, man. Already 2-0, a fast plays mula sa base hanggang ngayon sa new compound. Pero syempre, oras na para dayuhin naman natin ang ating panel desk. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
And thank you so much sa ating mga casters. No, grabe, no? Parang whoosh lang ang ating destination para dude. Yes, basag-basag ang ating mga predictions, pero hindi mo rin makakaila that this is gonna be quite of a grave realization for CBF, that as much as they possess the mechanics, they possess the prowess, they possess the skill, yung disiplina nandyan, kulang sila na ng creativity at kakapalan ng playbook. At yun yung pinakita sa kanila dito ng FERVID.
Also, slap to the face, no, Mochi, na lahat talaga ng games heading into this specific season, hindi na madali para inostra na ganito yung mga resulta na lumalabas talaga no? Kasi FERVID 2-0, that was so quick. At talagang 2 rounds lang ang nakuha ng CBF when we put them in a higher ceiling pagdating talaga sa kanilang skill set. And it just feels bad para sa CBF na isang beses nagtawag man lang sila ng timeout para makolekta yung mga isip nga nila, or even just have the brief thought na let's just calm down. Kalabanin natin pa isa-isa ang mga members ng FERVID. Kasi parang nagmukhang rush lahat eh. There's not really a direction para sa side ng CBF. At dahil doon, magmukha tuloy maangas at malupit dito si Dinag. Parang nagpapa-clip farm nga siya kasi gusto niya maging top 1 sa plays kinabukasan talaga. And with that amazing stat line, talagang sinesementohan niya yung legacy niya dito, no, Mochi? No, he's definitely untouchable. And speaking of the 100 rating na naman, 18-11, sinabi ko na ito noong una, sasabihin ko lang ulit, tama ka na, sobrang galing mo na kasi My God, D. Tinan mo naman yung set summary. Because of D, ganyan yung set summary natin.
Exactly. And it became quite of a breeze, no? Para din dito for Vid. And also, no, na sumasali din dito si Dracifer na kung kanina, kanya din yung mapa natin na nauna, pati dito, ata kanya rin. After taking that 100% rating, di na rin ako magtataka kung siya ang ating match MVP maya-maya. Pero this just shows how Fervid is well versed dito, no, and great familiarity sa mapa ng new compound, being able to actually be a step ahead, no, making it make it look para dito kay ComebackFriends na sobrang predictable ng kanilang mga galawan, and boy it is. Pero dito, si D daw ang ating MVP right now for the map of new compound, and like what you have mentioned, this kid knows no bounds.
Ay nako Mochi, no, para lang to add salt to the wound dito, no, ng CBF for a team that has an average age of 23 years old. Dinurog sila ng isang walang kamuwang-muwang just a kid na 16 years old na D, no. 3KD.
Yes.
Binagsakan kayo ng bagsak na grade ni D, no. Para sa iba palakol na yan, pero para kay D, yan ang mistulang senyalis talaga na D is just that destructive pag binigyan talaga ng pagkakataon, no. And kung maalala mo, no, week number 1 where we're having doubts for this player for that sudden role change, pero parang ngayon pinatagal lang natin ng onting linggo at onting araw, at eto na nga siya ngayon, back in his destructive form and is out for everyone talaga, no. Kita mo nga naman, Aldrin, Aiden, and Tetsu, all of those with years of experience for the sophomore year ni D. Man, it's just that clinical para talaga dito sa Fervid.
True. Kaya naman tignan natin sino ang ating match MVP, Dracifer. But then, with a 92.4% na rating na all throughout, simula umpisa hanggang dulo, no, consistency ang kanya pinamalas dito. Especially when it came down to removing all the bottlenecks na potentially mafe-face dito ng Fervid, kahit papano talagang nagagawa niyang punan ng pansin yon alongside the A7J, which is great, no? Kaya naman balikan natin kung ano rin mga nakikita at nangyari, mga pinaggagawa dito ni Dracifer, no? Definitely eliminating all of the threats, no? Pagagawin pa lang sana ng CBF, napapangunahan niya na kaagad-agad.
Buti na nga lang, no, nagkakaroon na ng onting recognition dito si Dracifer na way back in fall 2023 when he was debuting as a player from Virtus.pro team. Many have said na Dracifer has that kind of potential, no? Pero inaantay pa kasi natin maabot niya man lang yung ceiling na yun. But right now, in this perfect season with Fervid, parang nakikita na talaga natin, no, with given the right material and players surrounding Dracifer, nagagawa niya talagang tulungan niya makakampi niya and play individually, no, para sa kanya ding para sa kagandahan ng resulta ng Fervid. So, very good contrast. Dracifer can hit the headshots at bigyan ka ng solidong tawag pag kinakailangan talaga, no. Dracifer, one of the most low cortisol IGLs na nakita nga natin. Kalain mo nga naman siya ang ating match MVP.
Totoo, no? Kahit pag nakikita ko din yung mga popka ng mga players natin, parang puro low cortisol sila lahat. Sobrang chill lang nila, no? Talagang nakapokus lang sila on what they're meant to do, and that is to play. And I feel like magkakaroon tayo ng chance din na makapanayam ang isa sa kanila, and maaaring tagapagbigay sa kanila ng good influence. Siyempre, no? After past the league and potentially in the future, i-welcome na natin ang ating coach ng Fervid na walang iba kundi si Coach Aris. Coach Aris, welcome, no? And congratulations for getting this sweep against CBF. Salvatore, bira mo na.
Alright, Kuya Aris, no, isang malupit na panalo para nga sa Fervid. Nakuha nyo na nga ang pangatlong panalo para nga sa week nga na to, no. And Kuya Aris, anong mensahe binibigay ng laban nyo up against CBF? Kasi madali nyo lang tinapos ang CBF from their historic 3-0 start, no. So, anong binibigay na mensahe na to para sa Fervid para sa mga susunod nilang matches?
Wala lang, siguro niya na ready na kami. Sa kahit anong pagsubok, sa kahit anong laban.
Alam mo nga naman, Mochi, short words pero parang kinikilabutan na yung mga taong nandyan banda sa itaas. No? Ikaw, Mochi, ano masasabi mo?
Masaya din siya pakinggan, syempre, no? Pero ito, Coach Aris, ang tanong na ito ay galing sa interview namin from Execration yesterday. At ang sinabi nila is, babawian namin yung FERVID. Anong masasabi mo dun?
Babawian nila kami? Sige, tingnan natin kung makakabawi sila.
Yo, na gusto ko makita, Kuya Aris. Akala mo nga naman, dati ka ng exe, pero parang naipagbangayan ka na rin sa execration no? Pero given naman talaga. Kuya Aris, actually, is sa mga gusto ko lang malaman, para sa side ng FERVID, na nagawa na kasi ng exe. Akalain mo nga naman, ikaw rin naman siguro nagulat. Ang exe sa 2 linggo na nag-tournament tayo, natalo nga nila ang Stallions pati ang VP. Nakikita mo na ba ang FERVID dahil dun sa crack ng dalawang teams na yun na palagi na nating nakikita? Tingin mo, kaya na nga ba FERVID gawin ang nagawa ng execration?
Tingin ko kasi parang nagbigay ng positive sa amin yun na kung kaya ng exe, yung exe nga tinalo namin hindi kaya din namin talunin yung mga tinalo nila.
I like that, Mochi. Gusto ko yung mga naririnig ko. Solid.
Same ako nila talaaliw. Kitang-kita naman yung mga ngipin natin tuwan-tuwa tayo. Pero yan na nga, Coach Harris. Maraming salamat na nakapanayon ka namin for this specific series. I feel like pwede mo nang i-shoutout. Ano ang gusto mong i-shoutout?
Yun, shoutout sa lahat. Especially kay Allen Wap sa manager ng team namin, si Allen Wap. And shoutout sa mga supporting players namin, kay Jam, kay Haj, and kay... Sino ba? Wala na pala. Shoutout sa mga players. And then shoutout sa lahat sa inyo. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Coach Alice, and congratulations! I can't wait to see yung performance of FERVID sa mga susunod yung mga laban, and good luck!
Thank you.
Yun. Grabe, no? Parang natuwa tayo ng maigi Salvatore sa mga narinig natin. It seems like there is actually quite of a new rivalry that's brewing up, no? I feel like it's already existing, lalo lang na-amplify ngayon, no? And grabe, I feel like aabangan din natin ang kanilang laban once na makatapat nila ang execration. Pero sa ngayon, dito muna tayo mag-focus. Team Acceptance na gustong makabawi at Virtus.pro na pinatikim ng execration. Ay, nako po, parang matindi ang ating mga magiging kaganapan natin maya-maya at hindi na kami makapag-intay pero wala tayong choice. So for now, pahinga muna tayo. After a few minutes, bakbakan na ulit. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the friends. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Napaka-saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Mic test. Hello.
Okay. Okay na, Mochi. Pwede na. Ayan
Pwede na.
Go,
Ready
Mochi
na.
Bella.
Ito na nga yun, guys. Balik na tayo dito para sa ating Mountain broadcast wherein it is still Virtus.pro versus Team Acceptance. Kamakailan lang, no? Kanina, no? Before tayo mag-break, nangyari na 2-0 nung FERVID ang kanilang mga nakatapat, which is itong si ComebackFriends. For this one, again, dalawang teams at magkaiba ang pinag-aawayan nila dito at pinaglalaban, Salvatore.
Well, definitely, no, Mochi. Isa sa mga pinagkapareho na itong dalawang teams na to, natalo nga sila sa kanyang mga laban kahapon. Pero kung titimbangin mo naman, Mochi, kung paano nga yung galit nga nila heading into this series, talagang mapupunta ka na lang sa teritoryo ng mga hari ng Tondo, no? Virtus.pro is out for revenge kasi naiwan na maalat ang kanilang dila nga ngayon for their huge loss na 2-0 up against Execration. And same goes here naman para ka sa side ng Acceptance. Hindi nila matanggap-tanggap na ginanon lang talaga sila ng Attras. And this is a very, very good series para matest kung meron nga ba talagang bitaw dito ang Acceptance and will Virtus.pro continue their most efficient season yet, no? Kasi okay naman yung naging laban nila sa Execration, tapos mas malupit pa yung pinamalas nga nila sa Matches. But with Acceptance, meron silang dilema na pinaglalaban nga ngayon na para lang ding STS, Mochi. Hindi mo alam kung sinong makikita mo na makipaglalaban nga. Will it be Dre? Will it X3D? At feeling ko malaking epekto to para sa magiging laban nga nila.
That is true. And inabit pag-uusapan na rin natin kung ano nga bang meron para dito sa parehong teams natin. Kaya sisimulan natin ito sa team ng Virtus.pro. And even just by looking at our stats right now, it seems like we are seeing quite of a high KD here for Cetra. Pero for the rest, parang medyo hirap ata.
Mochi, statistically, Cetra and KSA had one of their impressive performances dun sa laban nga nila up against Execration. Pero despite of that, sanay tayo. Last year actually, magpop-up lang si Cetra, panalo na sila. With the modern era of CrossSFIRE C, kahit maging magaling si Cetra, kahit hume-headshot si KSA, they still lost. And they need to lock in. They need to play a systematic CrossFIRE nga ngayon para ipamalas na Virtus.pro is international ready. Again, Virtus.pro has not missed an international since Regionals 2024. And syempre, kung ako si 0-2, gugustuhin ko talaga na patuloy pa rin yung streak na yun na puro ako international appearances, diba, no? So Virtus.pro right now with the whole sandbox para sa kanila, kailangan nga nilang mag-lock in after that huge blow laban nga doon sa Execration. And Mochi, ever since Regionals 2024, di na tayo nakakita ng mas marami pang talo kundi isa or dalawa para nga sa VP. And might I tell you, this has been the most open of seasons para sa mga teams na kung ikaw ang VP, ikaw ang STS, hindi ka na talaga safe.
Yeah, that is true, no? Who would have thought that ganito kabilis nangyayari yung mga bagay-bagay, no? Just how fast the night changes, na parang nung spring lang pinag-uusapan natin that there is a gap, na baka na mahihirapan or ilang buwan kaya aabutin bago makahabol yung ibang mga teams natin. Pero it seems like nakikita na natin yun kaagad-agad, ang bilis ng mga resulta. Pero ngayon, pag-usapan natin ngayon ang Team Acceptance. Wherein from time and time again, dude, si Hick ang lala ng performance. As of last week, highest kills, lowest deaths, but unfortunately, it seems like hindi nakakahabol ang kanyang mga kasama dito.
Sabi, no, kung gano'ng kalaki yung bicep, gano'ng kalaki talaga yung impact niya, no? Heck has been that kind of a player na very reliable on both ends, no? Kaya niya mag-defense, kaya niya mag-offense, pero hindi ito yung sniper player na tulad nila Lance at nila Cetra na gagawin niya talaga yung mga nakakatakot ngayon, no? Tapos ngayon makikita na nga natin ang mga nagpopogiyang, mga nag-aaurahang Team Acceptance. Welcome back, Dre, actually, no? Na parang isang araw lang ang dami nangyari. Ito yun, no? Yung isang taong umabsent sa school, tapos marami siyang na-miss out. Si Dre na miss out niya, na nanalo ang execration, tapos na 2-0 sila ng kanilang mga kalaban. At syempre, tatagal tayo sa Povcam, Mochi. Ba't nga? Kasi meron kay Candy eh. Meron eh. Ay no, 'di ba? Diba? Ako gusto ko din yun eh.
Hindi ko ma-imagine ka mo kung anong level ng pagfa-fangirl yung meron si Bipolar ngayon, no? Para dito. Pag every time nakikita niya yung Povcam ng Team Acceptance. Pero, again, it's nice to have Dre back, no? It's just evident how comfortable they are in terms of their operations internally kapag nandyan si Dre. And unfortunately, hindi natin yung nakita from their fight against Attras. Hence, the 0-2 na loss natin na unfortunately suffered upon by Team Acceptance. And today, another mountain that they had to hike and cross into it is going to be Virtus.pro. And the most that they could do here is to hopefully get a map or make it a bit more closer pagdating sa mga laban natin dito.
Grabe ang deadly ng schedule nga nila, you know? They still yet to face Team Stallions and Execration, no? Tapos nandun pa yung part na will it be an acceptance inside of playoffs or will it be acceptance na rerekta na kagad dito sa regionals but with a very, very huge deficit heading into that Swiss, no? So, ine-expect talaga natin na etong team ng acceptance na kaya naman talaga nila mag-playoffs but with the recent performances, baka nag-die down na nga yung opinion na yun, Mochi.
Yes, indeed. Kaya naman, no, tuluyan natin talakayan ano nga ba at sino ang mga inilapag dito for our head-to-head. It is going to be Yobib and as well as Silent, which is pretty interesting to say the least, Salvi.
Yes, definitely. No, una sa lahat, Mochi, this is literally old gen versus new gen. Eh, no? Yobib, the leader of the 2020s at si Silent way back in the 2010s. Eh, no? Nung kapanauhan pa nila Coach Tanks, 02, Gary X, and others. Eh, no? Silent has been leading the ranks of the backup role for time and time again ever since the original Acceptance roster. Pero ngayon kasi, Mochi, meron na tayong the Golden Boy, the Dark Prince, one of the GOATs dito sa ating CrossFIRE. Eh, no? Yobib, nandiyan na nga siya sa kinaupuan niya na nga ngayon at napakaginto naman talaga ng trono niya sa paglalaro ng M14 at higit sa lahat sa pagiging impact fragger nga naman talaga ng Virtus.pro. Pag tinanong mo nga si Coach 02 kung anong role ni Yobib, sasagutin niya star player eh. It just sets a precedent na itong matchup nga na to, Bochi, it will definitely benefit at magkakaroon tayo ng emphasis on both Silent and Yobib's contribution for the game.
Of course, no? At syempre, it's just important, no, na hinalight natin ang head-to-head. I-highlight din natin kung ano yung mga mapa na paglalaroan ng parehong team natin for this specific series because hindi ba natin sure kung anong ilalabas. Pero himala! Wala tayong Eagle Eye! But we have Subbase, Port, and Black Widow, and yes, Salvatore, open siya! Open na open!
Virtus.pro, una sa lahat, Master Spring, wala kayong ganyan. Siya, itatapat nyo sa Acceptance. I'm just saying, baka makita natin ang Black Widow, no, Mochi? And still, kahit umabot tayo ng Black Widow, I'm still confident na mananalo ang Virtus.pro sa ganitong klaseng map dito. But the mere fact, no, Mochi, just that one tiny bit, binan nila ang Ankara, their own favorite map, para i-open ang sub-base. Is this a bait? Is this a psychological warfare? Anong niluluto ni Coach 02? Meron nga ba talagang kinain ang Virtus.pro para isipin na open ang sub-base? At nararamdaman ko na talaga ngayon si JCD, si Tete Jabu, at higit sa lahat si Hek, na natutuwa ngayon kasi syempre sub-base, home court nila yun eh. And I'm just in shock, no? Nauna sa lahat, in a series na merong Virtus.pro, nabuksan nila ang sub-base. My goodness, Mochi.
Well, hindi ko na rin malaman kung ano yung sinusubukan gawin ng mga teams natin, no?
Diba?
Parang ginagawa talaga nila
puro Eagle Eye.
Exactly! Tapos kahit kanina, biro mo, binira ng new compound. Tapos ngayon, dito ngayon, iniwan na OP sa...
Ang hirap?
Hindi ko na alam. Kaya warak-warak yung predicts natin. Pero speaking of predicts, eto na yung mga nilabag namin mga prediction dito, no? For Team Acceptance versus Virtus.pro. Abay, kita mo naman, puro 2-0 yan. Pero hindi na kaya magtataka kung ultimo yan, masisira lang din naman ng Team Acceptance given the advantage na meron sila dito ngayon.
And if wala nang mas kilala pa sa Virtus.pro, no, na they are that confident para nga sa matchup ka na to at nakikita ko na, naririnig ko na rin kung ano yung magiging hulma ng ating
Yes.
interview nga mamaya. Baka sakaling manalo nga sila. And I just know with the fiery rage na meron sila no, ngayon, Mochi, kasi hindi pa rin nila matanggap-tanggap kung ano nangyari sa execration. Virtus.pro is now out for like one of the best performances talaga no, na pwede mo makita na mag-30 si Cetra, Yobe will be rushing everything. But on a map like Subbase, I'm expecting a high kill count for both teams, not just Virtus.pro.
And it seems like the community agrees with us as well, no, that this should be Virtus.pro prominent na series, no? Pero again, no, hindi natin pwedeng maliitin din itong team acceptance, especially when it comes down sa mga galawan nila sa mapa ng Subbase. Pero I feel like this is just the point for us to wait and see and introduce ang ating mga magiging casters, no, na makakasama natin in our desk. Please welcome El and as well as Ramon. Hello, hello! Welcome sa ating desk. Wow, yun, formang-forma ang ating mga casters. Ano ang ating feelings para sa specific series natin ngayon dito, Ramon?
Well, feeling ko naman same lang naman iniisip natin about this, no. Looking at both of the teams, pareho ang gusto bumawi, pero yung isa, syempre, no, parang mas mabigat yung naramdaman nilang talo kahapon.
Yes.
Considering the competition, considering the things that happened yesterday, syempre, kayo na bahala kung sino sa tingin nyo yung sinasabi ko dito, no. Pero overall, I cannot but feel that there's gonna be that lingering feeling that it could go one way, pero very obvious na talaga kung sino yung mananaig dito. I'm just excited to see how it goes, pre.
True, couldn't agree more, no? I feel like yung magiging challenge lang din dito for acceptance is paano makakapag-online lahat, no? Na hindi lang puro si Hek yung nakikita natin. Pero how
Yes.
about you, El? Ano ang pakiramdam natin para dito sa matchup na to? Ang init din ito, eh.
I feel like my predictions and it all, no, Mochi. Gusto ko lang talaga malaman dito if Acceptance can match the rate ng speed or ng adjustment dito ng Virtus.pro. Kasi nakita mo naman na nakakasabay sila even taking sa map sa mga teams na hindi natin sure kung kaya ba nila. Pero this Virtus.pro na natalo, I'm sorry Acceptance, good luck.
Good luck indeed, no? After all ng mga nangyari sa kanila from yesterday, baka sila ang mapagbuntalan dito, no? Pero ito na nga ang ating unang watch point. Second place, Impact versus second place ng Master Spring. This is actually a really great point to talk about, Salvatore.
Napaka-uncanny ng comparison, no, Mochi, considering na parehong na 3-0. Ito nga dalawang silver medalist nga natin, no. At syempre, it's like comparing Monday to Tuesday. Second place ng Masters, syempre, mas matimbang nga yan kumpara mo sa second place ng Impact. But some debates would digress, no, na same level din naman talaga yung makikita mo from both Impact and Masters. But this is Virtus.pro. Multiple international appearances and already has 2 titles regional in their pocket, no. And whereas Acceptance, when was the last time that you saw Acceptance in the playoffs? Exactly, no. So talagang hindi tayo nagkakamali or yung talagang mga numbers natin pumapabor para nga sa Virtus.pro just from their resume alone. Gameplay hindi pa nga natin binabanggit kasi it's already natural for them to be that amazing. Pero tingnan natin, no, Acceptance with their amazing impact run with a very slow start kung iisipin dito nga sa ating Masters, baka sakali lang naman makasungkit sila ng kahit isang set or better yet, the whole series itself.
Exactly, especially that we are like the first front witnesses na nakita natin itong si Team Acceptance in their best form, and seems like kaya naman sana, no, kung sakali. Pero tingin ba, no, sino kaya ang magsa-step up dito, no, for AT? Their absence of their star rifler was a shocker for the matchup against Attras here, and that finally he is back. So ano ang i-expect natin now that Dre is back here, Ramon?
For sure, makikita natin yung mechanics na medyo hinahanap natin from Dre Hulanted Rifler na medyo nagkukulang while we kind of expect X3D to have that experience to make up for it. Medyo nagkukulang to that proactivity. So yung init din kita natin ngayon, and who bet than to face up with this rifler na si Dre na siya nga naman na i-take over yung match while mataas yung may na yun. Feeling ko is with Dre power, I think he's gonna be able to keep up.
Let's see. Indeed, that's actually a really good take that you have there. And I guess it just boils down din siguro na sa kung paano din nila sisimulan nito. Kung umpisa pa lang malalamang sila ng VP, it will look grim for them in the long run. Pero let's see ang ating last point, no? And we're also gonna find out kung kanino naman ito dedicated. Would it be still for Team Acceptance? Yes. Acceptance reeling from the Attras loss. Actually, same sila ni VP, no? Against Execration, L.
Yeah, pinagbigyan talaga sila dito ni Attras ng pagkatalo, no? And I feel like if you're going back to Impact Spring, it's the same situation, albeit a bit closer para dito sa Acceptance. So hindi sila natalo ng 4-10 and 2-10, pero talo pa rin sila nonetheless. So, if you are going to be Virtus.pro na, okay, natalo ako ng Attras, natalo din yung Acceptance ng Attras. Ayaw ko magpatalo dito, syempre, tinalo ako nung tumalo sa akin. No. Gusto ko manalo dito. And for Acceptance, this is their hardest challenge yet, I would say. And they better be ready for it.
Agree. Yes, and we will be wishing all the best para dito, no, for Team Acceptance. But I feel like, eto na, here is the call. Sa base ang una nating mapa, ay simulan na natin to. Ramon and Nel, rakrakan na.
Maraming salamat Mochi and Salvatore para sa matchup na magsisilbing bawi ng dalawang naapi. Pero bago ang lahat no, welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa! Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El at kami ang maghahatid ng aksyon para sa Virtus.pro versus Acceptance. And honestly El, kahit saan ko pa tingnan, kahit bali-baliktaran ko pa, I can't help but look at this as Virtus.pro's moment to remind us kung bakit may local trophies sila, kung bakit sila pa rin on top 2 because of the recent history that we've seen of Virtus.pro be at the top. Pero malay mo no, ang may wagang headline sa universe na ito mangyari na manalo ang Acceptance sa Virtus.pro. Pero medyo it's hard to say pare, no?
Yeah, medyo mahirap talaga sabihin dito Ramon. I'm going to look at our stat sheet dito, diba? And I'm going to say that while itong si Acceptance, sila may pinakamaraming games technically alongside matches dito sa ating Master Summer, they did not have the success na gusto nilang makuha. No? Yes, they are winning sometimes. May nangyayari sa matches sa match nila which sabihin natin, we have talked about it na on social media. Pero at the end of it, yung assumption natin na dapat mananalo sila is nawala. No? It's more replaced na okay, ilang maps kaya makuha dito ni Acceptance. I'm still going with that same narrative dito, Ramon, dahil medyo alanganin talaga sila when it comes to Virtus.pro, a team na, sige, natalo na Execration, lamang pa rin naman overall sa macro at sa galawan ng mga players, no? So, really, it's just Acceptance trying to match the bar na ni-raise dito ni Virtus.pro. At kung ganito lang ngayon si Acceptance, sa mas maliit na bar ko, no? Kailangan nilang higitan pa yon. Hindi na nila kailangan tumapat. Kasi pag tumapat lang sila, dun pa lang mag-iisip itong Virtus.pro, ano yung gagawin nating different with our playstyle.
Yeah, that's true. I really do agree with you, no? Kasi for Acceptance, I think yung paghahabol na meron sila ngayon, medyo mahirapan sila comparing two of the teams that we have for today, no? Kasi kung titingnan mo, nalagyan mo na kayo level ng Virtus.pro ngayon. And honestly, for me, masyado mataas yung nakita mo para sa Acceptance. For me, I placed them right here for where they are right now. Pero with Dre, I feel like tataasan natin yan ng onte. Malay mo on an individual level, makakuha siya ng mga pivotal na mga kills. Katulad nga ng pinoint out ko, he's a very talented player na kaya nga naman makipagsabayan sa kahit sinong teams dito. Ultimo, siya nga yung isa sa mga nagiging pivotal players na nakalaban nila ang SGJ, a very experienced team na ultimong natalo nga because of impact frags from both Dre as well as Buting nung nakaabot sila dito nung nasa Swiss stage pa lang sila no? Pero we'll never know. Malay mo good day lang yun para kay Dre, malay mo good day lang yun para sa Acceptance, pero at least nakita natin yung ceiling na hinahanap natin from a masters level team like Acceptance nga ngayon no? Pero before anything else, mukhang ready na ang pareho nating kupunan makapasok dito sa subbase ang map pick ng Acceptance. And let's see kung ano yung mangyayari over to the comms.
Mismo ako shutter.
Patagal lang konti, patagal lang. Babaw kanan.
Ang bilis
PCR?
Pero chill lang sila Ramon, no? Very chill ang ating mga teams dito. So heck, we're gonna say goodbye to him and we're gonna point out his death here later no, pagdating ng second round siguro when given the time to talk about him. I would like to say though, VP, you don't really see them dito sa sub-base, but when you do, better expect the worst pare because they're already trying to attack dito sa VLR.
Kaya nga eh, si Drake, yan ang ina-expect natin from player like him to stand up against Elvin, pero good impact coming through from KSC as well. Maayos ang naging palitan para nang makuha yung LR control. 3v4 with the numbers down, lalong pinahirapan ng Acceptance with the kill onto Silent, mahirapan lalo ang hold ng Acceptance.
Exactly. 4v2 and going back on my notes, no? Acceptance, check, and check, no? So, yung mga chinek ko lang is mid-rounding, medyo nag-improve pero nawawala. Yung man disadvantage, alam mo naman na medyo nahihilo sila sa ganun. At yung sa executes nila dito sa GR, medyo talagang nagkakanda, laglagan lang sila like Ajax there, no? Si Ting mag-isa na lang dito, Ramon, pero I would say this the closing remarks, no, ng ating round number 1 dito sa sub-base. As much as he will try to clutch, Virtus.pro is Virtus.pro. And there's not much he can do about it lest he proves me wrong.
For sure, no? The one in his name is also the situation that he finds himself in. Sa paglabas niya dito sa skip. Isolate ba nga ba? 1 by 1 ng mga players ng Virtus.pro? Hindi. A peek from KLR, a good flash as well. Will secure Virtus.pro yung first round nila dito, you know? And it's slow and steady as ever na na-expect natin sa VP.
No, not really slow and steady.
Especially here dito sa MR, good peek coming through from KLR as well. Dre, na kanina pang nangungulit dito para sa early peak ng Acceptance. Good shot ante Elvin, pero para sa VP, saktong-sakto lang yung placement ni Yobe, bati KLR. Sa pag-peak ni Dre at ni Silent na walang bisa, yung naging hold nila sa MR.
May nasa likod niya dito, no, sitting right behind him. He's gonna get that kill, pare. Pero hindi slow and steady ang VP, no. They will try to aggress din naman since sila ngayon nasa BL side. Pero for me, no, as much as tinatry nilang saktuhin lang yung timpla ng tempo nila dito sa BL, it's Acceptance going on the aggressive. Pero more on, sige, hindi namin kayo hayaan kumuha ng space bilang GR dito, no. Virtus.pro, kami yung gagawa ng tempo, mapa anong side, and we will get this bomb plant. 2v2 ngayon, Ramon.
Siyempre para kay KSA, no? Ego check. Beautifully done onto Heck as well. Si Ting makukuha niya yung trade, pero dahil dugoan nga si Ting, isang plapla lang yan para kay Setra ngayon. Very calm para dito sa VP. Makuha nila yung MR, nag-push doon sa A. Sa 2v2 na yon, it was as textbook as ever para sa BN nila.
Oh, and Ting is gonna try to go on the aggressive here. Ramon's gonna find one, pero laboured na sobra, no? Ang tagal nung spray niya doon, pero he evacuates himself from that situation sa may woods. Ngayon, 5v4 for the side of Acceptance, and the reset is very, very good. However, for that kill, Ramon, nakakuha ng spasyo dito sa MR at sa may mid-wall ang ating mga tropa sa Virtus.pro. Ang problema lang is, walang katao-tao para sa Acceptance to meet up with them.
Exactly. It's also like an overreaction din na since nakakuha sila ng dalawa dun sa at least try to hold down that second mid. They nag-rotate na yung paramihan sa kanila over towards that side habang ang VP back again towards that LR and KSA is gonna eat the nade. Pero mukhang hindi yun enough para try niya makuha yung 2F na yun eh, no? They're gonna try to play it slow lang ulit. Dre, taking his time pero na-expect mo niya si KSA dito. Parang ang hindi eh, no? Parang he's lucky to even get himself the peak. And Setra does get the kill dito kay Ting. A little too over-aggressive para sa Acceptance.
Dire-diretso lang sila. Yobi playing with his food.
I guess the kill as well. Good shot onto 2. Silent at si Dre. Tamang chicken lang ulit para kay Yobib. Si Heck kukuha pa nga dito. Over to the rifler. As Ajax even gets one onto Elvin. Hold on. Acceptance. Nakakabangon pa. Nakakabawi pa. At nakakuha pa. Mismo space over to the map. Pero it's Zetra's world in a 1v2. And he has a lot of time to go to our 8 side.
Nasaan niya din yung C4, no? So, depende lang kung paano lalaroin ito ng Acceptance yung kanilang 2v1. Pero Cetra, mukhang magkakamali siya ng galaw dito. Dahil nandito sa likod si Ajax, pero he's still ready for the turnaround. The Colt is good. Ngayon 1v1 na sila with Heck. Sniper versus Sniper.
Kuken ba ang galawan? Or will this be a moment para kay Heck? Experience versus the firepower. And 30 seconds para lang makaikot dito si Heck. He has a good timing for this. Ine-expect ni Cetra na baka sa CR siya magpipik pero He's taking too much time. And Cetra, let's go the angle. Na-spot pa nga niya si Hek. At nag-swap pa to the M14. Si Hek pa ang mananaig. Si Hek ang kukuha ng first dub ng Acceptance.
Ang lala dito ng ating 1v1. No? The timing itself for Cetra was uncanny. Nakala ko nung naka-artic dito si Hek, no? Pero hindi pala. He switched to the EBR. This guy does not want to face Cetra in the sniper versus sniper battle. But who's to blame him, no? It's the round for Acceptance and still going strong dito. Virtus.pro sa may vents, pero si Hek nandito. Closed ang ating airflow para sa Virtus.pro at 4v5 na naman. Kailangan nilang trabahuhin pero it's these situations, Ramon, na gayang-gaya katulad ng last round, kayang trabahuhin ng Acceptance. It was a very different situation, no? Since Virtus.pro hawak nila yung may bandang bukana ng luwag, baka hayaan lang nila si KLR na gumalaw dito sa may mid, tapos biglang sasabog lang dito sa luwag.
Also interesting to note then para kay Hek, it was a reactionary play since for the past 2 early rounds na nakita natin from VP, they always have somebody pushing dun sa vents na yan. So, was it out of nowhere para mapag-pick si Hek, pero silent, good run and gun, duguan ng dalawa sa VP at si KSA yung unang mapapas lang, Ajax, another, and silent goes huge with a 2K. Acceptance, ginawang barado ang mismong entrance dun sa site. At si KLR na lang, pero walang magagawa ang leader ng VP. Acceptance make it 2 in a row.
The ventilation, no, not working dito para sa Virtus.pro. As much as they would like to use events para sa ilang mga execute, hindi daw pwede yun, sabi ng Acceptance. So si KLR dito, no, is gonna take control foods again. The rest of the members ng Virtus.pro dito sa may MR, pupushin ata nila si Dre. And they're strong as 4, no, pare. 4 sila, make it 3 right now habang hinahawakan ni Cetra yung passage natin. They're gonna execute on this anytime now.
Andre is in a very wide angle, no cover, pero with the confidence rising, syempre kukuha siya ng isa, KSA. With the second swing, goes down towards Dre Ting. Kasama naman, high-low setup, Ting will get the one. It does go down to KLR as well. Cetra demanded. And buti na lang nakuha niya yung patay kay Ajax. And with a 3v3, VP knows that they have the time. Hindi nila kailangan agresihin yung LR.
Hindi nila kailangan gumawa ng moves, no? Since technically stalemate yung nangyari doon. Nagkamali ata ng pick si KSA. He was with the util out, pare. Pero all goods lang, no? 3v3 situation. Medyo pangit dito yung HP ni Dre. And mas pangit yung pick doon ni Silent. No, papatahimikin muna siya ni Cetra. And yung akala natin na rotation dito ng VP going back to Woods is just a re-hit sa may MR pa LR. At same lang pala yung ending nila.
Ay, palambot yung pwede mga matang nakatingin lamang doon sa LR na magiging entrance ng VP. 1 minute attack. I think nasa idea na nakita niya si Elvin. And buti na lang. He trusts himself to get that shot. Patay si Elvin. Cetra doesn't hit the shot. And on the second, nakuha niya si Hek. 1v2 para kay Dre, pero ang kanyang comeback into VP will not work out this time around. It is Virtus.pro to get that 3-2.
It is indeed Virtus.pro to get that 3-2, no? It's still going to be that MR continuation dito para sa Virtus.pro. They're still gonna keep attacking it, but with a different situation this time, no? Makikita muna natin yung replay bago tayo magtuloy dito sa live round natin on how Virtus.pro was exactly going to win that round, right? Nandito si Cetra sa may passage, tinry nilang atakin yung LR, naging 2-4-2 yung trade, 3v3 yung ending, and all is well for VP. They can re-hit, they can rotate, whatever they want to do, they can do as much as they please. Pero, makakansela dito si KLR sa may Woods, kasama na yung C4. So, siguro lumitaw sa kanyang katawan, yung C4, alam na kontrolado dito na Acceptance yung objective, pero hahayaan lang nila. Ubib and KSA try to attack LR once again. Tingnan natin kung may difference in the results.
Ay, nako. Napatayo pa nga ba? Akala ko, affected sa flash tong si Yobe, ba't hindi siya makakatuloy? Pero Dre, siya pa nga yung nag-pick. Pero yung pagbawi ni Hek nandito on that fence position. Elvin goes down. Ting will get another kay Cetra as well. VP, nagkakaroon ng disconnection sa kung paano nila kinukuha yung both LR at Vents.
And yun yung problema, no? Once na tumumba yung initial approach dito sa Woods, nakatawa lang ako kasi they still try to force the step 2. Yung step 1 nila gumiba na. So it's going to be Hek controlling dito sa may CR, no? With his sniper. We're going to see if he lands the shot versus the AK. Throwback guns na naman tayo for VP, but it doesn't matter. Because Heck is not using his AWM, Paris, using the TRG. So, Yobib, Dark Prince, Golden Boy, throw all of those names. I want to see it in action first. And we're about to see it, maybe. Hold on.
The kill dito kay Silent, pero it is a dream that is not gonna be realized para kay Yobib. A good shot onto one, pero Acceptance to get the round. No? So may bawian pa rin pagdating dito sa mid-round natin, pero overall Acceptance still having the beneficial GR when it comes to those late rounds. Siguro dahil hinahawakan na lang nila patiently yung mga angulo. They're gonna start again onto MRV. Si Dre ang kalaban nila dito. Good shot onto KSA, pero all he was a bait. Good trade para kay KLR. Nasa kanila yung MR.
Sayang dito si Dre, no, naka-isa lang siya. He could have gotten 2. Si Ting ngayon, medyo naipit dito sa kanan ng ating LR, no, sa box. And he manages to get out, no. Hindi nakamark sa kanya si Setras. Setras all the way dito sa May Woods natin. Siya na yung pinatoka dito ni KLR na umay na siya, no. Lagi siya napipitas dyan. So all goods para sa VP. Ang problema though is they can't execute this LR push as 2. Kailangan may bumitaw dito ng hawak sa mid-wall natin, no? And that is going to be Elvin. So kapag hindi nila makuha ng saktuhan lang tong LR, their execute towards B site is gonna fail. So what does VP need to do right now? Kailangan nila mag-pressure ng second mid, kailangan nila mag-pressure ng passage, kailangan nilang pagalawin si Cetra or si KLR dito sa opposite side of the map. No? Nakita mo, sobrang steady ng VP ngayon dahil napaka-alanganin. Hindi nila alam kung nasa nakapwesto dito ang Acceptance. Pwede nilang i-refer, no? Yung mga previous rounds nandito yan sa may 2F, naglalaro si Ting. Pero hindi mo sure, no? Yun yung problem natin dito sa Acceptance. Being an impact team going to Masters, they are very versatile with how they do things, no? They think of the solution pare as players, not as defaults. So kung mahanap yun ng VP na hindi pwede tong dito, hindi pwede sa Woods, they need to find a solution individually rin. And I feel like the individual here would be sa may second mid, pero hanggang tanim lang si Yobib dito at duguan pa siya.
From the spam din from Ajax. Kahit siya pa nga yung duguan, syempre. Because of the security that he has on second mid. Wala siyang takot doon, pero KLR using the smoke to his advantage. 20 seconds on the execute, papasok sa shutter. At si Ajax, magagulat na lang. Paano nakapasok si KLR? Si Cetra nakahanap pa dito kay Ting VP. Surgical sa naging mid-round nila, papasok dito sa may B-site. At si Silent na lang, no util, nothing, no chance para sa Acceptance as VP has taken over sa BL side ng sub-base.
Ang ganda ng mid-rounding doon ng VP, no? So they did not just rely dito sa individuals na meron sila. They also relied on the utility na nawawala dito para sa Acceptance. Tumumba si Silent. Sure, Cetra, that's on the daily. Pero I want to talk about that smoke na ginamit nila sa second mid, pa-passage or pa-shutter, no? Nagkatarantahan sa may CR siya, sa may shutter. Hindi alam na Acceptance ang titingin. Nawalan tuloy ng marking sitting dito sa may LR2F niya. At doon nakuha ng kills si Cetra. The misdirection, no, of the attention here by Acceptance is what costed them the round. And ngayon na -1 na sila, ang dami lang kailangan tukahan at LR pa ngayon dito kay Dre. Wait lang.
Places and so many people. And they only took 1 bullet para kay Dre para pisuhan lang si KSA and Gus go down. 4 versus 4. Dre, papakitang gilas na nga over at the LR position. And just from the kill dito kay KSA, VP is now hesitating. Iniwan na nga nila dito si Yobib eh.
And feel ko, anytime soon he can activate, no? Similar to Cetra. Ang problem lang, it's not a one-shot, one-kill weapon, no? He's wearing, or he's rocking that EBR. So very wary pa rin dito si Dre. He's gonna try to do a cheeky peek and he's gonna pay for it. That is the trigger na naman dito sa VP and Acceptance. Kakagat ulit sila. This is their mistake again.
Yeah, exactly. From the one presence that they've had dito sa LR, lalong lalambot ang A-site dyan. The sacrifice was Yobib, pero with the game plan, it's already towards A-site. Heck with the shot. Elvin down. KLR has to get the trade, and with the M14, enough na yan. Pwede na para sa execute ng VP.
Nade.
2 versus 2. Nade, it does perfectly dito kay Cetra. Yung kanina pang nade para sa Acceptance. And now it all falls down to just the leader, KLR. 30 seconds.
Alam
Hindi
na.
nakatitingnan yung C4. Pupush na lang si Ajax.
Ting!
Piniso pa! At sumabog si KLR sa control room. This was Virtus.pro's round. And they got the 5-3.
Muntikan pa talaga no si Seta. Sinabihan dito na acceptance. Kaka-need mo yan sa amin. Siya sa ibang team. Ikaw naman yung babalikan namin, no? Call that karma. Pero hindi ka karmahin dito si LB sa ginagawa niyang lurk. Makakuha siya ng isa. At ito na naman, the extension na acceptance being directed to wherever they lose a member. Ramon, yan yung nakikita natin, no? It's like they have these blinders on their heads, no? Talagang kung saan man sila makakita ng depth, dun sila nakatingin pero they realize that that is their mistake and they go back to their defaults. However, KSA looking to get their attention once again.
Exactly, Dre does get him sa KSA na naman, pero yan na lang lagi, no, yung nagiging ending ng story, yung trade bilang dito kay Yobi, pero Ting will get himself the run and gun sa Dark Prince over at LR. 3v3 si Heka, magpipik naman on passage, pero Elvin, the difference, nasa midwall lang, hinihintay niya at walang kaalam-alam si Heka.
Elvin, anytime now. TikTok.
Push mo
Hello?
na yan.
Elvin?
Yan! Elvin!
Yo!
Stay down! Nagpatay
Okay.
pa nga si Hek dun!
My heart,
Pwede
the
pa rin
AK pare.
pumunta sa kahit sino, pre. Takuha pa nga niya yung patay dito kay Hek. 3v2 pa. And this time, VP are gonna go wrap around papunta dito sa may A-side si Ting. Naghahanap, naghahabol, KLR spotted and even gets the kill dito kay Ting. Silent na naman ang natitira. And instead of holding the site, he's just gonna push on towards the wag. Setra, patay pa nga. At alam nila na nasa B-site na lang sila. So 45 seconds, acceptance have to run.
Oh, silent. Medyo maganda yung posisyon niya. However, one thing's for sure, no, si Elvin malayo sa situation. So if he can isolate the 1v1, Ramon, he can win this.
He got the kill dito kay KLR. At si Elvin na lang, siya yung duguan siya din. Yung 2 kills pa lang all the way from the first half. He's gonna run and gun. And he quickly finds Elvin! Acceptance! Na-salvage pa yung round into a 5-4 dikit sa first half ng sub-base.
Dikit nga, no? It's a 1v2 na sinabi ko na yung win condition, no? If he isolates the 1v1s, pare, he can definitely win. And what did he do? He won. So, swapping onto the sides, let's see at the statistics. So, BL win rate dito, ng ating acceptance is 72%. So, this is their deadlier half. But while we listen to the comms, nagkakalingunan pa sila.
Sumang ko 140.
Mamaya, pag nag-smoke na sila.
Stop na lang. Gago mo kontak eh.
Casual lang. Very casual lang dito sa review ko siya. Nakapatay ako 2. Okay. Ganun lang sila magsalita. Pero nonchalant, exactly. Pero they're gonna keep this default, no? Kung yung acceptance kanina, medyo sabi natin mahilig kumagat sa mga binibigay ng VP na deaths, no, or kills. VP, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna let the attention come to them and then they're gonna deal with it on that area. Hindi na nila iimbestigahan yung ginagawa ng acceptance because they know that acceptance likes to play very passive, no? Dito sa mga bukana ng mga areas natin, no? Sa may MR, sa may woods. Ngayon na -2 na acceptance, though kailangan nila gumalaw and of course, looking at KSA with the smoke, he's ready to punish.
At medyo hindi din obvious yung position niya dito, no? And if ever nga na-clear to ng acceptance, it's gonna take a little bit more time para lang makuha nila yung A-site na yan. And, no? The last second decision para lang mag-hold ng cram si KSA. And I like this, no? From the flash, matadodge niya yun. And the execute comes in. Nag-ingay na nga sila. The flash is beautiful para sa Virtus.pro. Hindi na sila nakalabas ng luwag. KLR will get another kay Ting. At si Day na lang ulit ang mananatili para sa acceptance. But no longer, it is a 2K para kay KSA. And it's Virtus.pro picking up the 6 sa second half.
It's smooth sailing for that first round after those 2 initial picks dito para sa Virtus.pro, no? And once again, I'm going back to the statement na they do not need to find picks. The picks naturally come to them, no? And I will like to talk about Hek dito, no? Kapag dumating sa BL side natin, it's always Hek trying to go for the kills. But in order for him to get kills, pare, he needs a sacrifice, no? Kailangan mag-pick muna si Silent, si Ajax, si Dre, si Ting, kung sino man dito sa Acceptance before siya pumik. So if you're going to do that versus Cetra, that's already a 5v3. Because Cetra is a hard man to beat in the sniper setting. Paano pa kaya kung kailangan mo pang alayan ng isang tao, no? Heck. So Heck, as much as he is leading the plus-minus dito natin na statistic, he got that through, I don't want to say the word, but I'm going to say it, baiting his teammates, no? It kind of works. I'm going to be honest, it kind of works. But versus Virtus.pro, no? Mahirap yan. Lalo na kapag sila Yobib, ganito yung pestuhan kalalim sa woods natin. Alanganin, no? So, as much as paunahin niya si Ajax, alay lang to. Diba?
Nga, at alay na hindi makakuha ng trade si Ajax. Let's go down onto Yobib. Elvin confidently swings and pushes into Dre as well. Acceptance, barado ang pareho nilang entrances. Yung LR, hindi nila ma-push. Yung Woods, isa lang yung mapapatay nila kay Yobib, pero that's also because he swung onto Acceptance into a 3v4, 55 seconds L.
Exactly. All this time spent ski-daddling dito sa labas ng ating sub-base, all for naught. Nakita mo, si Heck pa nga yung nag-trade. Pero ilan yung nabawas, Ramon? Sabihin mo sa akin, ilan yung nabawas sa Acceptance? 2, di ba? So exactly the situation I was telling you, no, kung bakit hindi ka effective si Heck versus Cetra when it comes to that sniper duel because of Heck not being confident enough in trying to get these picks. Pero ayun na nga, no, he got the confidence. I would like to see more of that. It's a 3v3 and they would like to go dito sa may luwag to attack the site A.
They have to double time din. Papasok nila, kaso napatay si Silent on the drop. Papasok na nga sila ng site. Naging kulang pa nga ang Acceptance. Ting goes down after the shot on Cetra. And KSA, easy pickings lang onto Heck as well na iwan ang dalawa sa luwag. Nakuha ang 4-7 VP. The easiest 3v2 of their lives.
Inaurahan na lang dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Happy accidents as we like to call it dito kay Dre. Pero they're gonna continue under pressure. 4-man strong dito sa may LR. They're already in and Elvin has a lot to do.
Ajax doing a little bit too much on the push. He does get himself Elvin and Cetra. Priority picks para sa VP. Yobib nasa DR pa at baka mawala ang liwanag ng Acceptance sa pag-push nila ng site. Pero Ting and Dre, they're doing everything para lang makapag-push sila dito sa may B site. Nakapag-plant pa sila ng C4. KSE na lang. And Mighty Ian can make a miracle happen with the 2 kills that he's had. It is possible for him to clutch this out. AK-47 para sa kanya. Na-spot niya yung IGL ng Acceptance. Pero ang dami pang oras para bumalik ng DR. He has to be the distraction. Si Ting hindi pa alam.
Ganda ng crossfire.
15. It's a lot of time. Beautiful crossfire as you mentioned. Hindi makalabas si KSA at si Ting pa nga ang kakain kay KSA ng buhay. Acceptance with a banger of an entry. Get the job done.
And they need to do that more often, no, Ramon? Kasi doon nila nabigla dito yung Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, siguro, na-realize sila, this is reminiscent of what Stallions does to them most of the time, no? They just rush and they just out-aim you. But it's not technically out-aiming if you're not prepared for the duel, no? So, the next time that happens, no? I feel like ito mga players na sa Virtus.pro, prepared na sila, and they would expect na pwede tayong rushin ng ganun-ganun. At nakita mo naman ngayon, yung adjustment nila sa LR, no? Players 4 and 2, Elvin and Cetra, naka-crossfire na dito. They put the sniper marking dito sa may angatan ng MR. And they are ready for any pushes. No? Hayaan nila yung sa luwag, mahirap pigilan yan. No? They would rather go for the retake sa site A. Pero for the MR situation, pare, I feel like tama yung naging decision making dito ng Virtus.pro to really just hold it with 2 members and then contact the rest for this GR side, no? Talking about Acceptance naman, no? Buying a bit of time here and there, making sure that may presence sila sa may passage, so may woods, pero at the end of the day, no, once the utility is being thrown, dun sila nagpaparamdam at mukhang dun din sila entry. Si Heck medyo na kukunatan dito ng pitas pero hindi pa siya mamamatay. Si Elvin though, very very low. Pero wala pa rin nangyayari sa Acceptance. Passiveness, no? Hindi na to slow mid-rounding. Passiveness na to from them. And siguro yung next move na nila would be the deciding dito sa round number 13 natin.
Third need din nila yun para lang ma-flush out si Elvin on the position. And normally in that position, you'd normally expect a kill. Pero
Wala.
I feel AT are just investing that much util for nothing unless mag-push sila mismo. Dito sa may LR, sitting pa nga ang mangunguna para gawin lang yung plano na yan. And instead of Elvin being there, si KLR naman ang susuporta. Siya dapat ang magiging balakid para hindi makapasok ang Acceptance. Double flash coming in, Ajax, siya pa nga yung naging pain, siya pa nga yung unang mamatay. Pero Ting gets the trade. 1-for-1 sa pagpasok ng 2F. Cetra gets 1 and 2! The punches from Cetra is beautiful para sa Virtus.pro and make it a 3K. He went from a boxer into a point guard para sa Virtus.pro. 8-5. They are taking over the GR side.
Kumbaga yung sniper niya to, yung Arctic niya, yun yung haymaker. Pero sumala yung haymaker, he went for the quick 1-2 na lang. And the third pa nga dito, no, Cetra, the versatility of this man. His Colt and his Arctic, pare, very, very creative and very, very precise in using these guns, no? Alam niya kung kailan yung situations na pwede siya mag-pull out ng secondary, and looking at the replay, he immediately knew na kapag hindi ako nakakuha ng kills dito, mawawala yung position namin. And so he switches to the secondary, goes for the 1-2 punch, and the third pa nga, no, to boot. So, Virtus.pro, taking their A through Cetra, will be happy with the results. And I feel like, once again, Acceptance, they're gonna just rely on the fast push. Pero wait, hesitation. Dito sa may luwag, they need to go now because nandito si KLR and he knows.
Pisuot pa nga siya. Mag-hold na lang dito sa Cram, Ajax. Good flick para dito. Pupunta kay KLR on the push. Ajax, ang layo ng mga teammates mo! At ang easy lang para kay Ubib. Acceptance still have the plant. And it goes into that 4v4. We're going into the retake scenario. At ang Virtus.pro relying on that retake na kanina pa nga nating nakita, no? Giving up that A site. Try to win it out sa flank nila. Ubib, KSA, sama-sama lang para makakuha ng opening sa likod. Heck with a shot, pero Ubib with the trade. Goods na yon. Nakakuha sila ng entrance from that luwag position. Pero yung pinakamatiging surprise dito ay si Trey. Pero napatay pa nga siya ni Ubib. Nakakuha pa nga ng dalawa. 10 seconds. Silent has to be the hero. Has to be the hero himself. Pero Elvin, siya pa ang kukuha! Siya pa ang kukuha para sa Virtus.pro! Set point for VP!
And yun na nga, no, kapag nagpapan na tayo sa mga gantong klaseng observer cameras, that is a timeout dito for either of the team. And Acceptance, I've been seeing a trend, no, week 1 and week 2. Specifically, Stallions, Execration, and Acceptance. You can even put in matches and CBF. Why do you guys like to time out at the 9th round ng kalaban? Questions lang dyan sa mga kaibigan natin sa viewers. Na ba't sila nagta-timeout ng 9th round pag matatalo na sila? Bigyan nyo ako ng sagot. Pero nevertheless, going to the timeout, I feel like kailangan talaga dito na Acceptance to get that hesitation out of the way. Ngayon sila yung BL. And once the hesitation is out of the way, no, they're getting the picks. They just can't convert the post plant correctly. Nakita natin si Heck, he was out in the open. He got the one. The second, hindi siya nakaalis, no. Kailangan niyang maka-angle ng malupitan dito na makakaalis siya and then reposition deeper and deeper into the site na kung saan kahit atakehin niya ng Virtus.pro, knowing na sila yung magde-defuse, mas delikado for them, no? Dahil may crossfires all around dun sa site A, sa site B. You can see sa camera natin na pinalipas na dito ng ating mga observers. Si Coach 02, he's explaining something but not really intense, no? Hindi kasing intense katulad ng mga timeouts nila kahapon kung saan natatalo sila. Pero yun nga, no, when you are leading 9-5, it's just a day's work dito for Virtus.pro to, you know, convert this into a possible win and Acceptance. Overtime ang kailangan talaga nila dito, no, to secure that 9-5 comeback.
Alam mo, yung pinaka-reference ko lang kung mataas ba yung vibes si 02 o hindi is if magalaw yung kamay niya. Sa mga timeouts natin, di ba? Ngayon, syempre nakita mo stable. Nakikita mo medyo hindi na kailangan gumalaw masyado. Just tells you the state that Virtus.pro are in na kailangan nila magseryoso. Pero hindi naman to the point na marami nagkakamali sa side nila. May laban yung Acceptance. Kita mo, may mga times na goods pa rin naman yung nagiging entry sitting at saka ni Dre, lalo na sa pag-push nila on that LR position. But other than that, pre, I can't really say from a pound-per-pound perspective, sa retake scenarios dito sa VP, they're able to kind of stabilize that to get themselves set point right now. What is the game plan ngayon sa ET now that they're on the ropes?
They're gonna go for that MR push na naman, no? But this time, it's not 4-man strong. There's gonna be a split towards B, no? Pero look at the reception ng Virtus.pro. Nakita yung flash and they're gonna go, Cetra!
Ooh! Good shot onto Ajax nga naman. We needed so much more from this kid. He's been outclassed by Yotib from yesterday's games. And we need a reminder from VP kung gaano nga pala sila katindi dito sa Crossfire. Good shot on Silent. Good entry from Daisy Ting. Nakasalo pa nga kay Elvin. Taking advantage of a cold game. Yobib, good spray at the Silent. Pero nakaplat pa rin ng 80. Pero Yobib, still the Dark Prince. At walang magbabago doon. Si Ting pa nga. At si Ting ang pinakauling mamamatay sa 80. Laban sa Virtus.pro na gutom at galit na galit.
The thing is, you cannot beat Virtus.pro when they want to bounce back from a loss, and that will be Virtus.pro taking the map pick of Acceptance cleanly 10-5 fashion, Ramon. What else is there to say, no? They just abused the settings na binibigay sa kanila ng Acceptance. And Acceptance, they really can't think of other ways to get their GR and BL size rolling, no? Sure, nung halftime, medyo malinis, no? 5-4. Pero once the sides have swapped, once yung Virtus.pro na yung humahawak ng GR side natin and they are going to receive the offense, no? They're ready and waiting the sides, etc. Showed us how to be a good reception, pare.
Yeah, for sure, pare. No? From the moment that he picked up a lot of those early frags dito sa TRG, from the moment as well na ginagamit nila yung retake strategy, no, para malabanan na nang harap-harapan yung Acceptance, doon man naramdaman yung difference and how well they set up their protocols, kung gaano nga nila naka-counter yung nagiging good for one stats na nakita natin from Heck trying to hold up those flanks as well. While we could say that individually may pambanat pa naman yung Acceptance laban sa Virtus.pro, pero as a team, from the macro strategy, from how flexible they are in a lot of situations na nakuha sila, medyo malaki yung difference na nakikita natin. And I think that's not because of the accolades, but because of the chemistry that they've already established from Virtus.pro na din.
Exactly, no. I would like to point out, no, sa ating statistics, mga viewers natin dyan, Acceptance ang team na may highest kills as a team. Total, no? Well, given na ang dami nila nilarong set, halos lahat nag-3 maps, sila yung may highest kills. Pero kahit tanggalin natin yung mga losses nila and tanggalin natin yung mga set trees nila, they still have the highest skills. Why? Because they are an aggressive team. They have the individual firepower. Pero may isang thing na nagkulang at hindi si Ting yun, si Heka. As much as Heka was doing his best dito sa ating sub-base, he still got outclassed by Cetra because of the fact that I told earlier na kailangan niya ng isang alay bago siya makakuha ng pick, no? I need that Heck na nagfe-flex ng muscle. I need that Heck na bumibigay ng isang malupitang pick to beat Cetra. We need that for the second map, Ramon. Kapag hindi siya nagpakita, you might as well write this one off towards Virtus.pro.
And that's something that we kind of expected from the get-go, you know? Pero hopefully, we will be proven wrong from Acceptance at this given state. Pero for now, it is going to be VP's sub-base right here into the 1-0. Pero bago ang lahat, bago tayo pumasok sa set 2, syempre, ipasa na natin sa panel, no? Kasi syempre, mas marami pa sila pag-uusapan dito. Mochi and Salvatore, take it away.
Tamang-tama ka dyan, no, Ramon, and as well as El, maraming salamat, and boy, oh boy, alam mo, Salvatore, okay na sana yung simula dito ng Acceptance, no? Yung mga moments na napapawaw tayo sa mga picks ni Heck, no, na ginawa niya yun, no, kay Cylon. Tapos parang nagtataka tayo minsan, nasaan si Ajax, no? Which is, actually, okay naman sana, no, sa umpisa, pero unfortunately, yun nga lang nga, may isang critical na pagkakamali, yun yung fact na sobrang loosely knit nila at ang layo nila lagi sa isa't isa.
Mochi, no, mag-iisang linggo na hanggang ngayon, hinahanap pa rin talaga natin si Ajax. Pero may isang bagay dito yung overblock mo, Mochi. Kaya natalo ang Acceptance kasi may isang bata na pangalan Christian Gonabaro na buhay, naglaro ng Crossfire at ayun, nasa loob na ng subbase natin ngayon. What I mean is, Cetra, the moment na pumasok ang second half, hindi ko alam, parang may command ata dito si 02 na parang si Jarvis, tapos pina-activate niya dito bigla si Cetra. He's just aggressively doing everything at this point para sa map control, sa roaming, at higit sa lahat talaga maramdaman yung presensya ng karamihan ng acceptance na merong Cetra sa kahit anumang parte ng mapa talaga. So it's just a battle of wits eh. Parang naging consistent si Cetra just based off of his skills. Tulad na itong highlight na to, napaganda pa yung double kill, binoga niya pa yung huling player, tapos ayun, wala nang naging split offense ang acceptance dito, no, na dapat gumawa ka sa LR mula sa passage. Maganda na sana yun for acceptance. Pero clearly, no, Mochi, ito ang tinek sa lalamunan ng acceptance. Si Cetra mismo. Neither si Heck, neither si Ajax sa kanyang entry, or even si Dre, wala silang magawa sa nagbabagang Cetra. And sadly enough, pre, kahit sabihin nating may advantage ang acceptance sa mapan to, as long as namubuhay si Cetra, they just cannot do anything.
More than just sa sakit ng ulo itong si Cetra, no? It's the entire plague that is affecting etong si Team Acceptance. Pero tignan mo na ba, no? 100% rating. Si Ubib nahiya pa, no? Hindi pa ginawang 100 yan. 99.9% pa kanyang rating dito. Pero ganun lang din naman kalala. Even yung kanilang kapitan dito na si KLR, no, that is just pretty much ensuring, no, na merong rest back ang ganyan mga kasama. Pero dito, Acceptance, nice try. You know, even pointing out itong si Ting, no, that definitely did a decent performance, no, despite yung mga hinaharap nilang mga issue every single round, katapat ang Virtus.pro.
Grabe, man. From despite the 22 and 11, actually, you know, Yobib still scored like i-round off na natin yan. Pagbigyan na natin si Yobib. 100 na nga yun eh. No? And let's take a look at the set summary even better para mas maging rough patch nga to para sa nanonood eh. No? Ting, the player to watch out talaga, no, for Acceptance, really delivered a solid outing sa kanilang pagiging backup and at the same time anchor player. Kaso nga lang kasi the kills na meron si Ting, hindi siya nako-convert into a run simply because lahat ng mga nakukuha niyang kills is good enough. Hindi siya good enough to win, it's good enough kasi napigilan niya yung split offense ng Virtus.pro. And that's about it. Yung mga iba niya namang kakampi, minsan pumapalyar, minsan hindi mo rin naasahan sa kanya-kanyang mga role. That's because ganun na nga talaga ka-inflated yung kills dito ni Ting. He can do it, but he still needs teammates. Ganyan talaga kahirap ang trabaho na isang backup. You have to do everything at this point at pinakita nga yun ni Ting. Kaya NT para ka sa Acceptance.
Pero ang GG's, ito ay kay Cetra, no? 1.78 with the KD and syempre naman no, 100% rating and sure ball na merong isang mapipitas kada isang round. And I don't know kung anong meron din kay Cetra, no? For some reason, may parang yun na yung kanyang passive dito, no? Na every time nababato niya yung granada niya sa isang laro, laging merong matatamaan na isa. It's just something dito na hindi na lang yung sniper niya tumatawa, ultimo yung granada, okay nga rin pala. Pero again, no, first map natin already been taken away by Virtus.pro. Ano naman kaya ang mangyayari sa mapa ng port maya-maya? May bawi pa kaya ang Team Acceptance? Malalaman natin yan after a few minutes. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Nakapag-saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Magandang hapon at naririto tayo muli still sa laban ng Virtus.pro versus Team Acceptance na kung saan aalamin natin kung meron kayang maipapamalas na galing ang Team Acceptance sa sariling mapa ng Virtus.pro. Ano ang magiging thoughts mo dito, Salvatore?
Lang naman yan, Mochi, laban-laban, o bawi-bawi lang naman yan eh, no? Si Acceptance, pre, kailangan natin makita yung Black Widow. Kung gusto nyo talagang may mga maniwala sa inyo na playoff caliber ang Acceptance. Etong week number 1 at week number 2, no, Mochi, dito natin hinahanay yung mga nasa Group A sa Group B rather. Si Group A, playoffs yan, si Group B, see you next time na lang talaga ang masasabi natin dyan sa Group B. And syempre, Acceptance, ayaw nilang mapunta sa Group B dito. No? And the best example yet, kailangan natin silang makita sa ating set number 2. There is potential. Kaya ni Silent, kaya ni Dre. They just need to Alt F4 o kaya F11 nila sa lobby si Cetra. I can see the potential for Acceptance. They just have to play it smart, Mochi.
Na para bang sobrang dali nun gawin. Pero tingnan nga natin kung makakalaban at bawi nga ba itong si Team Acceptance. Tawagan na natin ang mga casters, El and Ramon.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Salvatore. This is the port map. Ito yung map pick ng VP at because of that sub-base, I feel like mas lalong lumalabo. Mas lumalabo pa nga sa blurred yung nakikita natin from Acceptance. Pero mali mo nga naman, di ba? As long as makuha nila yung pick dito kay Cetra, baka lumaki yung difference dito para sa Acceptance.
Yeah, this is a map kung saan dapat pagpakitang kilos na si Heck, no? Yung sinasabi ko kanina bago natin ibalik sa panel yung usapan na Heck needs to pick. No, he needs to pick and flex para kailangan niyang mauna sa silipan dito bilang sniper player. Kasi pag hindi niya ginawa yon at nauna pa dito sila Ting, sila Ajax, sila Silent, talagang 5v3 talaga pagkatapos. Pero I feel like Port, pare silang comfortable, pero I would say VP is much more comfortable, lalo na yung nakita natin dun sa matches na game nila. When they take control of CA, pare, no matter which side, it's kind of over dahil they have all the mid rounds capable dito kapag nakuha nga nila yung CA.
For sure, no? And you mentioned that those power positions nga naman, and it's very much a key para makuha nga ng Virtus.pro. Yung mga yun, considering that they are gonna be starting on BL. It's almost feeling like yung win con nila is confused lang talaga si Heck dito, no? And that's been kind of the game plan na nakita natin sa sub-base. For sure, dito sa port, mas lalong maging biggest focus nila yung i-priority yung macro play dito, no? Kasi kung mahirapan ka nga on BL trying to aggressively push sa mga sites natin, then you can kind of counter that with just killing them off with the sniper sa top A o kaya sa nasa likod lamang ng site. Pero when you're on BL, you just slow things down. I-force mo yung mga power plays natin from Acceptance, yung pag-push ni Silent, yung pag-push ni Ting, kasi may mga tendencies na nakita natin yun nung nasa sub-base pa lang tayo, no? Overall, I feel like madali lang yun para gawin yun ng Virtus.pro, no? So, I feel like it's gonna come down to not only Heck in his mid-round, pero to the individuals themselves para lang magkaroon ng discipline sa gatong regard, El.
Kung individuals lang din naman yung titingnan natin, no? Kailangan natin makita yan sa BL side where itong si Acceptance, they tend to go passive at the start of the round talaga. Sa may court lang sila, sa may bridge lang sila, sa may door A lang sila nag-aantay, and then nag-aantay sila siguro ng biyaya dito sa GR kung magpo-push or magpipick, no? I don't want to see that again. Especially dito sa Virtus.pro na alam mong they're gonna match you 2-for-2 na sige, passive kayo, passive din kami. Walang magsisilipat. Pupunta kayo sa site. At kahit anong setup niyan ng Virtus.pro sa GR, kahit i-5-0 rush mo yan, pagdating ng 30 seconds, magugulat ka na lang. Pagdating nyo sa site, 5v3, 4v2, at namaya 3v1 na lang yan in the end of it all. Dahil sa ating rotation speed dito ng Virtus.pro. Pero we're gonna go into the game. Listen na yun a bit. Baka may mamatay na naman habang nagsasalita sila.
BR nila?
Wala.
Excuse. Smoke, para gawas.
So far, so good. Wala pang casualty.
Kalmado lang.
Dito sa acceptance.
Ako ni smoke na.
Well, nga, no? Seems like Virtus.pro, they're gonna do the same thing na ginagawa ng acceptance na they're waiting for something. They're chilling for a bit. Pero na kapag gumalaw sila, the first move here would be towards that CA angle. At nakita mo ngayon, minamarkahan ni Dre yung CA because he knows that he watched the VODs and this is where they usually put Elvin. No? And speaking of Elvin, the number 2 player dito sa mga circles natin sa mapa, he's right there with the pack, pare. No? Usually siya yung number 3. Doon siya sa position ng door A, pero yun na nga, they're gonna start crawling up, they're gonna take CA, and once they take the CA, pinipigilan sila ng acceptance, no? Pero walang kwenta yan, si Dre talaga yung pipigil.
For sure. So siya may first contact dito sa CA, good flash, at si Dre hindi siya magda-drop. At si Elvin ang kukuha dyan, Cetra on the second as well. At yung sinabi ko kanina, bait out acceptance to play that those angles. At yun nga ata yung ginawa ng VP. They even get tong sitting without even moving a muscle.
Exactly. Talagang alam ni Elvin na natuto siya sa matches na, okay, baka inaantay lang ako dito. I'm gonna throw a flash and I'm gonna throw another one para dito kay Ajax sa may top A. Yo, babe, di nakatingin and they might as well continue the fight.
Kaso, hindi nakatingin dito kay Elvin and Elvin gets the easiest spray down of his life kay Ajax. So it's a 1v4 now para kay Heck, and this guy's been the talking point para sa acceptance. He can't be the guy who sacrifices every single member na acceptance to get the kills. Kung may visual siya dito kay Cetra, and he isolates Elvin on the rotation. VP planted the bomb dito pa lamang on the way towards that P site, kaso daming oras na napipilas lang para kay Heck, at sa pagpasok niya sa slope, mapapatay lang siya ng Virtus.pro. 1-0. Very calm on the approach.
Very calm indeed. Virtus.pro showing mastery of this map, knowing na possible may nag-aantay na dito sa CA. What did Elvin do? Throw a flash, bait the shot, and go in with the jumping lason ng USP. Dre, okay, hindi siya si bipolar, no? He got it in like 2 tries dito sa ating double jump. Pero yun nga, no? Tinry nila kontrolin at mukhang siya pa nga yung mapipilas dito. Alam ni EOBB yan, yung mga ganyang galawan na talagang kukontrol niya yung CA since nawalan tayo ng timing. Pero yun na nga, ang ating pag-uusapan talaga dito, Ramon. If CA cannot be controlled by VP, you expect them to counter you in that specific area as well. So, dito naman tayo sa ating holdings sa BL side. You see that nade pop and you see Elvin there again. Nothing to, diversify dito para sa Virtus.pro. It's the same thing. Nakita mo yung mga nades na hinahagis ng acceptance. No effect whatsoever. And they're just double checking kung may tao ba talaga dyan bago sila magpatuloy na rotate dito sa may LA, which I feel like they're gonna go back into, dahil nakuha nga nila yung CA again.
He's gonna set up for that split over to LA na naman. And nanote mga na usually si KSA yung nagpo-push with the team onto the mid side kanina, Kung kanina nasa SD siya kanina, it's because he wants to be that first forward contact on LA. Kung makita lang siya ng isang sniper doon ng top A, he's willing to risk his life para lang makakuha ng space yung mga nasa LA natin for VP. Pero hold on, KSA, siya yung nasa mid. At si Ajax, siya yung kukuha kay Yobib ngayon. Run and gun para kay KSA. Nakakuha siya ng space, nakuha pa nga niya. Si Heck at si Dre, isa pa para kay leader Kel R. Just to dominate that top A for VP, it is doable on the retake for acceptance. Kaso, 35 seconds at magkahiwalay pa si Ting at si Silen to force KSA on an isolated angle. Sneaky beaky like lang to para kay Silen, pero para kay KSA, kala mo Mac 10 ang hawak niya. 1v3 para kay Ting. And so much time wasted para lang sa batang to. What can he do? With a high low just like that, it is impossible para kay Ting. 2-0 para sa VP.
Not much they can do there, no? Sabi ko nga sa'yo, ang ending dito ng Virtus.pro pag kinuha nila yung CA is if may control sila ng Z, they're gonna go for the split B. If they may control sila ng wala, CA lang, they're gonna go for that GR bridge split towards A. And exactly what happened was the GR split, dito sa, or GR bridge split dito sa A site natin. And yun na nga, parang simple move. It's always that same opener, parang chess lang, Pawn to E4 or E3. Depends kung anong klaseng opening gusto mo. And they will continue on their mid-rounding from that points onward, no? Pawn to E4 dito ng Virtus.pro is that CA take. And as much as ang tagal nila mag-prepare ng CA take na yun, kumbaga nag-stretching pa lang sila ng fingers nila, they're gonna diversify naman, no? Okay, L, kanina mo pa sinasabi yung CA na yan, pumunta na maming house B, sumala si Heck and he's about to get bombarded.
He's gonna have to go back, pero he wants to go for another one. Kaso, Cetra, no fear in this man. He's gonna entry with the sniper. And take Sec to school, pare. 4 versus 5 Acceptance. Responding dahil sa naging early aggress ng VP on store. Pero knowing VP, no, nag-ingay lang sila na madalian at hindi nila itutuloy yung push dun sa B-side.
That's the pick that is very, very important dito for the side of VP. Notice na sinabi ko, they don't really need to take CA, pero they're still defaulting back to it. At si Elvin na naman yung nandun, no? Tignan mo, akitin niya pa talaga yung hagdan na yan pa CA. As much as they want to go into the site, there is still this protocol for Virtus.pro na CA yung kunin natin, CA yung kunin natin. At pagdawahan nila yan, lo and behold, they're still gonna split towards B. Possibly dahil mag-iingay lang yan si Elvin dito sa may A side. He's gonna throw a smoke. Pero yun na nga, no? Pepekein lang nila yan.
Parang
so wait lang, babalik A.
Yung Acceptance kung magpupush pa nga sila si Ting. Naku pa nga nila si Yobib. Pero again, fake lang yun para sa VP. So at the end of it, parang okay lang. Nabigay na yung buhay dito si Yobib kasi hindi naman yan yung magiging endgame ng Virtus.pro. KLR pushing into Ajax at quickly shuts him down. And push coming in for KSA. Saktong-sakto kay Dre yung smoke. Into the 4 versus 1. Cetra. Beautiful shot kay Ting at si Silent. Ma-isolate lang ni KLR. Talaga nga namang it took so much time para sa VP. Just the way they like it, El.
That's the way they like it. Timeout dito for Acceptance. And tingnan mo yung hand signals dito ni Heck, no? He's talking to Silent, I think. Kasi si Silent lang naman nakatingin dito sa kaliwa, no? Si Heck nakatingin sa kanan. Tinitingnan nila yung mga sinasabi dito ni Heck, no? Like, anong gagawin natin sa CA? Acceptance, the problem is not CA. The problem is mid. Why? Because the only way they get control of CA is they need to go through mid. Kailangan niya yung ginawa ng matches. They fought hard sa may mid. Yung trap kailangan manggaling sa mid. At hindi nyo pwedeng tambayan yung CA na yan. Kailangan kunin nyo yung CA at dun kayo dapat kumuha ng laban para sa bottom mid. Ilang beses yan ginawa ng matches pero to no avail, no? Hindi nila na-realize yung full complete plan. Ngayon na looking back at the board na ni-review ko personally, yun yung pinaka-solution dito possibly for Acceptance. Let's see if they realize that. Let's see if makuha nga nila yung picks. Pero one simple adjustment kung ayaw nila gawin yun, lagay nyo si Hex sa mid. No? I-challenge nyo yung sniper ng kabila. Challenge nyo si Cetra. Malay mo nga, si Cetra pa yung hindi ka nandun sa mid. No? He's holding store B maybe. And kapag nandun si Heck, wala siyang kalaban na sniper, he might be able to get a kill. And that confirms the man advantage para sa Acceptance, no? Shoutout sa nasa likod ni Ajax. Talagang di natin alam kung siya yung coach o he's just a bystander na, uy, ano to Masters to nunod nga ako. Pero yeah, I feel like all good sila sa nila. Ito, shoutout din sa nasa likod ni KLR. That guy is goated for having one hell of a macro dito sa port kasi it looks unbeatable sa BL side. Pero there are solutions, no? We just haven't seen a team find the solution to this BL side ng Virtus.pro. And I want to see it anytime soon, no? If ma-figure out man nito ni Heck and the boys.
Nga eh. So double down din on Heck, pare. I kind of respect din na tinitake niya yung decision na gumawa ng mga early peaks. Kanina, nakita natin from the PR and ngayon nung nakita natin on store, talagang tinitake niya yung initiative para lang ma-stop yung Virtus.pro dun sa first contact. Pero the fact that he wants to kind of double dip dun sa naging problema niya dun kanina is kind of something na dapat nang i-address early on, especially without having the crossfire setup dun sa house na nakita natin. But overall, balik na ulit tayo sa ball game. VP 3-0 and what are they gonna do? Slow pace na ulit para sa kanila.
Ganda replay lang, no? Everything starts for CA here. Pero Acceptance, nilabanan dito sa may Z, tutumba, and they have Z control. Virtus.pro continuously taking mid, hindi nakinig ang Acceptance, no? Or rather, hindi yun yung timeout nila, no? Sino ba naman ako para pakinggan? Pero still, the timeout, ineffective, at least for me, no? They have Z, they don't need CA Ramon, and they can just chill dito sa House B, no? For how long they like.
Exactly.
Pero syempre, babalik pa rin na CA si Elvin. Look at that. It's the protocol.
Ang greedy. Well, I wouldn't say greedy kasi syempre, they want an insurance if ever man na hindi mag-work yung B. Pero with how fluid VP have been moving around dito sa BL nila on port. Walang takot yung mga to. KSA peeking. And Dre spotted as well. The wraparound from KSA is beautiful para lang mapitas nila si Dre. 3v5 VP controlling yung rotation ng Acceptance. Ajax does get the kill off cam. Papunta dito kay KLR. Pero syempre si KSA walang takot yan. At ina-double down pa nga niya. Yung pag-hold niya on RS Heck. Spotted na din. Does go down Ajax. Susunod pa sa hukay ng Virtus.pro. Another round after the timeout.
Alam mo, after nung initial pick nila doon sa Z, that was just KSA versus Acceptance. Hindi na gumalaw yung natitirang miyembro ng VP. That's how either disciplined they are or had sadyang they let KSA off the leash na. The mad dog dito ng Virtus.pro or rather the mad bear, KSA. When he gets his spot, pare, you know he's gonna abuse his spot until he dies. And if he's not dying, he's gonna keep on going, and he kept on going for that round. Same approach na naman dito for Virtus.pro, and Acceptance still not figuring out how to really stop this BL side ng Virtus.pro. You need to go to mid, pare, no? Heck, Ajax Silent, you need to find a solution that mid is where you need to be contesting. I don't really feel that this CA take is good unless, of course, may extra tao dyan sa Z siya sa BR ninyo, no? So, pag gumalaw na yung Virtus.pro dyan sa CA, syempre may kasama yung mga nades, may mga flashes yan, tutumba si Dre, and this B-side hold, I don't really feel na kakagat yan ang Virtus.pro. They're gonna use it as a distraction to go towards mid. Another split, casual for Virtus.pro.
Ang split na nakita din natin kanina where they kind of use yung fake util dun sa A. Also na push on towards B side. KLR, another quick spray down dito kay Heck. IGL versus IGL violence. At syempre si VP ang manana egg. Ajax wala siyang pake sa mga nagpupush sa kanya sa likod niya. Kaso patay ang mga nagro-rotate na Acceptance. Yobib with that entry is beautiful. 2 versus 2.
Wow.
Yobib lining up the frags onto Acceptance with Silent running and gunning down tong si Yobib. Set na lang ang natitira. Yung set MVP kanina has to go huge with the shot. Silent! Hindi pa niya napila si Virtus.pro. Seta still wins with the Colt and gets the round for VP.
Caught in 4K yung whiff ng EBR. Pero how did the Cetra even survive that close kapag ako binabaril ng ganun kalapit? Namamatay ako eh. May anting-anting ata si Cetra, no? Nung umulan ng CF skills, nasa labas si Cetra, may daladalang timba. Grabe. If this BL side continues, for the side of Virtus.pro, you can expect a 9-0 half. I'm calling it right now. Dahil, yun nga, no, being analytical about this, Ramon, I don't see a single thing that Acceptance is doing right in trying to figure out this BL side ng Virtus.pro. Tingnan mo naman, Virtus.pro, their idea is to get CA, to get control of mid, to do a split. No matter what happens, we can do a split because we have control of mid, Z, or CA. Pero tingnan mo yung galawan na Acceptance. Sige, pupunta naman yan ng site. Sa site na lang tayo. Pero kapag dinumog yung site mo from 2 different angles, make that 3 different angles, anong gagawin ng man advantage yun, di ba? So, this time around, they're gonna keep it simple. Virtus.pro might just go for the standard LA push, pero of course, may sariling timpla yan, no? May 0 to spice level yan.
At ang flavor na yan, nag-hold on to the mid side kanina, pero with LA now, forward push top from KSA, o nga, parang fake na nga yun eh, no? Iiwan si KSA dun sa LA, pero ang VP, looking to contest that mid and possibly make some more moves sa kabilang side.
Yeah. So, no, he is kind of sniffing it out na, no? Naaamoy na yan, okay, parang fake lang itong ginawa sa'yo, pero hindi. That plant dito ni KSA was just an insurance para, kunwari, isa lang yung manggagaling sa CA, pero surprise, tatlo pala sila. It's another bodega split towards A site dito for VP and heck, Dre, good luck, no? Maiipit kayo dahil yung rotation mo maiipit.
Ipit na nga si Heck. Silent, good pick on to Elvin, pero si Dre pa nga.
Wait.
Ang iisang papatay dito kay KSA. Hold on, VP still with the entry. They get themselves 2. Yun nga lang, Ajax still. Makuha pa nga ng chance. Nakuha pa nga niya si Yobib through the smoke. Ginagaan ang VP and Ting will survive. KelR does go down. Acceptance, with just one singular man, is able to get yung first round nila.
Pili ko, pin-refire lang yun eh. Doon nang naka... Uy! Tabi!
Uy!
Tabi ba yun eh? Yung setup natin nawala na. Tingnan muna natin tuloy yung replay. Buti na lang nagka-replay tayo. Tingnan natin yung final kill. Si KLR, naka-usli yung ulo niya doon sa hagdan at nauluhan lang talaga siya because of the pre-fire. As much as KLR tried to be on time doon or sa hanapan niya ng timing, nawala. No? So, naka-circles ko siguro dito yung VP or yung Acceptance na hindi na yung 0. 8-1 kasi it came down to a 50-50 1v1, no? But still, going back, same situation, smoke mid, wait for a few seconds, tapos maglakad tayo sa statlo, itanim natin dyan si Elvin. Ano pa nga ba yung gagawin dito ng Virtus.pro? At ang Acceptance, no? Ganun pa rin, gumana naman yung ginawa namin last round, why not still do it, pero hindi nila nare-realize na kung hindi na-trade dito sa sign A, I think that was Yobib, no? Eh hindi mangyayari yung ratio nyo. Ipit yung sites nyo dito at buti na lang nagkaroon ng 1-for-1 trade doon sa may RS dahil kung wala yun, VP ang panalo sa previous round natin.
Doesn't help then sa kung paano nila ginagawa yung A push, yung A split. It's different looks and different players din na mapakita na kahit din nilang i-rush yung BR and Acceptance are not even safe sa mismong bahay nila on that side. KSA, run and gun lang kay Ajax. Hindi pa nga niya nakuha yung second. Dre gets himself tong si KSA for V4. Good shot from Heck. That's what we've been looking for para sa Acceptance, as Silent will also get Yobib. VP kuha pa rin nila yung B-site kahit nakuha nila yung mid-space. Ting, flash off, KLR, di pa na-clear. Nakuha pa nga niya yung 2 kills. VP from a 4v2. Nalaso nila ang Acceptance. Naging tablado pa para sa kanila. KLR runs and guns him down onto the slow position. What? Hindi sila nakalabas. Walang nakapasok sa Acceptance.
Walang post plant yun ha. Pero I would give it to Acceptance. They managed to match dito yung Virtus.pro mechanically. Pero nung nagka 2v4 na tayo, gumana pa rin yung macro. Lahat ng atensyon ng Acceptance players pumunta dun sa sign A, sign B, sa mid natin. At nakatagos lang si Keller, si Cetra, and they got the 2v4. So the question is, ba't hindi kayo tumambay sa site, diba? Akala ko ba iiwan niyo yung mid na yan? They got divided na naman sa attention. Kumbaga, what's going on here sa mid? Gusto namin makibalita, gusto namin makichismis. At nung nakichismis tong Acceptance, sa kabilang bahay, nanakawan na sila ng site. Pero hindi pa nagtanim yung Virtus.pro nun. Lumaban lang sila. Heck will try to challenge. And he will lose. Oh my goodness.
Cetra with that headshot too, pre. Mas over pa sa overkill ang ginawa niya kay Heck as he will fall. Sitting naman, second layer, gets the run and gun, pero Cetra with the cult pa. Of all things to get that 2K, it is clean for Virtus.pro. On a macro perspective, it is almost perfection. Si Ajax na lang ang natitira. At lagi nating tinatanong, nasan si Ajax, pre? Saan natin siya makikita? Mismong Virtus.pro pa ang nagtatanong. Nagulat pa nga si Cetra, pero si KSA alam na kung nasan si Ajax. Nahanap niya ang 7th round win.
I'm telling you, pare, di ba? Kung hindi 9-0 yan, it's an 8-1. I love what I'm seeing, no? And as much as for our viewers out there, no, they like to make Virtus.pro the villains. I, for one, am a fan of how they play this macro, right? It's not the players, it's not the attitude I'm looking at. I'm looking at the gameplay dito, Ramon. And the gameplay is a chef's kiss. Tingnan mo, alam mo si Elvin, di ba, yung pumupush ng CA? This time, he had the feeling na yung CA naman yung pupush sa kanya. And he waited perfectly on it. Not to mention na si Cetra nakakuha ng initial pick onto Heck, which napag-usapan na natin kanina, di ba? Si Hek, kailangan niya challenge, pero kapag challenge siya, natatalo siya. And it just goes full circle dito sa Virtus.pro that this map is truly theirs. Palitan mo na yung Virtus.pro na yan, gawin mong Virtus.Sport. Ganun sila kagaling dito. Di ba? And it goes down to the little details naman. Lahat sila naka-EBR. Si Cetra naka-Arctic, of course. And it's these things na down to the weapon usage, they have a plan, they have an idea how to do it, and down to the utility usage as well. It's such a sight to see Virtus.pro masterfully execute these rounds, and the only round that they lost was because of a wild spray down while checking that ladder angle dito sa top A, no? So, going back to the round, no? Enough of the analysis about the beauty of Virtus.Sport. We're gonna see them 4-1 split towards store B, pero tatlo yung naka-ready sa site B dito na Acceptance.
At yung mga attacker pa. Napipilas lang sa mga nanga-anchor lang on the site. As Ting on that angle, Ajax playing yung bait and switch kasama niya on the setup. But it's only a matter of time before VP pulled that trigger. Kaya say, where will that entry go? Kung paano nga ba niya ita-timing yung flash at yung peak will be the key para lang makapasok sa site ang VP. Na-need nga sila. It's decent damage across the board pero walang takot pa rin napapasok si Casey sa sighting with 1 and the second. The GR God is active on the site and silent. Naamoy niya yung flag ni Elvin. So they do get a decent hold by the end of it. 10 seconds. Objective being confirmed by Yobib. Ajax dropping out the Cetra. Si Yobib na choke slam lang ni Hek. Acceptance by the end of the day will get the second round para sa first half nila.
And that was purely because they stacked up dito sa site B natin, no? Acceptance finally. Sure, the solution worked. Pero katulad ng sinasabi natin, kapag nag-accept tayo sa math, sinasabi ng math teacher natin, kailangan yung formula ko or solution ko gagamitin nyo. No? Hindi yun yung ginawa dito na Acceptance. They chose their own formula. It worked, pero in the long run ba, tama yun? Diba? Yun yung titingnan natin. Kapag na-abuse yan ng ibang teams, nakakalaban sa Acceptance sa port. Pero Virtus.pro, no? Or rather Virtus.Sport, I really like what I'm seeing dito sa kanilang BL side, and it's such a shame that you guys only got 7 because we're not going to see much of your GR rounds, di ba? Kung sasabihin natin na they're just gonna close this out, Ramon, katulad ng nangyari sa match which was a 10-3 by the way dito sa port. Yun yung beauty and yung pangit dito sa Virtus.Pro. Ang ganda ng laro nila na sobrang linis, hindi natin nakita yung second half no GR nila, no. I want to see more, pero that is going to be for Acceptance to show us, no. Kasi sila yung kailangan makuha ng rounds at nasa sa kanila para makita natin yung rounds dito ng GR ng Virtus.Pro.
Sa totoo lang, El, feeling ko yung statement ko dito is that this map, for a lot of the head-to-heads na nakikita natin, you could definitely argue na GR-sided nga to in any sort of Team A, Team B situation. Pero kung Virtus.Pro ang pinag-uusapan natin, pinapakita nila na hindi ito GR-sided kung sila ang kalaban. VP-sided to.
Exactly.
Nakita natin na the first half.
You read my mind.
Minor case A ang CA.
Pwede ko yung kanan.
Tamid boy. Yeah. Kaya na kayo mag-isayang boy, tamid.
Okay. Ang tahimik ng Acceptance. The spirit is dead for the side of Acceptance. I can't blame them. I'm facing the best team in port. So, I mean, if you're gonna try to go passive, no? Sabi ko passive lang, hindi silent, no? Dito sa ating sa BL side na Acceptance. So, na sending towards mid, pare. Pero, yun na nga, no? It's just, there's no one. There's only going to be KLR sa may Z side. Elvin na sa may CA. And if CA was the win condition or part of the plan dito ng Virtus.Pro sa kanilang BL, it's the same thing for their GR side. So now that they made presence dito sa mid, time to do a bit of re-clearing here by both Yobib and Keller, and they managed to get one. No? Silent will go down, and the man disadvantage Acceptance will move even slower than the turtle dito para since they are now down Silent.
And above all people, si Silent pa, no? One of their
Yeah.
players na pinapampilas nila para lang makuha yung CA player. And they won't have that leverage anymore. KLR waiting sa C at si Ajax pa ang mananaig with that spray down on second as well para kay Ajax.
Hello?
A bit of life para sa Acceptance. Nakuha nila yung mid control. Kaso si KSA nandito na. AK-47 with Ting even getting the kill. 1 versus 3 para kay Cetra. Will he go robotic? Kaso napilas lang siya ni Dre on the flank on the port map. Acceptance nakabawi with the first round sa second half.
Can't go robotic if the plug gets pulled, pare. Di pa napapa-activate dito sa Cetra sa GR side, and Acceptance is the same scoreline that Matt just got when they lost to Virtus.pro and Port. I hope you don't get the same because I want to see more of the GR side dito ng Virtus.pro, no? Similarly, I feel like in that sense, natalo lang purely on the chance ng barilan dito ang ating mga players sa Virtus.pro. Nakita mo si Elvin, he got drop-shotted mid-air by Ting. And you see Ajax now just cleaning up how sa may Z, sa may curve. It was just simple for these boys. Mechanics is the key, even if the macro is not going their way. And I feel like this is a lesson, no, for every single team sa ating Master Summer because currently, the highest picked map in all of Summer is Port, followed by Eagle Eye. And guess which map is the least picked, no, or rather the most banned, Ramon?
It's this one. Tama ba? It's this one.
No, it's not the most banned. The most banned, this is the most picked. The most banned is, funnily enough, alongside Mexico, is Black Widow.
Oh yeah, actually. Predict pa nga na sana natin that Black Widow would have been the most picked map ng spring, pero looks like nire-respeto ng mga teams natin yung lakas ng teams like Virtus.pro on default heavy maps katulad ng Black Widow. 1 minute para naman sa may execute on Acceptance. Pero hindi ko din sila masisisi, no? After the kill dito kay Elvin, yung sitwasyon medyo dire. Kung magkakamali sila sa isang push or sa isang pick lang, VP are gonna just run with it, pre.
Exactly. Speaking of Black Widow, no, continue this topic. Black Widow ang third map, pero that is if papaabutin tayo doon since KLR is gonna take that Ajax and KSA, no, hawak-hawak niya yung Storby. Siya yung CQ dito.
Nga eh. KSA ang CQ! Nagra-run and gun labang! Quick spray down on 3! At si Hex sumunod pa sa hukay ni KSA. Ang hari lamang sa port ay Virtus.pro lang. KLR gets the kill. 8 round para sa Virtus.pro.
No ID, no entry dito, sabi ni KSA. And I think that just sealed the whole attempt dito for the side of Acceptance. I want to see something fast. Acceptance, pick up the pace. This is not quite my tempo. And Ajax heard me. He's rushing dito, trying to fight KLR sa may curve. Pero may mahanap ba siya, Ramon?
Hindi pa, no? Instead of going towards that mid side, and KLR, surprised by Ajax, they finally found him, pare. KLR finding a body full of lead. Ajax finds Yobe as well, pare, and continues yung spray niya. Mapapatay niya yung dalawang pillars ng Virtus.pro to get a 5v3 thanks to Ajax.
Tuloy-tuloy lang sila. They're gonna be attacked by KSA, but he has to worry about his Storby.
KSA just pushing through the smoke. Siyempre, papush na yan. Si Ian yan. At KSA wins it every single time. Despite yung heroics na nakita natin kay Ajax, KSA becoming the demon on that AK. Big difference maker para sa Virtus.pro. 3v3 ang labanan. Nagpipick up na yung action forward to Acceptance as nakuha pa nga nila yung space dun sa HB. And will they be able to get that plant coming down? Retake. Definitely possible. Etc. Nandito pa nga. Quick spray. A one and Ting goes down with the cult. Pagplant ng Acceptance pero formalities in check para sa kanila.
Exactly. Retake, no? Pwede silang palibutan. Nandito si Hex sa may house B. Is he marking though? That's my question. It seems like he is. Pero this is a 1v1. The 2v1 though is on the side dito sa angle ni KSA, etc.
Sniper on one. And KSA shows him how it's done.
What?
Virtus.pro on their way to getting set point silent with 1 in a second. Pero Elvin is showing everybody kung bakit ito yung mapa na ginamit nila. Up against Gaiman Gladiators, up against Rock Esports, and up against Acceptance. They will not touch them on this map 9-3.
Malasetra din pala to si KSA, no? Nagtatao, ba't hawak niya yung Arctic? He was low, agreed, pero was it the right choice for your rifler? Turns out, the answer is yes. We're gonna see dito sa replay, no? As much as si Ajax, trinry niyang ibilisan yung tempo dito sa ating mid area. The movement around the map by the GR side of VP was to just stabilize, no? Pigilan sila dito sa entrances, and UBIB is gonna stop them right here sa may store B.
Beautifully done onto Heck as well, pare. The leader, the captain. Time and time again, yun yung sinasabi natin na kailangan mag-step up. Kaso early kill lamang ay nag-step down na madalian ng Acceptance with their momentum. At ngayon, turtle na ulit sila, pare, expecting that VP are pushing.
Naka-ready anti-flash na si Elvin, no? And he's ready to turn once the first, second, or third flash even connects it sa may LA. Pero KLR, trigger discipline, hahayaan niyang tumagos. I-check ba ni Ting?
Nakita niyo
Mad
yung
Ting,
pixel.
bro.
And Ting will get the easiest kill dito kay KLR. Too greedy para dito kay KLR. Pero Yobib and KSA magkasama pa sa Z. And Ajax will go down. Kaso si Ting, nahanap niya si Yobib na nagsiswing. KSA with the AK-47 yet again. Hit kills to his name dito sa second half. Dre nagpakita nga na kaya din niya yung AK laban kay KSA. 2v2, 50 seconds. B-site bukas na bukas para sa Acceptance. Pero yung susi ng VP si Elvin, mapapatay lang ni Silent na nag-rotate pa sa site. Setra na lang, 1v2. And we have to see this man.
Kita niyo yung baril.
Close this out, nakita niyo yung barel. Pero si Silent, siya ang pipilas kay Setra. No answer back from VP dito.
So far, may buhay pa naman dito ang Acceptance. The calm before the final storm, no? This round. As much as I like yung trigger discipline ni Keller doon, I don't think it was good. Pakit na siya ng CA. Yung pagpakit na siya ng CA, he's calling another guy to follow behind him. And Ting, ganda ng double clear niya, no? And they are still going to let Ajax go rampant, and he will still get the kills.
Kill the ninja but not the kill. KLR. Ganda ng salon niya kay Ajax. And quickly shuts down tong si Ting. No more heroic moments para kay Ajax and Ting this time around. At Acceptance down on numbers. Kaya all pressure is on Heck this time, pare.
Pressure on him. C4 nowhere to be found actually. Still nasa arrest nila. Silent. Na-try na dumouble check si Keller. Papalag through the smoke. Pero nag-reload. Mahuhuli. And that might be an opportunity dito. However, Ramon, kakalma pa to mga to dahil wala sa kanila yung C4. Matcha-challenge lang dito si Elvin sa B. Or rather si KSA.
Naghaharap lang ng patay. Naghaharap ng mapipitas. KSA, instead of going for HB, sa likod lamang. KSA, spotted na ni Silent!
Yung C4?
Yung susi sa pagbukas ng B, kaso yung C4 nga, na-spot pa nga ni Elvin, yung nagro-rotate na si Heck. Becomes an impossible task na para kay Silent, who does go down kay Setra. And Dre, yung pagbabalik ni Dre, para lang maipakita sa lahat na kaya pa niyang makipagsabayan kay Elvin at Setra. Wala to work through this 1v2 clutch. 40 seconds. C4 nasa harap niya. At kung papasok siya sa A, it is a deadly crossfire set up by the two young guns. Pero Dre deciding, sige, mag-CA tayo. Kaso sa pagka-drop niya, hawak na ni Setra yung angulo. At kung hindi tatama yung shot na yan, si Elvin ang sasalo. Kaso, nag-rotate siya dun sa may BR. So si Setra nag-iisa lang on that A site, Dre. Pwede na ma-isolate. Kaso sa pagka-drop ni Setra, guguho ang Acceptance support map ng VP. Virtus.pro. Sinarado at 2-0 ang series.
Sarado talaga, no? Lalo na kapag yung closer map natin is Virtus.Sport. Victory once more for Virtus.Pro, something that I believe I cannot say no the once more. I'm used to saying victory, pero they lost yesterday, but the victory today is, such a sweet comeback into form, especially showing na yung port nila, it's still the same as ever. Acceptance really cannot do anything. From their GR side pa lang, no, Ramon, medyo problema na sabi ko na kanina, no, kung ano man yung mga problems nila, well, hindi yun yung tamang solusyon kung ano man yung tinatry lang gawin. And thanks to Acceptance naman do, on the opposite hand, we got to see more of the GR side dito ng Virtus.pro, and we learned a lot, no? For all of the teams watching out there na nanonood ngayon sa ating match or sa kakatapos lang na match natin, Port is the most picked map currently alongside Eagle Eye. And guess what? Virtus.pro is a master at both of these maps, and you should be watching them, no, demonstrate how to execute a proper macro playstyle sa mga mapang to. Kasi Ramon, ang linis ng ginawa ng Virtus.pro.
Ang linis nga no? Considering this map being their home turf nga naman, no? Parang sa dinarami-raming times na nakita natin ang Ankara on that spring season, mukhang nakalimutan na mabilisan ang mga teams kung gaano kakabangis ang port map ito. Yung quick reminder nga natin, ito yung iisang map na nakuha nga ang VP yung panalo sa STS in the Grand Finals, pero syempre no, for VP yung call nila para makabalik sa Grand Finals is still that big of a reach nga naman. With them trying to climb up to the mountaintop, this win up against Acceptance is a good first step ulit, no? So to expound on that, pag-uusapan lalo ni Mochi at saka ni Salvatore ang mismong pagkapanalo ng Virtus.pro.
Teka lang, Mochi. Ang tenga po natin, wala po tayong naririnig. Paayos na lang po muna panandalian ng mic. Pero yes, Mochi,
Hello.
napaka-solid nga naman talaga ng matchup nga na yun. To the point na sobrang solid, may nag-summon na legend sa ating comment section. Shoutout nga pala Boss Mac Mamba ng dating Pacific Wara. Para sa mga di nakakaalam, dating team ni Boss Hek ang Pacific Wara. Akalain mo nga naman, napakomment bigla si Boss Mac Mamba. Kaya maraming salamat sa panonood. Going back into the game, nothing new, Mochi. Palagi na lang ginagawa to sa loob ng and you would agree too na wala tayong ibang pwedeng itago dito. Virtus.pro destroyed Acceptance.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned. I feel like this is just the Virtus.pro in their natural element and natural habitat. I mean, it's sport. What do you expect, no? And every single execute na dedicated dito, as much as there are some rounds that are quite slow, no? It just shows kung gaano sila ka-calculated. Ang at the same time, yung kanilang aggression, balancing-balanse pagkatapa dito sa ilang mga miyembro natin from Team Acceptance. And it just shows, no, that hindi na to just all-out aggression. It's more on the confidence na kaya nila to take on any fights if possible, kahit na sila nga lang mag-isa, no? Na even itong si KSA na talagang niratrat yung mga member natin dito from Team Acceptance sa bandang Z, which is quite unfortunate for them, but it just shows na ganun ka-versed ang Virtus.pro sa mapa ng port.
Grabe men, no? Like, this is just Virtus.pro na mula sa pagkagalit no? They are fueled by spite, fueled by hate, and fueled by anger, no, Mochi? Full tank ang lahat ng miyembro ng Virtus.pro, and you cannot do anything wrong when KSA and Cetra is just fully activated. Yobi was there, he was just doing his own thing. Nakakuha nga siya ng kills, but the highlight of Port itself was definitely those two mentioned players, no? KSA and Cetra, my God, no? KSA, di ko alam. Marunong ka mag-HK, marunong ka mag-TPS, marunong ka mag-EBR, AK-47 pa kaya. Grabe kasi, kunin mo na kaya lahat ng CF balance laruin mo na lang sa isang buong series. And I just thought na kahit anong gawin ni Ajax at Titing, despite it being impressive, no, tinan mo, on a 10 for effort, they were able to score 13 and 11 kills, Mochi. Which to me is okay na yan. Kung ako magiging coach, NT na yan para kay Ajax at Titing. Pero kung usapang aura, tsaka kung usapang pang-angasan lang talaga, KSA was doing most of the stuff from both entering and as well as trying to make it a defensive type of game para nga sa Virtus.pro. At wala ka talagang makikitang mali kasi mapa nila yan Tulad nito.
Di ba? I feel like it's already quite of a given na para bang angel number ang kanyang KD, 2.22 and as well as 100% rating after quite of a very, very, really surprising but more like nakakagana lalong manood. Especially kung ganyan yung nakikita mong top performer, which is just insane. Again, KSA, parang nagsarili ka na ng buhay dito sa port, no? Parang di mo na inaalintana yung mga kasama dito at ang kinailangan mo lang gawin ay talagang magwala dito against Team Acceptance. And as much as we want to see ang ating Black Widow na decider, unfortunately hindi ito napag-abot ng Team Acceptance. Dala na rin siguro no na parang binilangan sila dito ng Virtus.pro, kinountdownan sila sa sarili nilang mapa, which is sub-base, which is again for Team Acceptance, nice try. It's just talagang napabuntungan lang sila ng galit dito ng Virtus.pro. Let's check out ang ating match MVP. It is no other than Cetra. Wow, indeed.
Wow, grabe. Bagong-bago, no, Mochi. And Cetra,
parang yun ko lang
with
nakita
that guaranteed kill per round, grabe, man. I just think na yung guaranteed kill per round niya is just fueled by everything at this point, no? Gusto niya, tanging hangarin niya talaga is makapang-abot talaga ng international at ibalik kung ano yung nasa kanila talaga dati pa. So Cetra is doing the best of his ability para patunayan sa mga tao and even to his teammates na maasahan niya talaga ang pangalang Cetra sa kahit anong laban pa yan. Best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, pwedeng-pwede nga talaga si Cetra, no? At tanging siya na lang talaga, Mochi. Silang dalawa ni Del QQ ang nagpapatunay na yung USP babayan. Colt 45, Colt 1911 rather, dyan yan sa Esther talaga, no? Cetra, my God, di talaga kumukupas, no?
Talagang kupas indeed. And it's also nice, no, na, I mean, lagi namang MVP si Cetra, no? Hindi naman lagi, mga madalas. Pero it's nice nga na talagang nakikita natin sila na gumagalaw ng ganire. Especially after all of the takes that they came from. And I hope that this can serve as a way para mabalik nila yung usual na galawan at programming natin, especially that we've already witnessed yung prime ng performance nila nung nakatapat nila yung matches recently. So, I guess parang meron tayong mapapakinggan na representative dito naman, no, from Virtus.pro in a bit. Pero for now, Salvatore, ano bang kinakaabang-abangan mo na maging katapat dito ng Virtus.pro? Kasi pareho sila ni Team Stallions na pressured ngayon in terms of keeping that gap alive.
Wala na, no? Wala na iba pa, Mochi, kundi pag-away mo na talaga ang dalawang under pressure na teams ngayon para masira man lang nila yung kanya-kanyang mga paghinayang talaga sa isa't isa, no? Let it be known na darating ang araw, Virtus.pro and Team Stallions, pagtatapat nga din yan, and I'm very much excited to see. At balita ko, no, Mochi, ready na tayo para sa interview.
Ready na, kaya naman i-welcome na natin ang aking guest dito, no, sa ating panel desk. Let us welcome Coach 02. Welcome, Coach, and it's nice to see you again. Rinig na rinig, loud and clear, you're audible. And go ahead, Salvatore.
Galingan mo magtanong, Salvatore.
Okay, Coach. Promise, gagalingan ko. Parang Fairview Gaming Wolves lang ang tanungan dito, no? Coach 02, definitely well played, no? Talagang dinurog niyo ang puso ng Acceptance dito, no? And pero let us address the elephant in the room. For sure, medyo hilaw pa nga to sa utak nga natin. Let's address the execration series last time, no? Yesterday actually. What did it mean for the team na makaranas ng isang malaking roadblock, losing to execration, tapos dadalhin nyo pa yon sa laban ng Acceptance?
Well, yung nangyari sa Acceptance, so sila na lang sumalo nung galit ng mga bata. Kaya ganun. Pero sa totoo lang, what happened to the execration match, we choke. So nakita nyo naman, alam mo naman siguro, Salvatore, yung mga nangyari doon na we were expecting a great fight from execration, pero parang nabigla yung mga boys natin nung ayaw humiwalay ng execration. So hanggang huli, hindi humiwalay. Alam niyo naman, yung mostly ng execration Makta. So experience-wise, pantay na rin nila. So nagkataon lang talagang mas gusto ng execration nung time na yun, kahapon, yung panalo kaysa sa amin. Dahil we gave out a lot of rounds. We were ahead a lot of rounds, but execration just have that heart of a champion. So we lost that last night. So good job to them. Yun yung nangyari.
Love the acknowledgement, no, coach?
Mhm.
Yeah, love the acknowledgement, coach, and you being down to earth para sa naging skill level talaga ng execration just goes to show na meron talagang unting pagbabago no, Mochi, sa eksena ng Crossfire dito sa Pilipinas. Mochi, baka may karagdagan kang katanungan.
Yeah, and we definitely appreciate the honesty, no? Ang tanong ko lang dito, Coach, no, ano ba yung pinaka naging challenge at problema na natamo dito ng mga bata, no, nung nakatapat nyo ang execration?
It's a mental game. We treated execution na para silang parang mas magaling sila sa amin nung kahapon. We forgot our identity last night. It happens. It happened to me when I was a player. So yeah, it do happen. It's just so hard to recover sometimes. But 100% we will recover from this. Yeah, it's just that iba na yung bracket natin, and tama nga yung ugong-ugong na there's a big chance na, of course, di naman papayag ang STS sa kami na bumagsak ng sobrang baba. So there's a great chance na doon para sa quarterfinals, you will see the top 1 and the top 2 of the Philippines to go head to head. At talagang, yeah, we are actually thinking about that right now. And since last night, we are mentally, we are getting ready. At syempre, yeah, it's going to be fun. So we might see a new champion this year. We might. Pero na lang kung may magagawa kami ng STS or kami. Well, definitely in our part, we'll try our best. Kasi we've been to a far worse start sa season. I don't know if you remember, Salvatore, nung first championship namin, we were down 0-2 at the start of the season. Pacific Macta beat us, and then Ubek Mediac beat us, and then we still crawled the way up, and we won the championship that year. So yeah, mas grabe pa yung umpisa namin ng mga nakarang season. And yeah, all I can say sa inyo, sa mga nanonood, sa mga fans diyan, don't ever count us out. We are always gonna be here, and you'll never know what we got at the back. So yun lang. Exciting. Tama. This is an exciting season, di ba? Parang yung Macta, yung unang natalo Macta, that's how it is. It's going to be a new era ba? It's going to be a new 1 and 2 or new, you'll never know. But yeah, of course, as a former champion, itong team namin, we're thinking of that. And we are preparing for that just right now. And of course, as usual, syempre, nandun pa rin yung confidence namin. Well, last night, nakita nyo naman kung paano kami nag-fall apart. The confidence is just not there. Yun lang masasabi ko. Kung mahilig nyo, nakikita nyo kung laging tinatrash talk yung ibang team, ngayon tinatrash talk ko kami. Kasi ang pugo namin kagabi, yun lang, yung bawal yung iba ang pugo namin kagabi, we were not that. Ewan ko sinong pinaglaro namin kagabi. So, hindi ko nakita doon yung golden boy namin, naging pilak. Yung attacker namin sobrang tapang, naging chihuahua. So, yun yung nangyari. It's all mental game. So, hopefully, I can fix this, or we can fix this as a team this coming playoffs. But definitely you will see us in the playoffs, and again, you don't want to face us in the playoffs. There's always going to be surprises. Okay. Yun lang.
Mochi, it's like I'm talking to a different person no, na parang hindi si Zero
Yeah,
yung
that's
nakakausap ko
true.
dito
They're
ngayon.
so new.
It just feels different, no, coach? Pero solid nga din naman talaga, the acknowledgement is really nice, pero hopefully nga itong series ng Up Against Acceptance is bagong panimula para sa magiging takbo ng Virtus.pro all throughout the tournament. Actually, coach, may isa pa akong katanungan dito, no. Let's talk about itong resurgence ng AK-47 para sa dalawa mong players no. Noong una, si KSA lang, tapos pumasok dito si Elvin. Anong influence ni 0-2 sa pagbiglang palit ng weapons dito ni KSA at ni Elvin?
Well, I can't tell you that because that will leak out some reason o yung kung ba't kami ginagamit. Pero anyway,
Sa strat.
siguro kung 0-2 mode, ang bano namin mag-HK kasi. Yun lang. 0-2 mode. Ang bano namin mag-HK kaya kami nag-AK-47. Pero anyway, I can't leak that out. There's a gameplay connected to that. I can't leak that out. So siguro trabaho nyo na lang ni Salvatore sa ni Sneaky to talk about that. Why we're using AK-47. So kayo nang bahala diyan.
Alright. Thank you, Coach. Ikaw, Mochi.
Very interesting. Parang nagkaroon tayo ng assignment after that question, no, Salvi? Pero, other than that, no, Coach 02, maraming salamat. This interview has been very fruitful and refreshing, I guess, is the right term, no, na naririnig namin itong mga bagay na ito galing sa iyo. And I guess it is already your time. The floor is yours. Shoutout
Alright.
yung gusto niyo.
So I still have a trash talk. I trash talk my guys. Where's the noobs? Anyway, guys, yeah, sa mga fans namin, don't worry. Sabi ko nga, mas grabe pa yung umpisa namin ng mga nakaraan season. And if you going to look at our history, lagi naman tayo may talo sa group stage. We just find a way in the playoffs. That's my job as a coach. And hopefully, right now, we know what's wrong, what we did wrong nung nakaraan talo namin. Same sa Attras. I don't know if you guys noticed, pero it's all about the analysis na lang ng mga ninyo kung anong nangyari sa Attras. Pero yeah, we have things to fix, but we always break through. Kaya sabi ko nga, you might think that you want to face us in the playoffs, but yeah, that's going to be the wrong decision for your team. That's it. See you in the playoffs, guys. And thank you, Salvatore, Mochi. Thank you sa mga player ko. Oy, mga bano, thank you sa inyo. Thank you. And sa mga supporters dyan, thank you so much. To Virtus.pro, thanks for trusting me for the decisions that I made. And we will make it happen. Don't worry. That's it. Thank you. Shout out sa wife ko and to my friends and to my daughter. Yun lang.
Of course, and we're highly looking forward for better and better look, no? Tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-upgrade, no? For Virtus.pro and the bunch. And thank you so much muli, no? Sa pagbibigay ng oras dito. At good luck sa mga susunod niyong mga laban.
Good game pala sa Acceptance. Good game.
There you have it.
Wow, okay. Una sa lahat, no, Mochi, I'm convinced, hindi si Zero to yun, si Go with Shane yun. O kaya kung si ano bang persona, kung ano bang persona ni Coach yun. But you gotta love to see it, oh. May acknowledgement, may humbleness, pero may threat pa rin no, na wag niyong kakalabanin, wag niyong gugustuhin kalabanin ng Virtus.pro. At 1 point naman siguro inisip na Acceptance yun. And take a look at the result, Mochi.
Yeah, I feel like ito na rin yung pinaglalaban dito, no, ng mga teams natin, Salvatore. It's the dignity and defending the title na talagang pinagkahirapan nilang i-rack from the past years na meron tayo dito in the scene. At syempre, hindi lang natatapos yun doon. Akala nyo, tapos na yung VP and as well as Team Acceptance, may susunod pa tayo. Dahil ang susunod nating laban will be Team Stallions and Attras. This would also be quite of a banger and I can't wait what to hear. Kung nagkaroon tayo ng Chasay interview, pareho ng mga teams natin, nakaprepara na ang ating mga question dito, Salvatore, kung alam mo lang, sa dami naman nangyayari ngayon. Kaya naman for now, papahinga muna tayo at maya-maya, nako po, may kipagsapalaran na tayo ulit. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Mike, Mochi,
Hello
Bella, yung
everyone!
mic natin.
Ano bang problema?
Ayan.
Bakit ganito? Anong meron sa araw na ito na lagi na lang merong mga nangyayaring kababalaghan? Pero it is already night, everyone. At sa gabing ito, ang ating matutunghayan will be Team Stallions and as well as Attras Esports. And seems like we have a lot to discuss here as well, Salvatore.
Grabe, no, Mochi. Attras is a team. Papaalala ko lang sa mga tao, no, they defeated Virtus.pro. And if there's anything that Attras can do para sa laban nga ito is to make yet another upset na mala execration lang din talaga ang datingan. No? And Attras will now be facing possibly a different team Stallions, no? Na baka nga pwedeng ikahamak nga ng kanilang preparasyon o baka mas ikaganda pa nga, malalaman natin yan mamaya. But for Team Stallions, same wavelength lang din ng Virtus.pro, no, Bochi? They are out for revenge, no pun intended, kasi nga medyo presko pa sa isip nga nila ang execration na tumatambay nga doon.
Yep, indeed. And it seems like we're not gonna be seeing a KLP in this match, no, Salvatore? Instead, we'll be having a revenge. And again, it is still the Team Stallions that we know, but not quite because of how they lost against Execration and yung last time na nakita natin sila sa veteran, well, they won. As they should be naman, no? Parang default setting naman yon ni STS.
Well, definitely, no? Ito na nga ang Team Stallions in living color. Flesh and blood, makikita mo nga talaga, pero ibang KLP ang ating nakikita nga ngayon. All smiles para nga sa parating nga nilang laban, which is very, very different from what we heard during the shot call segment. No? Pero ngayon, Team Stallions, baka ibang pahin ng Team Stallions na makita natin for this week number 2, considering na they have a stack schedule upcoming for them. No? Kita mo nga naman, we have Attras and as well as FERVID para nga sa ano nga na to, sa parating nga na araw. Nakalayo mo nga naman, Team Stallions will now be facing FERVID kaagad. No? And that would be a very good benchmark para sa FERVID na okay, nanalo sila sa CBF kanina, now we're going to face a different tier, that being Team Stallions. Pero the major concern talaga ng STS is how prepared will they be heading into their match number 45, no? Aabot pa sila ng Virtus.pro na ang tanging talo lang ba nila is going to be Execration, or baka madawit sila ng FERVID, ma-upset nga sila ng Attras. Pero dito muna tayo sa ating quote, Mochi, na sinasabi ni Coach Tanks na I know we can do better. We will do our best to get back on top. Typical Coach Tanks, but you love to hear it from the man himself.
Yep, and even during the time na in-interview natin siya, no, na kung saan it looked very different, and it's pretty much the same tulad nung kita natin kanina, no, alongside with Coach 02. At parang ito lang ata yung bagay, isang bagay na nagkasundo itong dalawang coach ito, no, na they are fighting for the same spot, fighting to keep themselves on top, which is currently na paunti-unting nilalaban ng ibang mga teams natin na alisin na sila sa kanilang pedestal. Pero right now, no, let us discuss about Attras. Because here for Attras, well, it appears that from what we have seen from them with J. Kim present, they're fragging IGL and as well as kids, very great performance, and as well as syempre guidance niya, ang grabe, solido ata ang ating itsura for Attras so far.
And speaking of ang Mochi, hindi lang Team Secret ang magkakaroon ng reunion nga kanina. No? Meron tayong onting reunion mula sa dating said na TT Esports, Coach Ang and Coach Tanks. Hindi na sila player, no, Mochi. Magpapalitan na ng talino si Ang at si Tanks. Akalain mo nga naman talaga with both of their comrades dito nga sa laban nga na to. Pero i-emphasize muna natin, no, si Ang. He's been doing an amazing job fixing all the loopholes na meron dito ang Attras from their mid-rounding and their confidence. No? From Impact, yes, undisputed number 1 sa groups. Pero kita mo naman paano sila nag-collapse during the playoffs. At nakita na ka natin na inuunti-unti niya na nga, step-by-step process ang pagkakaayos dito ni Coach Ang para talaga masimulan ng Attras ang kanilang pangarap. No? Pero let's see. I just know no, na Attras is prepared, but preparation is not everything, no, Mochi. At the end of the day, kahit gaano ka pa kapreparado, if you do not have the weapons of mass destruction laban dito sa Stallions, baka hindi ka pa nga talaga makasabay. No? So Team Stallions, it is indeed their matchup na pwede nating sabihin, okay, we did it to VP, can we do it to Team Stallions? A different team. Grabe. Pure questions.
Parang ito yung literal na it all boils down into execution, no? As you have mentioned, I mean, nabigkas naman din natin, no? Yung kanilang matitinding mga players. Pero sabi ni Kid, lahat ng mga kalaban namin, pinag-aaralan namin sila. Ang hangad ko ay makapag-international, which is quite iconic, no?
Damn.
Kasi originally, guys, konting chika, yung tanong dito ni Bipolar dapat, ano ang angat ni Kid? Ang rinig ni Kid, hangad, no? Yung dream niya, which is, honestly, hits two birds with one stone, no? Parang sinagot niya na rin yung tanong din ni Bipolar, but also adding a bit more heart into that answer, no? So, ang tanong nga dito ay matatapatan nga ba ng Attras with such a big dream and as well as such a great start na meron dito, matatapatan kaya nila ang STS?
Well, this is going to be one heck of a fight, no? Pero bigyan muna natin sila ng 1v1 TD ship na comparison dito, no? Let's talk about the IGLs. My God, if there is not any impressive numbers out there, KD pa lang na mga IGL, no? Mochi, role assignment nga tayo, no? IGL, nagtatawag, nagma-micromanage, doing all the mid-round adjustments, yada yada yada. Pero sa era ngayon, RTA and KLB, who's averaging around 21 to 20 years old, is leading their team filled with potential and at the same time delivering you an average of 1.5 KD. Grabing magiging isang halimbawa si KLB at si RTA para sa mga susunod pa na henerasyon ng IGLs dyan, na hindi ka lang basta pwede magtawag, hindi mo lang pwedeng basta tawagin sarili mong captain, na magkakaroon ng regression nga yung numbers po. You need to frag as well. And RTA is doing that even with a .64 headshot per kill. So tamang-tama lang talaga ang ating head-to-head. I love the comparison and I love the contrast na both these IGLs are impactful nga naman talaga for their teams.
And definitely holding up to the standard that they set for themselves, no? Kaya naman, let us discuss ano kaya ang mga mapa na target ng ating mga players na i-expose. Where do they find the other team vulnerable?
Wow!
It seems like Ankara will be first pick here, and that is brought to you by Team Stallions,
Hala.
Eagle Eye from Attras, and ang ating decider ay support lang naman tayo dadalhin.
Well, fourth time for the second week, no, Mochi. The sequence is Ankara Eagle Eye po. Palagi na lang ganito. And it's going to happen the fourth time dito sa ating week number 2. No? Baka meron nga talagang bias ang Eagle Eye sa mga teams. No? Considering na papaalala ko lang actually, the international teams are taking notes. Nakikita nga nila ang prominence ng Eagle Eye, pero saan din kayo dadalhin? New compound din naman kayo dadalhin ng mga yan. Baka sakaling nga mag-Black Widow yung mga yan just for the sake. No? I'm talking about itong Titan Esports Club. I'm talking about Baisha Gaming. No? So, let's see. No? Baka gumagawa ng sariling identity na ang mga teams nga dito, no, with prioritizing Eagle Eye. One of the questionable maps actually ng Attras heading into Impact, pero not much about that. Ibang problema na nga yan para ka sa Attras kasi they will be starting on the BL side. Dito muna tayo sa Ankara. One of the few maps na minamaster talaga, knowing na pumasok na nga si JK dito, no, for Attras. But it kind of feels like a matchup na hindi more on fragging, no, Mochi. Idadaan na lang talaga sa tagisan ng talino. No? It's going to be the battle of the mid-rounds kung gumanda nga talaga for Attras. But Team Stallions, no debate whatsoever. They still have the experience.
Yes, that is true. Parang doon na nga lang din magkakatalo, no? And as well, syempre, yung angkin din na kaalaman ng ating mga coach sa isa't isa, no? Which will be very much interesting, no? Kanya-kanyang estilo with at the same time yung pagkakilanlan nila, no? And how they can actually manage their players, no? At sino ba ang mas may effective na galawan pagdating dito sa mga mapa na meron tayo right now? And once again, guys, I am pretty sure inaabang-abangan nyo rin itong tapatan na to, no? Given the rich history na meron tayo. Pero I think it is just right na i-include na natin ang ating mga predictions for that one. 2-0 all across the board. Puro pabor kay Team Stallions. Ang tanong, tama ba ito, Salvatore?
Tama nga ba to? It kind of feels like a rhetorical question, no, Mochi? Kasi hindi mo tinatanong sa Team Stallions kung tama nga ba ang prediction ng mga tao kasi gagawin nga nilang tunay yan even without doing anything, you know, not maneuvering any numbers or manipulating any events. Kayang-kaya nga naman talaga ng Team Stallions na i-2-0 yan. But the best invariant is still Attras talaga, eh, no? Kahit sabihin natin 2-0 ang Team Stallions, makakalis nga sila ng kanilang opisina at makakakain ng hapunan. Ang gusto pa rin natin makita sa Attras is definitely that upset, no? That kind of upset na pwedeng ikayanig, eh, no? Na marami magsasabi instead of STS, baka sabihin pa ng mga tao, Exe tsaka Attras ang pumunta sa Paris, eh, no? And Attras, ball on your court. Less pressure para sa Team Stallions, more pressure para talaga sa Attras. Kasi kung nagawa nyo sa Virtus.pro, gagawin nyo ulit ngayon laban sa STS.
At sabi ng ating community, dito kami sa ng STS, no? Well, the whole lot of them, parang ang laki ata ng odds nito, no? Sa, alam nyo na yon. Pero grabe, no? Ganto kataas ang diferensya natin dito for this particular series. At hindi lang yan dahil sa bias, dahil yan sa angking galing and as well as historya na meron din dito, no, for Team Stallions. And for Attras, nagsisimula pa lang sila. And I think it's just right for us na i-welcome na natin, no, ang ating mga casters na mga kasama natin para sa sharing ito. Please welcome Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog. Hi guys! Hello po! Magandang gabi po! Good morning, Bipolar!
Hello po!
Ayan! Hi!
Wow!
Hi.
Wow! Wow!
Sige,
Good
Frog!
morning.
Gabi na.
Sige,
Gabi
Frog.
na, Mochi.
Sige lang. Sige, Frog. Ano ang iyong expectation sa performance ng Attras, especially na ang katabat nila ngayon is STS?
I think yung approach na kukunin nila dito sa series na to will be very similar to the approach that they did up against itong VP dito sa ating Swiss stage. Of course, massive preparation, no? Fully knowing na this is one of yung top 2 teams natin dito sa tournament. One of yung masasabi natin quote-unquote sure shot na makakalipad nga dito sa ating EWC. So I expect a more analytical approach siguro sa kanilang preparation. More, let's say, more strategic ang makikita natin from the side of Attras. Kasi nakita naman natin, no, kung tinapatan niya dito yung Team Stallions dito sa, you know, barilan talaga when it comes to just raw mechanics, ayun nga, nangyari dun sa CBF. And ayun nga, unfortunately, para dito sa Attras, I feel like they're gonna have to do a bit of curveballing dito sa mapa natin kasi Stallions paminsan-minsan, they will just run into the site and kill everybody.
That is for sure, no? That is true. It is quite of a difference, no? Na unlike for VP, they have strats. There is more of a structure, no, na kayang i-overthink pero maging inline, no, sa galawan ng Attras. Pero this time, I feel like it is quite of a different thing. Pero how about you, Bipolar? Do you think that Attras can withstand the pressure against Team Stallions?
I think they can, parang yes, magkakagulo dito yung Attras at the midst of the first half. Pero feeling ko kapag nakapag-adapt ng buong players natin in the game mismo, there's gonna be a lot of surprises para dito sa ating STS na kailangan din nilang i-withstand in a way. Kasi Attras is a formidable team. If they can beat VP, what can you say na parang, how can you say na parang they cannot beat STS in a way? So, let's see. Kailangan lang talaga nilang tangkayin yung first half. They have to really adjust. And, you know, surprises need to be there para sa Attras. Para matalo nila dito yung STS.
Gulatin na lang nila ang isa't isa, kumbaga, no? Pero I think it's just right na i-discuss din natin mga watch points dito, no? Paano nga kaya aatake ang Attras versus STS? Any predictions and things to anticipate here, Salvatore?
First and foremost, no, Mochi, ayun nga sabi ko kanina, baka pwede maka-apekto to sa approach ng Attras o baka ikaganda pa nga talaga nila. Pero malay mo nga naman pareho lang din yung gagawin nila, which is definitely prioritize na the matchup dito ni Kay at ni Revenge. Once they take down itong si Revenge, there's not much mid-round appearance dito siguro for Team Stallions because they lost that kind of experience. So baka medyo magkawatak-watak. Anything that could derail any momentum ng Team Stallions, kakailanganin talaga ng Attras heading into the mid-round. No? So siguro maganda nga to for Attras, but at the end of the day, it kind of feels like the same approach pero ibang klaseng Leon naman yung aatakihin nila dito. No? So yeah, it could be good, it could be bad, pero sana nga talaga maganda here for Attras. Less problems for Stallions kasi nga it's Attras we're talking about here. Pero Attras, ang dami nga nilang kailangan pilas-pilasin dito in order for them to get around.
Yeah, that is true, no? It seems like mas marami silang requirements in comparison to what Team Stallions has to do, especially at this point in time. Pero Revenge is turning back the clock here. Sneaky Frog, dala rin ng kanyang 3.0 na KD, no, that they racked up against Veteran.
Ayun nga, but it is veteran at the end of the day, no? I feel like I feel like even K is gonna be capable of 3.0 KD up against yung team na yun, and not to dissuade or not to diss itong veteran. I think that's just the reality of it, no, na malaki nga yung gap in between them and itong Stallions. It's kind of the coffin baby versus atomic bomb thing going on dun sa series na yun. So I feel like the stats might be a bit overinflated para dito kay Revenge, and I feel like this is gonna be his first real challenge, no, dito sa group stage natin. I know that K has been sniping for the longest time, and I feel like he's kind of newer to the scene kumpara nga dito kay Revenge, but I feel like in terms of mechanics parang kaya ng pantayan ni K itong si Bench dito Like I feel like that goes for every sniper na nasa liga natin ngayon.
That's actually quite of a very interesting take, no? At makikita din natin oras na magtapat sila dito ni Kay maya-maya. Pero bipolar, group stage demons ang dalawang ating magtatapat for this time around.
Yun na nga, they should be having a little bit of an edge, no? But once you pair them up, might be a problematic thing for one team. Especially, we might already know, no, baka Attras yung may ganun. Pero kasi, maraming problems kayo yung Stallions. They're still rebuilding. They're still looking for their new form. If Revenge does play sa mga other matches nila, no, and KLP is trying to prove himself. But I feel like Attras doesn't need to think about that. Kailangan lang talaga nila maging full form dito. They need to really bring out yung group stage demons na mula sa kanila even up against STS. So yeah, let's see kung sino nga ba talaga yung totoong demonyo dito sa dalawa.
That is true. Nalala ko tuloy sinabi ni Coach Zero to kanina, no, it's a mental game after all, do. And that will play a lot dito siguro, no, sa tapatan natin yun, Team Stallions and as well as Attras. And I feel like it is just right for us na inapag na natin to sa ating laban. Sneaky Frog and Bipolar, rak-rakan na.
Well, it's time para dito sa ating dalawang teams na maglalaro for the last match of the day. Oras na ata para makita natin, Sneaky, kung is it gonna be another, disappointing day para sa ating Stallions, or will Attras actually be the ones to actually be disappointing this time around? Very, very sad news. But I feel like we're gonna be having a lot of fun, Sneaky. Ano sa tingin mo? Ano pa sa tingin mo pwede natin makita dito sa dalawang teams?
I think you did have a fair point, no, about the first half para dito sa side ng Attras. I feel like Attras, a lot of the times, especially pag nakakaramdam sila ng pressure dito sa first half natin, obviously na hindi ka na yung mga openings dito ni CRG, kids not getting the same opportunities as he is dito sa mga mapa natin. You can kind of see them crumbling slowly, no, dito sa mga laruan natin. But I feel like the solution to that from yung last season natin was itong si J-Kim, no? J-Kim, pag dinagdag mo siya sa team mo, you're not looking for, leadership. You are not looking for, yung more complicated macro. You send J-Kim to go in, J-Kim patayin mo to, J-Kim patayin mo yung CA, J-Kim patayin mo yung Z. And I feel like that is that's perfect for a team na medyo naghahanap na rin ng sistema dito, no? I feel like Ang is a very big system guy para sa team niya, especially knowing Attras and their troubles with proactivity, no, dito sa mga mapa natin. So I hope to see that stability galing sa Attras, no, na kahit down na sila dito, they're still trying their darndest dito sa mga rounds natin, and at the same time they're not choking yung kanilang mga executes dito, and that is gonna be a very big tendency to see, no, kasi Stallions, they're all pressure, pare.
Yun na nga, I mean, RTA also has a very, very big job here, no, pagdating dito sa Attras, and how he will navigate his team para makakuha ng big round wins and to actually provide his team an energy boost pagdating dito, because I feel like, yeah, JKM has a lot of work, but I feel like RTA as well has somewhat of a bigger bigger workload pagdating dito, lalo na up against Stallions. But let's see, Stallions is still a question for me, Sneaky. Not really for a lot of people, but siguro para lang sa akin, because it's still Stallions that are looking very rocky pagdating dito sa ating group stage, no? But I feel like up against teams just like these, na hindi naman totally in contention na parang, uy, this is a team that is top 4 almost. Well, no, Attras, let's be honest, is still not that kind of team. There's possibilities, but you cannot really say that they can beat immediately at those times. This is gonna be a match that can break that thought. No, we're still open to that kind of foresight being broken, especially for teams just like this. So yeah, anything else, Nikki, na parang kailangan i-target dito na Attras, because Stallions, they're still a perfect team nonetheless, despite them having a very rough start. Is there a target na pwedeng tanggalin dito sa equation for Attras?
You have to take out Jacob, man. You kind of have to tilt him early dito sa mapa natin. And I feel like you really have to have a bad sniping day para dito kay Kay, which I think even on the losses dito ng Attras, no, he hasn't really had na masasabi natin a bad sniping day dito sa mga games natin. He's always, on point, always one of the main guys to, try and bring back dito sa mapa natin. So, yun nga, you do have the consistent sniper time and time again. But I feel like one of the things, or one of the players na you really need to shut down sa Attras para mawala talaga yung sistema nila, you have to kill CRG, pare. CRG, one of the few players na masasabi natin from last season actually has proactivity para dito sa Attras, no? And he's kind of been the catalyst ng kanilang offense and yung kanilang moves dito sa defense to try and get these 5v4. So I feel like CRG being out of the equation would be of big benefit para sa kanila, pare. Pero ayun nga, napapaisip nga ako, anong klaseng approach merong itong Team Stallions ngayon? Kasi just like what you said, I feel like they're still having their troubles behind the scenes. Kaya nga nasabi ko sa watch point, I felt like they stopped improving. Nagpa-plateau na sila dito sa ating group stage, and that is an observation na nakita ko na okay, Stallions is still playing at a very high level dito sa tournament natin, but is that gonna increase anytime soon? Feeling ko hindi, kasi ayun nga, they're still having that identity crisis between KLP at si Revenge dito. And I feel like Attras is definitely the type of team na feeling ko, despite na matatalo sila possibly in this series 0-2 or 1-2, pare, they could still expose a lot of these Stallions problems para sa ibang mga teams natin, like the FERVIDs, like the Execrations.
Pero natutok ako.
Bubang
ba to sa CA,
Dalawa na nag-smoke ahead, Pangalawang smoke, Nasa hotel
Baka lumapit na. Baka lumapit
Malaban
din.
second.
Kung ba nang Maxis,
Smoke ka na ko eh.
Okay.
Well, good morning, Sankara. That's all I gotta say. Liwanag ng mapa. Grabe. But Attras in STS. Be aside for Attras, GR para dito sa STS. And all I can say is, K, get ready, brother.
Ooh.
Good nade, though, to start things off para sa STS.
Grabe. To start things off, no? Second mid into CA lineup with the grenades and Stallions, of course. I don't think makakalimutan nila yung mga Chinese lineups natin anytime soon, especially knowing that they've been there and back. So, really good early game damage para sa kanila. Pero para sa Attras, no, they're taking CA control similar sa ginagawa nga dito ng Virtus.pro, and that is kinda the way that you can kinda crunch for mid control dito, pare. Pwede may bumaba ng CA pamuntang hukay and pwedeng bantayan yung HM behind that stairs position. Pero tignan mo naman yung Stallions, men. This is where they can act upon yung kanilang proactivity para sa mga ganitong setups. Now you're waiting for any STS players to try and see if they can peek into the enemy, para kita mo yung nilikod nila.
Two faster sneaks. That's all they need by Stallions. They hold their ground. Good. Kay Loy to kill from K to kill a Floyd, but KLP double kill with the USP. How did they just get killed? Good transitions para makapasok, pero nothing happened after mag-flash.
Yeah. And ayun nga, I feel like Team Stallions were already kind of knowledgeable, no, about yung A-push na yun kanina, since mayroon na nag-push na Loy dito sa hotel, and he was actually not hearing too much, no, in that position. So, this is what I was saying, man. That proactivity galing dito sa Team Stallions, immediately spotting as much information as they can, at naparelay pa yon papunta kay JJ as he rotated to the A site and made it very easy para sa mga Stallions players na mag-defend doon. At yung sinasabi ko, men, Attras can do everything right, but if you cannot shoot the opponents, pare, hindi mangyayari yun.
Ooh, wait lang. Kid with a TRG. Does spot JJ. It's my LB side, so that's one down for STS. Slowly moving actually, no? That's going towards TB. They have a little bit of timing para makapasok dito ng B. Lalo na STS don't know what to do. Yun lang, Revenge. Good peek, kills one. Attras still keeps on going. That direction lang sila towards high mid. Pero Revenge gets one more. It's a double kill pero si K from second mid. It's constant damage left and right. Pero sabi ng Attras, diretso lang. Tatlo laban sa tatlo. Jakin waiting for the prime opportunity para makaplata ng bomba. And here it comes. K with a triple kill down. But Kano has made his presence known. Even KLB, pinch maneuver. But Kid going for more. It's against KLB though, planted on bomb at 26 seconds. And KLB falls down. It's a big play mula kay Kid.
Grabe na si Kid dito, pare. Klein doing it up against Team Stallions. May post din mamaya, may 1,000%. Pero, Attras, hell of a good round para sa kanila, pare. I was a bit worried dito sa kanilang backside na Polar since may flank na nangyayari galing sa Team Stallions. Pero, buti na lang nanaan dito si Kay protecting the backside. I think hindi niya in-expect na lalabas ng hotel ng ganitong kabilis si Stallions. Pero buti na lang na may Kid na nasa TV.
God, dude, that was an ace. That was just beautiful. That was K getting a lot, but Kid getting very, very confident now. That's too much. That's already early in the rounds, but one down player here for Attras. Meanwhile, high mid position, dire-diretso lang Attras, and this might be the surprise that they need, but KLB aware that someone will go in towards Vince. CRG, shots connecting, KLB down, but the Revenge on the other side! Dire-diretso lang, and STS cleans up house. Walang magugulat ngayon sa round number.
And it's a DR immediately para dito
Yan
sa
ang
Attras.
nakakagulat.
Maybe something wrong. Maybe escape, enter muna tayo dito on the side. Pero para naman dito sa Team Stallions, ayun nga, nasalod nila yung very time-sensitive na push na ginawa nga dito ng Attras. Obviously, yung objective lang ng mga A players and yung vent player doon is to kill whoever is in that mid-side, no? So, I feel like, yun nga, I feel like as soon as nakuha nila yung dalawang EA players natin, if the 3 exit players do not make it on site in time bago maka-rotate si Revenge doon, that is a done deal. And the fact na si KLB lang yung namatay and they just kept the delay going para sa Stallions, ayun nga, man, it's kind of forcing Attras to, yun nga, no, do a lot of unconventional plays, pwede nga natin masabi dito. And I think I've seen that play before sa CFPL yata. I forgot which team did it, pero I think it was Paisha, if I'm not mistaken, yung gumawa nun. And gagana yung ganun na push, pare, but you really have to outrun yung sniper sa spawn.
Yeah, masyado mabilis dito talaga si Revenge. If they got that timing, no, na parang hindi sila na-stuck dito even though namatay yung Vents player coming for Attras, could have gotten something there. Kasi hindi expected nila KLB that people would be there kahit na meron nandun sa padulo ng box ang buong STS. Yeah, Revenge actually, no, amazing performance so far, no. Stinks na kahit na a lot of these plays mula sa Attras na parang stop and go push, kahit minsan you think na makakatch off guard siya or the timing would be off for Revenge, he still goes out and repicks some of these engagements, no, which is very concerning kasi what the hell is he on? Parang Attras should have the upper hand here, but it's still Revenge getting out from these like situations na should be not picked out. Ano sa tingin mo what's happening here? Parang somehow Revenge turning a lot of these rounds para makuha ulit ng STS.
Ayun nga, I feel like it's Revenge, like walang hesitation yung galawan niya, kumbaga, na nakikita natin. I feel like he's so sure about everything he's doing dito sa mapa natin, whether it is a crouch peek, whether it is a high mid push. I feel like that small bit of hesitation siguro to make the right play dito sa round is really what sets him apart dito kay KLP, no? So, ayun nga, I feel like Stallions is now kind of feeling the effects of it, no, of having a sniper that is willing to, you know, go elbow to elbow with the opponents dito, pare, and try to see if he can gain the kills from there. And I feel like, you know, with that kind of sniping, pare, STS, they may be incentivized to move forward dito sa mapa natin. I expect them to be a lot more aggressive, pare.
Yeah. Might be appointed time din na baka dire-diretso din dito yung mga pushes ng SF because now they know ang plan ng Attras is get a part of the map, tapos just go in afterwards. If the timing is right ulit, you can go for big wraparound sa ating mga mapa, or at least for KLB, no, sometimes they do that as well, even for other teams, as long as they have that right opportunity, no. So big eyes on STS, not just for revenge, but for these big players that would get these like long angles, even for Loy, even for the players here on A. For Attras, CRG getting some shots in, pero di talaga sila makapasok ng libreng-libre, no. It's just concerning na parang Kid died that round so early. Parang wala pang setup basically ang buong Attras. He could have waited a little bit longer para makapag-connecta dito sa mga high mid players. Kasi nagawa naman nila yung plano, sneaky, at still despite Kid getting killed here in the earlier of the rounds, parang hindi siya necessary. A little bit of steps, but good plays, no? Shots are hitting at least para dito sa Attras.
Yeah, but you also have to expect this, no? Yung Attras at kalaban yung Team Stallions, right? Just like what I said that yung start natin, Stallions is all about pressure. And they're gonna pressure you with their sheer mechanics, raw mechanics para. They're gonna peek into you as much as possible dito sa mga mapa natin. But there also is a version dito ng Team Stallions where they also withhold every single bit of information dito sa mapa and have you fight them sa site, no? And either way, it's a fight para dito sa Team Stallions. They're kind of forcing you to put yourself in a position where you have to take an aim duel up against itong si Kano and itong si Loy and itong si KLB, and that's not really a fight that you want to take, especially the 50-50 feels like a 70-30 sometimes pagkalaban mo yung Team Stallions. So, just like what I said, yung nga, more analytical approach dito ng Attras. Honestly, the sets haven't been too bad, no? Dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like if the timing was a bit more right, that last round would have worked. Once again, I feel like the objective ng HM players trying to trade or trying to shift the attention, no, dito ng ating mapa punta sa A site is to take out anyone that is in their way dun sa high mid. Nagkataon lang talaga na nakalikod dun si ating Revenge. Pero ayun nga, maybe a bit of a different approach para dito sa Attras. I feel like they can still do the CA into TB take para ma-secure lang, para ma-secure nila yung mid. But at the same time, kailangan nila maging careful pa rin, no? Kasi yun nga, it could be a minute 30, si Loy biglang mag-peak dito sa hotel, a minute 20, baka may mag-peak ng HM bigla. So those random timings is what you have to watch out for kung yung Attras.
Yeah, I mean, the preparations, pinag-usapan din natin kanina na it should be a very high point or a big priority pagdating dito sa Attras. And if they can do that, no, yung just sweep around mula dito sa BL side nila, check every angle, then go towards TB, go for like big plays, go into the B side, or at least like high mid, no. I feel like those kind of timings would be considered, but still, it's the name of the game. Sometimes surprises doesn't really come from Attras, it also comes from STS, no, and sometimes it's mostly came from a man we call Loy. So STS, all they have to do is really just be, doing whatever you're doing right now, kasi talagang hindi kumahagat ang Attras sa gusto ng plano. Yes, they're getting some of it executed just like this, but the timing, it's really killing them off. Stallions having to just be playing normal CrossFIRE kung saan hindi na sila nahihirapan because Revenge is just insane right now. Tsaka ano nga pala, no, this is also a testing point kung gagana nga Revenge up against a Filipino team, because I feel like last time the benchmark would be a Rosea team, no, the answer there would be you can't use that. Pero up against Attras might be the perfect team, no, Sneaky, para makita kung tama nga ba na pwedeng gumana si Revenge not just on a easy team but also a team that is capable of getting these preparations in.
Yun nga, no, Attras is definitely a good litmus test para dito sa Stallions natin, especially knowing that Attras, I have to open old wounds here at Attras. Unfortunately, I have to mention that impact result na ayun nga, they went 3rd and 4th dito sa ating impact, but at the same time, they did a really good job dun nga sa Swiss stage qualifying 3-1. So yun nga, it's a very mataas yung variance ng team na to basically. You could either see a really good day galing dito sa Attras or a really bad one, and it's kind of siding on the bad one so far, no? Kasi itong Team Stallions natin are kind of just clearing absolutely everybody with the exception of that one round with itong si Kid, and even then Polar, that round didn't feel convincing galing dito sa Attras kasi ayun nga, if you're clutching a 1v2 just to get a point on the board, that means something went wrong with the execute, pare.
It was impressive for the time being, pero hindi siya, alam mo yun, round-defying, kumbaga. It still went up nga sa sinabi mo na parang, uy, at a very, very edge na mag-isa ka na lang. Because some of these teams na parang pwede natin sabihin na could be great up against Stallions, you can easily clear out a 2v5. Or at least, parang madalian na lang sa'yo na ma-close out your runs without even reaching the point na you need to clutch up a 1v2. So, yeah, I do agree with you on that, Sneaky. For Revenge, yes, it's a very good starting point to actually do it. Parang masabi na, uy, Revenge is here to make his name in an STS jersey. But, ito na nga, no? Coming in from Paul, yes, siya yun. Si Revenge himself, parang siya yung pinaka-well-known sa CFPH. Pili ko, yeah, Sneaky. May tanong tuloy sa akin last time kasi we were streaming as well. Again, maraming salamat, Coach Ritu Dinus 01. Who do you think para sa'yo, I could definitely say na Revenge is a top Hall of Famer pagdating sa CFPH. Pero for you, who do you think is a Hall of Famer or who is your GOAT? Pwede bang si Revenge sa conversation?
GOAT sa PH? Ako, may dalawang GOATs kasi ako eh. Ito kasi, yung the GOAT that makes sense para sa akin, syempre si Revenge. I feel like I still hold the opinion that he has the highest peak out of any player dito sa Pilipinas, especially when it comes to his mechanics and his clutchness and his greatness dito sa ating liga pare and international as well. Pero yung personal ko kasi na GOAT pare, napakaiba yan. It's got to go to Matt. Unfortunately, wala. NBA, I was an NBA fan back in the day. I'm still an NBA fan now kasi yun nga, I do have a soft spot for attackers during the IGL. Yung mga ganun na sitwasyon. And I also like how he played that 1-2 combo back in the day with Justin pare. So, ayun nga. So, it's gonna be one of those two. Pero tama kayo sinabi mo, Polo. I feel like if you answer Revenge being the best player in PH ever, you still be right. Kasi, ayun nga, granted, Stallions have had their peak. Stallions have had some, international results dito pare. But the man who is rocking the sniper, he is still the most decorated sa kanila pare.
Yeah, and look at him right now, he's still playing. And I feel like well-known is an understatement at this point, kasi not just
he's got a decade pa pare.
Hindi pa naman Filipino scene, Sabi sa comment mismo ni Pulchuri Tinios, in CFPH, I feel like not really in the Filipino scene, Sneaky. Do you think ba, let's go deeper into this conversation, na
because
if
take too long.
Diba? If umabot man tayo sa point in time na nga, STS claims an international spot, do you think it's takot maging may parang target na dito yung STS just because Revenge is here, or parang may takot na nadala si Revenge kapag lalaban sila sa international teams natin, like game like AG, like our teams coming in from the other regions. Sa tingin mo may ganun kind of factor na ilalabas si Revenge?
Oh, for sure, pare. I feel like,
Really?
ayun nga, a certain Brazilian team is definitely sweating kasi Revenge, if he's going back to international, pare, he is looking for, pun intended, Revenge up against a certain team, Liquid, pare, the team who eliminated them from Vietnam. So I feel like ilang taon na rin yun, pare, kasi that was my first international event. So, it's been, 2 years mga ganun pare since that happened, and I feel like Revenge, medyo nagtitim pa siya about that kasi being there, that game was a bit too close to call talaga. I feel like Pacific at that time definitely could have qualified, pero wala man. At the time, the Animals was just calling out of his mind pare. He was reading everything na pwedeng ibasa dito sa Pacific. But I feel like, definitely, this kind of form na Revenge, plus you have Team Stallions behind you, already are tenured dito sa ating international stage. Low-key, I'm actually looking forward if ever magkakalaban dito yung Team Liquid and itong Team Stallions. I'm trying to see that low-key Gokin versus Revenge, man. Hindi pa tapos yung story na yan.
It could be pretty nice, A lot of returning names, and that could change up the scene pagdating sa international level. Now my question comes in, Sneaky. Do you think mas magandang decision na just put Revenge all in kapag international level? Like
all
every
in
match.
International?
Ganun ba yung right decision? Ganun ba yung
It's too early to say.
best decision?
Feeling ko it's too early to say pa pare. There's still pwede ko malalaman natin yung sagot na sa tanong na yan, Polar, after playoffs. So I feel like if we are gonna put them in now, it really does make sense kasi ayun nga, you also offer that stability and also that more proactivity, no? Para nga dito kay Venge, which really is of big benefit, especially yung meta natin into 2026 has been played around itong TRGs, especially with yung increased presence dito ng KZ all of a sudden, dahil nga lumakas nga dito si YF, KZ also having eyes, their own like little kano dun sa our brothers up there, pare. And ayun nga, I feel like he definitely fits the mold of yung modern sniper of being low-key, quote-unquote. Hindi ko naman masasabing star player, para kasi hindi yun yung belief dito ng Stallions. But they need a guy that, is gonna move all over the place. But at the same time,
capable lang.
Revenge would definitely have a hard time against a certain team that has Feifei on it, pare. And I feel like you might want to put KLP back in that one kasi waiting game talaga yun, men. And I feel like, Stallions are not the type of team to have a waiting game pag si Revenge nandito, pare. And ayun nga, I feel like KLP would definitely be, pwede siyang ilagay dun kasi that's where his strengths lie, anchoring, defending the site, being the overseer para sa kanyang team. So I feel like it's a decision na kailangan, it is gonna be team dependent, no? Kasi may baka ibang teams na mas malakas dito si Revenge, possibly, at least theoretically, no? At mas malakas dito si KLP, pare. But yun nga, that is gonna be up to them. And hopefully, ayun nga, no, KLP, if you're listening right now, hopefully, ma-absorb mo talaga lahat ng powers dito ni Revenge while he is kinda in your seat right now, man. Kasi that's the only way that he can get to the level that he wants internationally, pare.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of ego, I guess, would be pretty much needed for KLP, but you have a great point, no, na up against a team that it does include Feifei, that you still need that very slow approach, that very patient approach, no, coming in from KLP. So yeah, it's really hard to say. Akala ko matatrap na kita sa mga ganung questions, Nikki, pero parang hindi pala, no, because yeah, it still needs KLP still has a little bit of an edge up against Revenge, no. Plus kung isipin din ng mga tao, guys, they reached number 2 without Revenge. So how can you say that KLP shouldn't be placed on that roster right now para at least to have more games, no, than Revenge in the international stage. But yeah, again, marami pa tayong araw coming into the group stage. Mas marami rin tayong pag-uusapan, no? Pero putulin na lang natin yan, no, Sneaky, for now. Let's head on to a little bit of a break para makapag-ready tayo immediately for these two teams. Magbabalik po ang Masters Summer with Stallions and as well as Attras.
Teka lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita with the flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Welcome back to CFS Masters 2026 and good morning na talaga. My energy is on all-time high because babalik na tayo sa ating labanan between Stallions and as well at Attras. That is a mouthful, Sneaky. I'll keep on speaking in English kasi ang hirap na sabihin at Attras. At ito na nga ang ating labanan. No? Sneaky, what do you think about this matchup? No? Ang daming ginagawa ng Attras, but somehow, they're still getting into the mix na maging 2v2, maging 1v2. Is this the type of scenario na iniisip mo para sa Attras para makuha nila yung mga panalo? The waters. Up.
Sorry, I was talking
Yes,
in
there you go.
sign language, pare. Pero yun nga, it seems like Attras, yun nga, medyo nahihirapan sila dito sa mapa natin. And by medyo,
Already, no?
I would say very. Nahihirapan sila dito sa mapa na to for good reason. And I did say na, ayun nga, no, the pressure is gonna be all the way para dito sa Stallions. And Attras is gonna feel it, pare.
Ito na ngayon. Let's get back into the game. A 2-1 scoreline wherein Stallions does have the lead. Okay. And para sa mga katutok lang, GR side ng STS, might as well give us a play revenge when the first shot goes in. JJ with one. RTA, nakuha nga ng isa pero mukhang delikado pa rin to kasi kahit yung hotel push nila, sila na mismo yung nag-back off. Sabi nila kailangan at patayin si JJ but he is on top of everybody here. It's a 4. It's a quad as we go back to Ankara.
Ito yung sinasabi ko nga dito, Polar, no? You really do not want to fight Stallions head-to-head kahit 4 or 5 kayo na papasok dito, man. They will find a way to find those headshots and get back into cover just in time. Wrong approach para dito sa Attras. And I wish to see yung nakita ko dun no, for the past few rounds. This is them just slowly taking CA, taking some TB control, taking some mid control, and going from there, pare. Yeah. And I feel like that kind of fight, you're not really gonna win it, man. Especially up against a player like JJ.
It's very difficult, man. Kapag naging very linear lang dito yung approach mo up against Stallions of all teams, you really will have a hard time. No? Kung pwede lang maging 4-prong approach or 5-prong approach yung atake dito ng Attras going to hotel, baka pa nila makuha. Pero kasi everyone just flushed in. They got the nade in, may flash, and JJ and Revenge just easily mowed everybody down. Isipin mo yun. You can't even take out one player. That is just going left, right dito sa ating second mid.
I would wish, no, na may tumalon man lang from anyone from the side of Attras to try and gain some space in that hotel side. Pero, yun nga, no, they're really intent on killing whoever is standing dun sa second mid. And unfortunately, nakuha lang nila dun is si Revenge. Loy, now in the position na formerly hinahold dito ni Kanu, no? And I feel like this kind of default is actually enabling si Loy more to be more active sa mapa natin.
Yeah, they don't want to let him go lurk for lurk mostly. He wants that forward approach dito sa may CA. We've seen this happen before, and it looks like it will happen again. Mamamatay si KO, but the B-side take, wala din sa Attras, will not be forced out. Kid might have a good timing here pag nakita niya dito si Loy sa may high mid. Pero alam na ng STS na hindi A-site but it's a 5v4. Kid needs to make this happen. Yun lang. Loy is good with the cover dito sa rotators natin in high mid or in mid. TB push. J Kim spotting whoever goes here. Pero CRG actually pulls down so early. What a peek, but J Kim also falls into the hands of JJ. It's all up to RTA. The IGL versus 3. That's 1. HK shots flies by, pero it doesn't connect on the last 2 players. STS still good with the retake.
Yun nga, CRG going a bit too deep dito sa hotel side, no? Harap-harapan yung nilabanan nitong second mid. He wasn't even using yung heady angle na naan dito sa hagdanan, pare. So he could not guarantee a kill towards that second mid. And you had to hold that second mid, no? Kasi, ayun nga, that is where the second prong attack or the second prong will come from para dito sa Team Stallions, considering na si Loy paparating din dito sa TP potentially. So the pressure is all over the place already para dito sa Attras. Granted, nakuha nila tong B-site. They got a good setup going with the 2 nades faking dito sa A site, pero yun nga, you kind of just ran into the wrong timings. Especially when it came to that post-plant pare. And Stallions doing a good job. Insta-taking itong hotel. And alam mo naman yan pare, once you have hotel control, the retake becomes infinitely easier.
Yeah, I feel like every post-plant dito ng Attras, once they just have this like singular piece out of formation, napapadali lang talaga yung laban dito for STS because now they know that they can easily cover up these spaces sa may hotel. Kanina nga, just CRG at the wrong spot, at the wrong time as well. Kid, kahit na nga namatay dun si Kid, at least they knew that Loy could have gone towards TB, no? With the death cam dito nga ni Kid. So J-Kim had that that early opportunity na parang, uy, I just need to hold this. I let RTA dun sa may taas ng sa may respawn, sa mismong site. Tapos retake na lang kasi nandiyan naman si CRG. But once that all fell apart, Attras, that not gonna be the right kind of mindset, no? But let's see. Still early in the rounds. Again, kailangan nga dito ng isang half ng ating Attras para makakuha ng momentum going into the second since they will be starting on the GR since they will be ending on the GR side, no, excuse me. So I wouldn't blame them if they do have a tough time here. Yung isang team nga natin gumamit ng isang tournament para lang makalaman kung paano sila maglalaro dito sa Summer Masters. So,
yes, sir. It's about it's about the war, not the battle, no, para sa kanila. About that certain team, pare. Playing the long run. Team Stallions, though, yeah, is a team that I would not say long run yung makikita natin as of the moment because the changes, ayun nga, no, they were a bit sudden. So, let's see. Team Stallions looking so good dito sa ating mapa so far. Nasasalo naman nila lahat ng possible execution. If it's not, a retake is underway. Yun yung sinabi ko kanina, no? I feel like Attras winning yung 1 versus 2 na yun didn't really mean anything in the grander scheme of things kasi you still lost the side. You still possibly lost the round. And that just goes to show na pati sa mga ganun na sitwasyon, pare, you know, Stallions is still able to pressure in those kinds of moments.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we can still praise, no, the impressiveness na nangyari nga doon for Attras from K and Kid, but still not the grandest scheme of things. Ngayon ko lang napansin na dun sa thought mo, Sneaky, na yep, it's not the war na pinaglalaban ngayon ng ating players, hindi siya long term. I mean, para kung isipin mo, since kamukha naman ni Revenge si Genghis Khan, parang bigla mong nilagay si Genghis Khan sa isang room na are capable of also winning. Whoa, that analogy goes very deep. Ayoko na mag-go through sa thought time. But it is still a comfortable lead mula dito sa Stallions. What do you think about this though, no, Sneaky? I feel like ibang approach ngayon ng Stallions. They put Kano in a very far back position. One of the most passive positions that you could have, no, as the GR side, the exit player, para dito sa A side.
Papaisip din ako dun, Polar, kasi what are they trying to do with Kano in that situation, no? Kasi Kano is definitely the player that you do want to preserve, especially when it comes to yung, you know, later parts ng ating GR round, so on the side of Stallions. But also, it's kind of disabling yung kanyang free-flowing map movement, no, in between itong A at B sides. And yun nga, kagaya na sinabi ko, it has to be him on that high mid, pero Loy is doing a great job of covering naman, pare.
Yeah.
They're just pushing.
Looks like
Jesus.
they're just gonna go in mid. They do clean off 2, pero J-Kim sasakot ng dalawa. At dahil dyan, dediretso lang din siya with low HP. Nandiyan naman si K para makakuha ng big shoutout to Loy. And somehow, STS, very good with the start, pero cannot finish. They're already down by 3. Meanwhile, Attras going into their comfortable B side take. Kid checks out second mid, nothing to see there. TB push coming in from JJ, but they do plant the bomb. Revenge close up, wants to go towards tower, but actually pushes towards the respawn area. That's the plan here. J-Kim has a clear sightline pag lumabas dito si Revenge, pero hindi na spot. Yun lang! Revenge wins the fight! 1v1! And it's up against Scareware, and the USP is so deadly! Triple kill! How the hell did J-Kim not spot him?
I think he probably looked away from his monitor, pare, at tumingin sa kanyang kakampi. At tumingin sa monitor ng kanyang kakampi, which was the wrongest time in that situation. But at the same time, I feel like that's the thick part of the smoke yata. Yung tumama dito sa may kabaong natin. Yung gitnang-gitna ng smoke. And that is the one part of the smoke that is actually effective dito sa laruan natin, pare. So really good job galing kay Revenge. He somehow slipped by enemy lines and gave us a classic 3K galing sa kanya.
Imagine, no? Like, even Revenge didn't know what's happening there, pero he had exact positions ng mga kalaban niya. Quick scope dito sa may pinaka masikip na part ng site. Go for the US pin, clean up everything kahit na namatay dito si JJ. That was a clean 1v3. But let's see, Attras does have mid positions now, checking TB with K, and RTA might push into CA if he gets caught. Pero again, no, look at this exit for, that's JJ actually now. Kano is way in that room A side, but still passive. This is a disciplined play, might be. Pero high mid TB for Attras. Loy, siya na naman ang gagawa dito, but hindi na full check. Never mind, still Loy falls down. Next na doon is gonna be Revenge. So this is one of the best takes right now para sa bisan ng Attras.
Finally, a bit of a breakthrough galing sa kanila, pare. And they even had the man advantage because of it. They still have to be careful, no? A certain man is still alive para sa side ng STS, and Kano probably will try to set off this entire offense first, but okay, he's ready and waiting.
Okay, misses the shot! Very, very late in pulling the triggers. So STS has a big chance now despite the seconds in. JJ falls. J Kim still holding his ground at dahil dyan. Attras, ito yung hold and take ng site na hinahanap natin.
Yeah, slightly easier with the man advantage, no? Especially in this situation, every single part of the map is covered, and a really good re-hit as well, or a really good retrade galing dito kay Kim para sa kanyang teammate. Not allowing any TB players to get anything for free. Pero speaking of free, pare, STS thinking long is free.
Big flash. Yellow denied by Revenge. One more possibly if they overpeak, and that's it. CRG down. Lloyd going for more. It's a double trouble here among. At mukhang round number 8 para sa Team Stallions yan.
Yeah, you can see them kind of chuckling dun sa round na yun, pare. In all honesty, I feel like Stallions, they're just like, Revenge, bakit di mo itong i-testing itong yellow, no? And try and see if you can just support our player on the Miniter side, pare. And that is exactly what happened. Good distraction play, good two-man play, pero para kay JJ, kahit mag-isa lang siya doon.
Holy double kill still for JJ. Attras, somewhat defeated already dito sa round number 9. And look at Lloyd. He split the offense to go for a defensive play. Dito sa may long B, kid spotted. At hindi ka na makakakit pa. C4 down. And Lloyd just doesn't care. He keeps continuing the entry. Papunta dito sa may offensive side. J. Kim spots him out. But still a tough fight, Sneaky. 2v3. The pressure is so high para kay J. Kim to perform in these kinds of levels.
Kim? Oh! Well, his head's gone. So he cannot perform anymore, pare. K though. Pwede pa yan. Pero yung C4, man, yeah, the C4 is out in the open, pare. I think it was a bit obvious what was gonna happen dun sa round na yun, especially knowing that the Loy push was on the backside. Wala siyang pake kung may nakasabit na do not disturb sa pinto mo, men. Papasok at papasok talaga yan dito sa ating bypass and hotel side. So Stallions now on the BL side. Sounds like a nightmare, no? Para sa mga ibang teams natin. Pero Attras, I feel like they could still get some rounds in, no? Fully knowing na pakiramdam ko pagdating naman sa depensa, mas magagamay nila dito yan, men.
Yeah. They'll be having a better time. Yes, they're kind of not in the right mood, no, going to the GR side, but something that we did mention, no, kanina, they need that first half to activate in the second half. It's okay if they lose, pero realistically, yung ganong kind of thought, kailangan 5-4. Wherein sila dapat yung 4 rounds. And that's their like best case scenario up against Stallions. But in a 7-2, Sneaky, 3 round lang ang kailangan ng Stallions dito. And you know this pretty well. BL side for Stallions is so scary. A side has multiple layers, pwede mag right off the bat, no, parang there's already 5 strats para lang makapasok ng A. High mid CA take would be very likely din para lang makuha dito ng immediate contact play ang Stallions to activate these players. Meanwhile, B, no contestation. It's gonna be a TB push at the end of the day for Stallions, but we do go in. Second half now starts. And it's a 4-1 setup para sa Attras.
Yeah, JJ, the only one who's actually poking him, prodding dito sa long. One of my favorite angles to punish kung sino man na nasa loob ng vents. But JJ, in sa CA na lang, pero may mag-greet sa kanya doon. JK with a good CA control and early CA denial. Napakaganda para sa Attras.
This is the right person to put in this position, no? Just let JK control this kind of area just to deny a lot of presence wala sa STS. But I do think he knows that he can't go back. Yun lang yung parang delikado dito. He is stuck in that place. Mid push for STS.
HM peak, CA peak. Oh, Kim, what are we doing, gang?
You're stuck there, Kim. I told you.
Good comms, Folder. Bad listening. Galing dito kay Kim. RTA will be getting low in return dito, pare. 3 versus 3. And iniisa-isa na nga dito ng STS sa mga miyembro ng Attras. And this is what I was talking about, bipolar. The pressure doesn't just come from one player. Galing sa STS, it comes from all 5. And Revenge will get taken down. 1-for-1 pa naman dito sa mapa natin. Pero RTA, this sounds like an impossible task, no? If it is any other 1 versus 2, posible pa. But it's KLB and Kano.
Yeah. Heavy fraggers, but good shots to start things off. 36 HP, can he do it? Does have a flash, does have a smoke. But one thing that he has is also just 20 seconds left. Spots out KLB. Now next in line is gonna be the Wonder Kid, but the Wonder Kid prevails in those kind of situations. Inupuan lang ni Kano and Team Stallions up by 6.
Very, very dangerous peak, no? Galing dito kay Kanumin. I feel like that spot specifically dito, Polar, is very pre-fireable. And alam naman yan ng Attras. It was good early CA denial, pare. Pero I think yung attempt dito ng Attras is to try and remove si J. Kim galing dito sa CA natin. Which I think could have been done, pare, kung may mas naging present yung mga HM player natin in that situation. I feel like what would be nice if nag-contact muna yung HM at dun dumating yung CA player natin. I could have gotten even a kill in that situation, pare. Sayang yun.
Yeah, tsaka wala naman dong ordinance or at least like util na nagamit yung SS2 to cover that ground, no, between those two areas. So they could have gotten something. Very concerning nga, dalawang player doon, Sneaks, nakatingin doon sa stairs papunta sa highway. No one was really doing anything there. But I guess we digress. TB push. Alam nila that hotel is not really an entire option for STS at least like first minute of the round. So still good awareness, no? You can definitely see by preparation for Attras, especially on the GR side. These like minuscule decisions, making a lot of mistakes para dito sa Attras.
Yeah, it's very fitting talaga yung statement ni Kevin Durant nung interview niya versus the Team USA versus France. It kind of feels like this, no? Like, you can have all the setups that you want, pare, but what is it gonna do up against Steph? What is it gonna do up against Kano? And that's kind of what's going on right now. Pero replace Kano with Revenge, pare, because he's also frying.
Yeah. I mean, it started kaya nga parang dream team din eh, no? Itong STS a lot for our viewers, because you have Revenge, you have Kano. You have K pushing and K dying dito sa ating TV side. Revenge online, Kid will get one, pero he gets instantly traded mula dito kay JJ. Tatlo laban sa 4. Snakes make it 3 now, pero JJ was the low player there. So confident pa rin ditong STS. They have 30 seconds to plant the bomb, and they know now B site is very, very clear. RTA pushing here from mid, but CRG, man, kailangan niya mag-expendable dito sa round na to. Revenge gives out. The angles, the nades will fly, and he connects! A double now for Revenge! Triple actually, but KLB ends the round. Sneaky, what is on with STS? Is this the high caliber of CrossFIRE that we were looking for?
Yun nga, man. You can have all the setups that you want. Kung kaya yung Attras dito pa rin, magandang opening timings, even set plays. But it seems like Stallions, they are shooting a bit too good dito sa mapa natin. And look at Loy.
Oh, Loy! Oh! Even Kano finds Kid! CRG! Dama ko na dito yung Cubs. Guys, what happened there?
Jeez.
And what happened to my life? 10-2 scoreline, Sneaky. What a start for Stallions. I did not expect na dalawa lang mapupuntos dito ng Attras.
You know, this feels like yung mga teams natin back in the day going up against the likes of Paisha Gaming at their peak, when nandun pa si Baby Pare, nung AG at their peak, when Evolution Power were at their peak. Actually, nung EP, medyo nakaka-contest na rin tayo dun. Pero, ayun, you get the point, right? It feels like a one-sided affair na kahit anong tamang gawin mo talaga kung kayo yung Attras, it really is not just gonna work up against itong Team Stallions kasi, ayun nga, mid-rounding is on point and where they get their most money, no, dito sa ating mapa. And it just seems like Attras, it's not really yung kanilang problema dito, no, yung naging mapa natin. It just feels like Stallions every single time that they're gonna peek into any angle, confident sila na kaya nilang ipanalo yan 100%. And I feel like that unabashed confidence, no, is really bringing them dito sa ating laruan, especially para kay Revenge. Para Revenge, you know, I was saying na Kay was gonna go head-to-head with him, pare, pero it was only one hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, very difficult, no? Yung nakita natin dito for the entirety of for Attras, kasi palagi nakikita natin Stallions had the upper hand, and that's all thanks to Revenge sniping, Kanos frying dito. Even for Loy, no, Loy was getting so much space previously nung nasa GR side sila, to a point na di alam ng Attras someone is already behind them, and it's Loy always getting at least multi-kills in his name before he falls down. And yes, we were talking about na kaya dito ng GR side ng Attras, kaya naman eh. Pero talagang kayang-kaya lang ng Stallions na pumuntriya ng isang site without a lot of disadvantage going into their own name and just dominate the post. Isipin mo yun. Revenge took out a little bit of his time para tulungan yung players sa site with a singular nade. And he still won the fight dito sa my TV side. So it's very insane that this is the form of Stallions right now up against Attras. Pero syempre, I think mas marami ditong analysis coming in from the panel desk. It's time for Mochi and Salvatore. Ano nga ba nangyari sa game natin?
Well, all we could say there, casters, is the fact that that was such a clean game galing dito for Team Stallions, no? Parang we're already back to how we know about them, no? The Team Stallions that we know and love. And other than that, though, for Attras, I feel like there were some issues that they have to address here, Salvatore.
Well, no, more on muna tayo dito sa side ng Team Stallions eh, no. Kung mapapansin mo, Mochi, it's definitely night and day. Ang laki talaga ng agwat ng game sense ni KLP at ni Revenge, because you cannot convince me enough na merong influence si Revenge from start all the way to mid-round hanggang sa post-plant pa mismo, no. It just feels like Pacific Macta all over again. Kung gaano nga ba kalinis yung pagpasok at gaano nga nararanasan nila yung rewards ng pagiging body system dito, no, between him and as well as Loy. Finally, no, something of like an achievement yung nakuha ng Team Stallions na pwedeng maging pick si Kano basta iparis mo ka siya kay Loy. And that, you know, 1-2 punch na binibigay talaga ng STS dito, no, from both their defense and offense is just amazing. More naman dito sa side ng Attras, if there's just only one wheel that is functioning on the car, makakaandar nga ba to? Malabang sa malabang, hindi, no, Bochi? Kasi kahit nga ba yung spare tire, hindi na natin nakikita, no? Both CRG and as well as RTA can play. Definitely, honestly, no? Pero kung palagi silang nahuhuli, making these decisions very slow, hindi nila nasasabayan yung tempo ng Team Stallions, then we might just see an easy 2-0, no? Hindi na natin kailangan itago pa, Mochi. This is Team Stallions playing at their own pace, whether Attras likes it or not. Kailangan talaga malaman ng Attras, saan nga ba sila nagkukulang? Offense pa lang, pero marami pang layers yun. Sabi ko kanina, no, Mochi, unahin nila si Revenge, find a way to stack up against Kano, pero hindi talaga nila magawa because Revenge is just making the right calls and KLB's influence on the map is definitely felt.
Yup, and right now daw pagdating dito, no, sa ating set summary, we have just a couple of hundreds na meron din dito for Canon Revenge, and medyo nahiya pa nga ata si KLB and as well as si JJ dito, no. Wow. And regardless nga na 7-11 ang ating KD for Loy, it is quite a fun understatement sa kung ano rin yung natulong niya dito for the team. But again, nice try, no, as you have mentioned. Okay naman sana, no, na nakakatrabaho itong ating mga players from Attras, but it's unfortunate because parang kulang sila sa dalawang piece, no? Priority and as well as yung pagsabay sa ating mga galawan and as well as pacing dito, no, kay Team Stallions. Quite a lot to work with here, no, for Attras.
Grabe, man. And I just feel like there's just more for Attras Esports na feeling ko pwede natin ipiga. Na throw off ba sila? Gawa na nga naging tech diff natin. Sana naman hindi kasi meron pa silang Eagle Eye na kailangan trabahuin natin. No? Our set MVP, no surprises whatsoever, scoring an 11-3-3 scoreline. It's going to be Kano, dying 3 times in a series like this, no, Mochi. I just feel like nakulangan lang talaga ako sa opensa ng Attras kasi kung 3 beses lang nahuli si Kano throughout the game where 12 rounds was played, men, big sabihin nilalaro lang talaga ni Kano yung TB pati HM, no? Because those were point of contacts para utusan si Kano na kunin mo, no? So it's that efficient for Kano to be the MVP right now because he's just that good at talagang naipapanalo niya lang yung mga duels.
Yes, and I feel like we can say the same para dito kay Revenge as well, no? Especially with kung ano ang pinamalas dito sa ating mapa right now. But again, no, titignan natin sa ating susunod na laban kung magkakaroon nga ba ng kasagutan dito ang Attras Esports because for now, seems like hawak na hawak ng STS ang ating beat. After a few minutes, tayo ay magbabalik.
ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Now we're we're back dito, no? Still ang laban ng Team Stallions and as well as Attras Esports. We're in earlier on, no? Ang standing title na nakuha natin dito, no? For STS in the map of Ankara. We've also been able to see kung paano nga ba ang behavior ni Revenge dito, no? Also a bit of comparison with the KLP as well, no? Na-contrast natin sila and how Attras already has that bit of good materials to build the foundation on what the playstyle that they're gonna work with. Pero ayun nga lang nga, it seems like there's still a lot more work to do here.
Mochi, no, nasagot na nga kagad ng Attras yung tanong ko kanina na makaka-apekto nga ba ang pagpasok ni Revenge sa playstyle dito ng Attras. They have really good setups pero they just get thrown off on the wind the moment na pumasok nga talaga yung mga bida dito, you know, na parang nakita sila ng artista for the first time. Attras does make very good setups pero yung approach ng barilan, the sole purpose of the game, hindi nga nila nagawa nga ng ayos with the exception of J-Kim. J-Kim just makes good decisions for himself. Hindi ko lang alam talaga kung is it enough for it to be a team-wide influence na parang okay, if it's a good decision, sana nararamdaman talaga nila CRG or even nila K, na two of which are very vital for this team play to work. Kasi nga CRG, headshot machine, you have K, na solid ka naman talaga mag-sniper. Pero grabe men, dalan-dala talaga ni Revenge yung map dito, no? And he just wiped the floor inside of Ankara. Let's see. Sana may bago sa loob nga ng ating second set kasi kinakailangan talaga ng Attras.
Yeah, they need it more than ever, especially against the likes of Team Stallions. Kaya naman, wag na natin pag-intayan pa at padagalin pa. Tara na mag-atubili na tumalon sa ating laban. Bipolar and Sticky Frog, kayo na to.
Napakabigat ngayon ng dinadala ng ating Attras to a point na kaya pa nga ba nila bumawi dito sa ating set number 2. A lot inbound para dito sa Attras, no, because they have a lot of rounds to recover wala dito sa ating first map. Now, is it gonna be a 2-0? Most likely. Pero J-Kim, it looks like he needs a little bit more carrying, no? 10 kills isn't enough for them to at least get toe-to-toe with Stallions. Pero ikaw ba, Sneaky, what do you think will be the probable things pagdating dito sa ating set number 2?
I feel like it would be definitely a better game para dito sa Attras, as much as, you know, yung first game natin was kind of one-sided, no? And itong akara natin na, you know, it just kind of felt like Attras weren't really winning yung kanilang mga gunfights dito. And, you know, that's just the reality of it, no? Pagkalaban mo yung Team Stallions, all 5 members have to be on point kasi, yun nga, pati si KLB, he will be trying to fry you with an HK across the map. And unfortunately, para dito sa Attras, no, I feel like only 1 or 2 players really came alive dito sa mapa natin. You know, Klein had that clutch earlier, but yun nga, no, kagaya na sinabi ko, it doesn't matter in the grander scheme of things kung wala nga kayo mapanalo sa executes nyo. Yun nga, if you stop winning yung mga executes and yung game plan nyo, you really know that you're in very deep trouble dito sa ating map number 1. Pero para naman sa map number 2, no, I feel like it would be slightly easier para sa Attras as yung nga, BL side is a lot more friendly sa mapa na to, especially to teams who like to take their time setting up. And yun nga, if Attras can punish yung mga early pushes dito ng ating Stallions team, then definitely something can happen. Pero ayun nga, Attras being on the BL side ng ating mapa, pare, kailangan nila maging patient and they have to look for the right picks and the right timings dito, pare, kasi yun nga, half the time dito sa Ankara, pare, na nasiswing lang sila from a corner they haven't checked 10 seconds ago, pare.
Yeah, I mean, the game, no, you know. Wait.
You good?
I'm good. Okay. I mean, going back, no, pahirapan nga lang din sila. Even my internet right now, so Sneaky, if I just take it away, make it a little bit more interesting. But yeah, BL side for I think.
Yeah, man, we're trying to get the signal going. I think may gumagalaw yata ng antenna dito sa bubong natin, pare. So that's why Polo is struggling. Pero, ayun nga, I feel like it's still gonna be definitely a hard game para sa Attras. You know, at the end of the day, you could be as technical as possible nga pagdating sa mapa natin, and you can end up like CBF, no, 13-12 and the heartbreaker at the very end of it, pare. Pero, ang tanong pa,
metal.
Dalawa. Second mid metal kanan.
Patay mid, kaya pa to.
Gilid hotel lang.
May bawat kayo doon.
Second mid. 29-28 ko.
Pay ka dyan. Mid rocket.
Oy, patay. Nice. Mid sin.
Gina ako mid. Ingat
Nakay BR.
Wala.
Well, we just saw a massacre dito sa my LB Sneaks, and hopefully my internet is also not massacring myself. It's a 2v4 now. for Attras and Stallions. Make it a 1-4
my
as
God!
Revenge finds the craziest shot mula dito. Papunta kay J. Kim. It's all up to a kid versus 4 horses, and a kid gets stomped and kicked to get out and claim a first round.
Yun namin, no? Stallions being a bit rude, not waiting out the first 30 seconds, knowing na may comms tayo, and they just killed everybody dito sa LB. Pero jokes aside, yun nga, KLB on the secondary sniper dito sa hotel side, and I'm very happy to see this, no? Kasi, ayun nga, it's been kind of the KLB show, especially on the HK dito sa hotel, especially on yung mga harder games natin, no? Even CC Kano, even picking up the sniper from time to time. Pero this is the sniper presence na hinahanap ko galing sa STS, especially on the B side of the map, and eh nga, kung nakapick dito si KLB, big benefit yan pare. The fact that you have Revenge on the A site, that's a deadly combo.
It's a full-on lockdown sneaks yung binibigay dito ng STS. When they're on the GR side in Eagle Eye, with Revenge holding down mula dito sa may sikip, no one can enter A. And I like na they're so confident, no, Six, that KLB is gonna be holding down Long B alone. Look at JJ's position. He's there for that counter flash na ibabado dito ng buong Attras. If ever man LA yung choice of sight nila, no, or choice of executions. But mid, oh, I like this high mid position. Lane na lang.
EP smokes, Evolution Power smokes.
Oh, wait lang. Attras! Yun lang! Pas lang agad dito si RTA, but JJ, good flash, but it's not still gonna be ain't getting anything. It's a double kill for JJ. It's a double kill for Kano. It's a full-on domination, Sneaks. Team Stallions, what the hell?
Ngayon, alam nyo na yung rason why we do not do EPA sites sa region na to pare. The smokes are green, pink, or red. So you can see right through them dun sa mga ganitong sitwasyon. And as much as it was a good attempt to kind of try and block off yung vision ng mga players ng STS, it just seems like they could just see right through it. So it was a good attempt pare, but unfortunately, the smokes are a bit too thin.
Yikes. Oh, Sneaks, good plans, but KLB, what an angle and the shot. That's a rare sight na magpupush ng ganun kalalim si KLB palabas ng hotel. One more possibly, but might be for revenge. Does spot out a jumping Attras sa pinakadulo ng LA. Inside the doghouse, gets out, K. Will go back. This is testing times para sa Attras, Sneaks. Look at JJ pushing a little bit further now. They have, again, a great hold dito sa may lane, sa may LA. Everything's so covered mula sa Attras, but okay.
Ay, narinig.
He knows where to look, and that's an easy shot as he peeks out mula dito sa my mid doors. So that's a 4v4 now, Sneaks.
Yun nga. That kind of pick off, no? That will definitely turn the tides immediately for your team. Okay, careful, bud. Get your head taken off.
Yo! It's not the head, Sneaks. It's the chest that gets taken apart. Loy will kill off Jake, and what a shot! At si Kano, sabi niya, let me in the action. Gusto ko din pumatay. He finds Kid, and he might just find RTA. Good damage onto 2 players, pero kay LB ngayon, distraction na lang. Kano will fall down. What a shot from RTA. The rampage continues with the USP, but it ends there. With Revenge claiming the last kill. Team Stallions covering every ground dito sa Eagle Eye.
Yeah, of course, the 4 players dead were laughing about it. Revenge was seeing life flash before his eyes para dun sa round na yun. Pero a round is still gained para sa kanila dito. Kano, careful, buddy. Wallbangs are pretty good with the HK kung dire-diretso nga ang kalawan mo. Pero si Kano, pinake up na dito yung TRG.
Ooh, KLB steps forward. Kano falls down. 6 feet under at dahil dyan atras. This might just be the surprise na hindi expect ng STS. RTA close by pushing. One more para sa kanya. Pero Loy is in town at mukhang he will stay there in the site. Falling down is not a good sign kasi si Revenge ngayon in a 1v3 as he clears off one. Too many angles to take care of. Attras claims the point.
Yun nga, it's finally Stallions. They get punished for their recklessness dito sa mapa, no? I mean, it's not really a good play for KLB and Kano to switch habang may nakapush dito sa LB. And, yun nga, unfortunately for the side of the Stallions, yun nga, might have to calm down a bit dito sa bin. And KLB immediately out. Naka-HK siya dun, ha?
Yeah. I like that from Kano. I feel like nakita niya dun yung red name. Tapos, instantly moved his crosshair papunta dun sa may frame.
Yeah.
Or dun sa may window. Kasi he expects na KLB will fight that most of the time. So, good start for Attras once again. All they need to do is stabilize. Kasi parang kumahagat ngayon ni STS. Medyo sila na mismo nagpo-forward tulad neto towards LA.
They're waiting for this, though.
Yeah, they expect this look at J-Kim spotting it out. So they just need to be ready now. Preparations might just be here. J-Kim picks out JJ. Pero Loy still undetected, Sneaks. Oh, he's pushing! Oh!
Smokes down.
Okay! Nakangat yung kamay niya. But Kano, with his own TRG, welcome back, the sniper! We call Kano. That's 2 down and 2 left para sa Attras. Nakalapit na pero sila na mismo nagsabi, Sticks, na aalis na lang sila ulit doon.
Yun nga, Kano with a Colt. Who you feeling like? Dito sa mapa natin. J-Kim and Kid. Yun nga, easily disposed of. J-Kim, nauna nga ang kanyang HP from the earlier fights. And Kid, the only one left alive. Let's see what Klein can do dito sa ating 1 versus 3, pare. Plant is still possibly within the works. Wala naman tao na nasa loob ng tower. So, baba na ng C4.
I mean, they know this though, Sneaky. Look at
He has to play
Kano.
spawn.
He will go up. Kid, still in a clearing operation, Sneaks. Oh, Kid.
Just watching though.
Careful, man. Careful, man. Does still have a flashbang, Sneaks, but I doubt na this can do a lot. Kano missing the shot, but still spots out Kid. That's a triple with the TRG mula kay Kano. And this is the craziest thing, no? Hindi to rare kasi we saw Kano last 2 matches ago na nag-TRG din.
Yeah, Kid probably not realizing or probably realizing that he was already dead in that situation. So whether or not he can get the plant going is, ayun nga, not really of effect. Pero tama na yung ginawa nga dito ng Attras. No? They were waiting at the start of the round. They punished the players who pushed too far forward dito sa mapa natin. But I feel like they could not do anything about it because of certain players like itong si Kano, like itong si Revenge, who still, despite the 5 versus 3 disadvantage na meron sila dito, pare, it feels like they still have 5 sa mapa natin, min.
Yeah, it's pretty tough though na even in these kinds of situations na parang, uy, masasabi na natin parang ang ganda na ng simula dito ng Attras as long as Kano doesn't fall down or even Loy dito, no, sa may LE side natin. The job's not done. Job's not finished para sa kanila, no? And you have to go through so many trials bago ka makakuha ng round when you're Attras up against Stallions. Para lang makakuha ng singular round. You're just trying to equalize things, no? Again, in the first half, all we want is a 5-4 scoreline or at least somewhat similar to that. No? Maybe 63 is gonna be fine. Pero para dito sa Attras, there's so many things to consider first before you actually become a force up against Stallions. Kano now just wielding the TRG. You love to see it nonetheless na palagi nandito siya sa may high mid. And it's just the name of the game na parang what happens dito sa GR side, you're still not gonna be expecting it for Attras. But what can you do? I feel like sayang lang din talaga. Kahit na namatay din yung dalawa, they could easily overpower a TRG player. Mag-isa lang dun si Kano. He has at least 2 seconds before he cocks the gun ulit. And those last 2 players could have still went into B side undetected, tapos patay na lang dito si KLB pag dating dito sa may stairway papunta sa may B side. So I don't know, they got scared, Sneaks, tulad na sinabi mo, and as well as ni Salvi kanina, no? Parang na-starstruck nga sila dito. Every time they see someone from STS na they're not prepared to see, they're getting shocked, and that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, but that is also on the way dito ng STS. No? Do you even expect the third player to be pushing dito sa long after the first 2 deaths? Syempre, hindi. So, it kind of feels like a bit like crap para dito sa side ng Attras na, you know, lahat ng ginawa namin tama. Hinold namin yung doghouse, hinold namin yung tower, no, as triple pampareact kung sino man ang lalabas dito sa long. But even then, man, Loy not afraid to make the play happen para sa kanyang team. And yun nga, that's the fear na nawala sa kanila ever since na pumasok ka dito si Revenge. It kind of just feels like, you know, Stallions is a whole lot more confident of a team, kumbaga.
Yeah, may security every time. And looking at the replays now, no, Loy just getting into doghouse. And this, look at this engagement. The spacing was also just too big. Maybe that. J Kim testing LA, low in HP. But with Revenge down, mukhang dire-diretso na lang dito ang STS. Pero JJ able to spot one, so it diminishes the numbers now. Na pinahahalagahan din ng Attras. It's the 3v3, but look at KLB and Lloyd. They're all low in HP.
Yun lang. I'm surprised na Kate did not chase harder for that kill dito kay Kanu, no? Especially considering he was in that vulnerable position right under bypass. Pero, you really do not want to bet a shoulder swing up against Kanu, as that is a possible one tap going in your way. But it's kind of wild na sa lahat na nangyari dito, Attras pa yung pumantay dito sa Team Stallions, and Attras actually doing a really great opening na, yun nga, pagka-punish nila dito sa long player, they get the mid player as well. But here comes the A-push.
Hey, bunker. Not considered na malapit na agad, pero Lloyd, despite him being low in HP, dire-diretso pa rin yung dominance dito sa A. 3 down, and that's another point para sa STS. They have to call a timeout. Grabe na. Loy, how did he do that with so low HP? They defeated 6. Just look at the players.
This is the Stallions effect, pare. If you are not named Execration and or dito sa liga natin, it seems like other team have a hard time dito sa ating map. Especially in a map like Eagle, hindi mo talaga mabablame itong Attras, no? This is the map that they beat VP on. So, it does make sense yung ganitong choice na ginawa nga nila. But at the same time, you caught Stallions on a day na lahat sila mainit, pare. That's super unlucky para sa Attras, first and foremost. And at the same time, you bumped into a Revenge who is thirsty to prove himself na, teka lang, we all keep talking about KLP, his improvement and everything, and ayun nga, no, me being the master to the student, parang ganun pare. Parang nakakalimutan ng mga ibang tao dito that Stallions hired si Revenge to give that pressure to KLP to make him become better, no? And this is one of those pressures, pare. He is playing amazing with Team Stallions, and there's no bigger pressure than that, pare. If your former team is doing this well, yun nga, you're gonna start thinking a bit of thoughts here for the side of KLP. Yun nga, is this gonna be, you know, do I have to play at this level to maintain yung ganitong spot? Of course, pare, syempre. Parang yung role dito ni Revenge ngayon, since naglalaro na siya dito sa Stallions, he's the quality control, pare.
Yes.
He's trying to increase yung standards dito ni KLP for what a great sniper looks like, and Revenge, prime example, pare.
Amazing, man. All it takes is one player and we call it Revenge, no? It's pretty crazy din to think about it, no? Last time na nakita natin, correct me if I'm wrong, was Revenge in Impact. Pero hindi ganito yun. I mean, he was still capable of a player, but in this kind of setting that he has star players within his sides, diba ang pinapakita niya, Sneaks? Imaginein mo yun na parang Revenge is just single-handedly opening up for their GR side. Attras does claim a kill already. That's Kano down, which means they have a green light towards B side. Pero tignan mo, ito na, yung ipit effect na ginagawa ng buong Stallions. They're already cornering the players here in the hotel. And this might just be a good play mula sa Stallions despite them a player down.
Uy, pero KLB already on the underside of tower. Despite the 4 versus 5, the amount of control na meron dito yung Team Stallions, nasa kanila na yung kalahati ng mapa na to. Pero KLB, watch ahead!
Uy,
Miss from K.
Oh!
Siya namatay!
No way!
What?
No way
That's
STS is
crazy.
doing this. Sneaks, they continue. Loy, they know. Pero di nila pinapansin, Sneaky. They're just going into the hands of Revenge as he claims to with the third, another triple, and another point, man. Sneaky, when will this end? Kailan ba matatapos?
It ends when Revenge says it ends, pare. Dito sa mapa natin, Team Stallions trampling all over Attras. And ayun nga, no, parang we're entering the questions sa mga ibang games natin na ironically, men, ganitong usapan lumalabas pag Rosea ang kalaban dito ng Team STS. And I'm not saying na Attras is also at the same level as them, no? Pero ganun lang kalakas yung Team Stallions. They can make anything look weak.
Yeah. Good spot though. The TRG comes out for Kid, and we know this guy can definitely perform, especially if the other sniper we call K also performs. So that's two crucial players down. Pero again, Sneaky, trial number 1, 2 pa lang yan. Kailangan pa nila dumayo sa trial number 3. And it's Kano with the TRG. 1 down already. Make it so! Double kill for him! And Loy gets the ATRG as well! Dito na Revenge! Lahat na ubos! It's a sniper fest in this round, and Team Stallions are just better, Sneaks. Oh, what a great sequence!
Grabe, men. And you can tell na nag-type ng scope sense muna tong si Loy bago siya umenter dun sa fight na yun, para with that small hesitation. Pero si Kano punished on the hotel cross. That's one piece of the pie down. Ano mangyayari, pare? Meron pang 4 na final boss dito.
may 4 pang health bars na namumula dito sa harapan ng Attras. They still have to definitely defeat them with surprise again. But Revenge, kanina niya pa nakikita na palagi may nagja-jump spot dito. And it just might be Kid, but K with the trade. Is it the answer? It looks like no.
What? Nangyari dun kay KLB. Wallbang dito sa long. Ay, most likely, nag-push yan papuntang bypass. RTA spotted the shoulder as he's turning in, pare. Got that one, Loy. Let's see if he can produce another one, pare.
And they're forcing it. J-Kim tumatalon na lang. Pero Loy again, good for 2. Another end shot for Loy. It's 8 3-piece. And Stallions manhandling, dismembering everybody mula dito sa Attras.
Ayun nga, men, what analysis can we even say about that one? Lloyd just absolutely slaughtered everyone dito sa mapa. Kaya instead of an analysis, Bowler, shoutout na lang natin yung coach ng Fervid. Shoutout kay Aris Alden na nanonood ngayon.
Aris.
Bossing, nice katol. I know you are enjoying the show right now as much as yun nga, no, you do love yung closer games mo kagaya ng nakita natin from Fervid. But kinda seems like Team Stallions meron silang ibang pakay dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye nga natin. No? And that's the problem with the Attras, pare. The reason why kung bakit ang close ng CBF dito sa Stallions dun sa game na yun, other than the fact that they had a different sniper, kita mo yung CBF, men. Galaw sila ng galaw sa mapa. They're trying new stuff every single round, and they're trying to meet them at the gate, no, sa mga ibang sitwasyon dito. And ayun nga, I'm just not feeling that energy galing dito sa Attras, pare. There is proactivity, but it usually leads to very bad roads kasi yun nga, once you kind of start the fight with Stallions, pare, you can't really stop it, no?
Alam mo, Sneaks, if we talk about energy here, parang isang generator na isang planta dito ang buong Stallions. Meanwhile, patatas lang dito yung Attras. They're not really giving you that energy that can really outmaneuver any kind of player or in fact a team, no? And it's just concerning, Sneaks, na if they're doing so much, that means lahat na ng tricks in their bags ginagawa nila.
I think it's that.
Pero nadi-defeat lang yun sa single holds ni Revenge, ni Loy, ni Kano. That would be so devastating for any kind of team. And I feel like Attras has that very, very difficult time now.
Piso literal, bunker.
Here comes.
Nakayuko lang, piso literal. Hagdan na. Hagdan.
Mag-mid ako.
Hagdan
Bypass.
Dalawa si A,
Literal ba?
bombing. Pasayo.
Literal piso.
Flashing ako, Toy.
Oh my God.
Nani, dire-diretso, STS. Enters A. Pero Kano with 1 HP exactly, still alive on bunker. They need a bomb here just to clear him off. Pero Revenge misses the shot. One more, peeks out. And he holds. He goes back. Better shot now for Revenge. The flash not on time para mas matulungan dito si CRG. K finds Kano. It's all up to Revenge. Masyadong bata yung kalaban mo, and that's the second round para dito sa Attras. crazy thing to say na second half pa lang.
Yun nga, man. It's a good pair of shots galing dito kay K and dito kay Kid on that top side of the map, of course. And ayun nga, standard defense para dito sa Attras. And anything but standard, don't mo yung long A push.
Try to overwhelm everyone here in the start of the rounds. Pero STS, look at this coverage, JJ. And Kano holding this down. Smokes is there, pero JKim finds JJ. Oh, this is very scary times. At dumapo pa nga sila dito sa crosshair ni RTA. Attras, GR side, is this the answer? It just might be! Kasi namatay na si Loy, and Revenge cannot even use the smoke. It's the third round, mabilisan lang mula sa Attras.
It's kind of tragic na late na nila na-realize, Bowler, na pwede nilang gawin to up against Team Stallions na you can kind of push one side of the map and kind of force them to fight, no, in some of these situations. And just like what I said, once you start the fight with Team Stallions, hindi yan titigil. Pare game, what a shot on Revenge. In Attras, despite the scoreline sa first half, pare, it seems like they intend on fighting back.
They're fighting back here. TRG down in the dumps. Loy! Where are you looking, K?
Oh, hell na.
No. Oh, no. STS now can stabilize things. Look at this push. Met by JKim. Headshot is there. Kano, late for the trade. Pero dire-diretso lang. Where are you looking? JKim, maraming tao dyan. Kano will fall down. So back to an infield tie sneaks. Pero Attras, now for a retake. STS has planted the bomb and with Loy down, mag-isa na lang si JJ. Kid coming in from high mid. This might just be the play for JJ. He needs to clear it out. And Wild Flash, he still gets a kill.
Alam niya.
Pre-fires the corner. RTA holding his ground. Kaso nga lang, takes it, never mind. JJ still gets the kill. Team Stallions. What the hell?
And it seems like Team Stallions, they want to stamp in yung kanilang marka dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. Granted, Attras, you have had some very good victories sa mapa na to, but it seems like going methodical, going setup, going execute way is not working. JKim nagkagulo na nga.
Oh, big flash. JKim will get one kid still alive sa may top A, pero not for long. KLB finds him, so 3v3. RTA! But K and RTA gets two. It's up to Revenge now to recover the bomb. At hindi sila ipa-defuse. Pero sabi ni CRG, I will clean everybody here from my retake. Fourth round. Desperate times needs desperate measures mula sa ating mga players.
I swear to God, if Stallions... Oh my God, I was just about to say, I swear to God, if Stallions call a timeout dito. Alright, ano papag-usapan?
Yun nga, papatry ko na talk about.
Wait lang. Do your best tanks impression nga. Bowler.
Disiplina. In the name of God. We will be coming into this game na kaya mo yan eh. Hindi kasi may wobble gum. Kailangan may ganun.
Omsin. W method.
Ano? Dire-diretso lang. Revenge, ba't ang tagal mo? Kaya ka namin pinasok dito.
Dapat
para up.
Yung mahabang
mahaba na ba yung sticks para sa'yo?
Yun, saktong-sakto. Okay. Sinasabi niya, masyado yata kayong makulit, mga bata kayo. And then Revenge is like, what?
What? Ako?
What? Me? Pwede naman. Sabi na dito, pwede naman pare. You know, he's a bit on the younger side naman itong si Revenge pare. Pero yun nga, I feel like this timeout is definitely just to remind itong Team Stallions na, you know, it's a classic tanks way. It's like, we do not disrespect our opponents and we respect every single one of them. Parang ganun nga pare. And totoo naman yung sinabi ni Coach Tanks na, you know, he's the type of guy to look for complete domination pagdating sa liga na to. Granted na medyo nag-U-turn, no, ever since that exit game. Pero, you know, I feel like for every other team dito sa ating group stage, para that is still the intent in mind para dito sa STS. Granted, you know, may konting road bump lang, kumbaga, para dito sa Stallions. It really doesn't bother the entire ride papasok sa ating playoffs, pare.
Alam mo, it's actually pretty insane, no, na ito nga yung pinagsabi natin dati last time na parang nung interview si Tanks, gusto niya daw total domination. Pero there's layers to that even, no? Sabi rin ni Tanks na parang it's the mindset na binibigay niya sa mga players for the whole team, it's the preparation na even those kind of things, gusto nila sila yung number one sa ganun. and that discipline is all at an utmost high, no? Na pagiging priority ng ido-dominate dito ng ating players for STS, and I believe that's one hell of a strat line para dito sa buong Stallions, because what can you do with winning if you don't have the attitude to back up against it, no? I'm just pretty curious na if you're Revenge going into this Stallion squad na looking for discipline, trying to cement themselves as so-called not just aimers but also disciplined players, kailangan mo pa kaya mag-choose to? Feeling ko parang
that's the thing, man. I feel like, you know, a single good push would be of big benefit, no, para sa kanila dito, pare. Maybe, you know, flash pay, 4-man drop galing dito sa bridge would definitely work as long as you don't get murked by Kano the first time around dito, pare. But there's a lot of options para dito sa side ng Team Stallions, especially knowing na hindi pa nila nilalabas yung Stallions A side. Yung nagtatapon sila habang tumatakbo, pare. And I feel like Attras definitely is prepared for that type of fight, kasi kita mo naman ang nangyari dito kanina, no. I feel like Attras is trying to cancel yung mga setups dito na Stallions early by denying Doghouse, by denying, siguro hindi na kailangan i-deny masyado yung LB, as it is a bit harder to set up yung mga nades galing sa position na yun. But as long as you have control of Doghouse, pare, walang choice dito yung Stallions kundi dumaan dito sa choke point ng mid or choke point papunta nga dito sa B side. So ayun nga, I feel like the denial of routes definitely would be the way to go para dito sa side ng Attras. And if this game was a bit closer, no, and they had this revelation earlier, yun nga, man, this would have been a closer game.
Yeah, you could instantly see din, no, Sneaky, modal dun sa ating previous round na parang Attras, they recognize na maraming players ang manggagaling dito sa may LA side. So rotations were at an immediate reaction. That's why Kid was already there. That's why CRG nakapag-rotate agad. And yeah, Attras very much ready in these kinds of scenarios na parang the signature push onto A na dire-diretso lang, throw yourselves together with the bodies and the grenades. But it looks like we're taking a little bit more time here sa ating timeouts, no? So Sneaky, we're gonna be looking forward to our next game. It is gonna be a next round actually. But technical pause muna for hours, so we have a little bit of time here to talk about things. But Sneaky, any improvements though mula sa ating map number 1 para dito sa Attras?
Well, ayun nga, no, I feel like yung setups nila mas gumagana na dito sa Eagle Eye, considering there's a lot more angles to worry about dito sa mapa na to. You know, itong top A, itong house A, there's a lot more opportunities to kind of have those trap defenses, no? Kagaya ng pag nakatago ka dito sa ilalim ng bunker A, right next to that box, pare. And if you do have a player inside of bunker that can bait para sa'yo, that can definitely, you know, result in a play that can net you at least 2 or 3 kills, pare. So, ayun nga, there's a lot more options para dito sa Attras. They no longer have to fight tooth and nail just for an inch of map control kagaya ng ginagawa kayo ng Team Stallions. So, it's a bit more of a comfortable time para sa kanila, pare. Pero, yun nga, at the same time, you really cannot be not on your toes kung kayo yung Attras. Once again, Stallions, hindi pa nila nagagawa yung kanilang fast A-take where they are throwing their utility while they are running into bunker. So, hindi pa natin alam talaga kung na-pull out na pa ng Stallions yung entire playbook nila, pare.
Yeah, I feel like hindi pa to yung total full styles. They're just playing head on. Playing again the natural styles way na play for aim lang, not really a lot of like setup plays. Kapag nakapasok sila, well, doon natin lang titignan kung anong apin post
Tanks is probably gonna say like, Tanks is gonna say like, yeah, they just played the game of CROSSFIRE really well. Sila
they were the better team.
And yeah, they were the better team. So in all honesty, no, you can't really blame for Tanks to be short on words sa nangyari sa series na to, pare, kasi
these are short games.
These are short games, just like what you said. And Team Stallions, these are short rounds as well, galing sa kanila, pare, with the exception of some, you know, slower paced setups galing dito sa Attras, trying to catch them off guard with the 3 versus 3s dito sa mid round. Pero ayun nga, even then, hirap pa rin na, pare.
Yeah, it's still tough, honestly, para dito sa ating sa Attras and sa Stallions. But again, this is Attras not really bringing out the entirety of the potential ng Stallions. It feels like ang talagang napipiga lang dito is Revenge, because he's always getting a lot of like contact plays dito sa mga areas natin. He needs to get forced out a little bit. But yeah, we're having a little bit more time here. Big shouts to Tanks, since we're even for kay Boss Ang coming in for Attras, no. So we do have a little bit of DCs mula sa ating players of STS. So don't you worry, they'll come back.
saw si JJ disconnect and reconnect na pare. So I feel like they're feeling it on both sides of the server pare. No? So it's not just exclusive dito sa Attras or the Team Stallion side. I feel like everybody is definitely going through their issues. And yun nga, bipolar. I think, I don't know if the antenna is pointed at the right satellite pare. Pero hopefully, bumilis nga para sa'yo yung internet mo rin. And ayun nga, and I hope it keeps going pare kasi may gagawin pa tayo mamaya right after the stream. So ayun nga, hopefully everybody has got good internet. Actually, Polar, let's just give the entire Philippines good internet if we had that power. Kaso wala pare. And ayun nga, we're going nowhere with this one pare. The technical pause is definitely frying our brains dito sa ating stream. And ayun nga, it just seems like we're just waiting for the inevitable dito pare. The score is literally 9-4 dito sa ating mapa.
Yeah. It's only one more round though for STS. Alam mo, Sneaks, ito yung siguro never pumasok sa isip ko when you think about STS na they're not really having a hard time pagdating sa closing ng rounds, no? Just to close out a map. And I feel like that's such a crucial thing to have when you're a team that is gunning out for total domination. You really have to have that instilled, and that's the talent that you need. That's sheer aim. And winning prowess. But with K down, that's a sniper already out of the picture mula dito sa Attras. And look at this, ina-expect ng Attras na bigla silang diretso, pero biglang tumigil ang mundo for STS. They're holding out LB.
It's low-key funny yun pare. Nakakaharangan pa si JJ at si Kano, whoever is gonna try to get long B first. Pero JJ nakapasok na ng hotel. It will be a full hotel setup para sa Stallions, pero may nagkakalat pa rin na mid eh. Loy can definitely still do some damage.
It will be AB split sneaky. Magpupush na dito si Revenge together with Loy on high mid. Meanwhile, the rest of the players, dediretso ng side. So Kid needs to find something, kaso wala siya nakita doon, Sneaks. Talagang dugo at bala lang. And KLB now into the side. Will kill off CRG. RTA rotators denied. One more for Revenge. At sa lakas ng kabayo, pinaatras ang Attras. That's 10 points secured for STS.
And there it is after about 20 intermissions pare, we finally made it to the end of this series. Attras, as much as I'd love to say na it was a close series, it wasn't. It wasn't pare. Stallions would just absolutely smack you down on the ground, RKO'd you from the top rope. Anything to describe your domination dito sa mapa natin. So, ayun nga, Team Stallions getting their due win dito sa mapa natin. And yun nga, it kinda reinforces yung point, no? Yung sinabi ko about sa Attras. And I hate that I have to say this, no? Kasi I'm a big fan of J. Kim. Ayun nga, teams like that Swiss stage win dito sa VP. It's a FLUKE. It's a fluke.
Yeah, it's a fluke. It was parang feeling ko nga, Sneaks, nasa experimentation phase pa din yung VP. That's why they lost. But a win is a win for them, yes, pero this time, a loss is a loss and you cannot take that out from the record dito ng Attras. A 0-2 loss mula dito sa Attras is gonna be hurting them pagdating dito sa ating mga standings. But 2-0 for Stallions, they cement themselves once again from being a team that just got defeated, now a dominating ulit. Up against Attras, they were very formidable. Pero Sneaks, big plays mula kay Revenge, big plays din mula dito kay Loy, but Kano, man, you can definitely see when Kano is online and in the game na parang he feels it himself na he can just play willy-nilly na parang even with the wildest of guns that he hasn't touched for a very long time, it's still working. I mean, what can you do? Attras, kayo yung tumanggap dito ng bala ng buong Stallions at dahil dyan, you have to sit pretty tight. I do agree with you, Sneaks. I was so happy for Jacob, man. We thought na baka this is the new town, the new hometown para sa kanya. But it feels like it's almost becoming a burden, especially dito sa ating matchup na to kasi he is carrying so much, man. Meanwhile, the rest of the players not really activating like before. So, yun na nga. That's it for us dito sa ating caster desk. It's time for our panel. Pero syempre, papakilala ko sa inyo kung sino nga yan. It's Mochi and Salvatore.
Grabe, pinakilala pa kahit na simulang kaninang tanghali, andito na tayo, no? Pero guys, no, grabe naman din talaga yun na mataan natin dito. And as much as we hate to say it that way, no, parang nadurog itong si Attras dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. And it's already quite of a testament of gano'ng kalaki yung skill gap natin so far. I mean, we should be a bit more forgiving for them naman din talaga, no? Considering na their appearance here is already an achievement on its own. But again, this can only do so much. There's a lot of realizations that they can take away galing dito, no, from Team Stallions.
Well, no, Mochi, to sum it all up, set number 1, set number 2, ganun lang din talaga yun no? AKA si KLB lang din. Sinarado niya yung buong series na yun with one of the most insane calls I've ever seen talaga, no? Like, he's very on point sa mid-rounding talaga at basang-basa niya talaga dito every single bit of movement na ginagawa ng Attras. At kung magbo-boil down naman talaga tayo sa usapang barilan daw, Bochi, haabot tayo ng susunod na millennium no? Kasi ganun kalalim yung pinakita ng Team Stallions dito pagdating talaga sa gun skill. So no debate on whatsoever on that one. Kitang-kita naman talaga na every step of the way from flicks ni Revenge, yung mga entries ni Kanu at ni Loy, yung mga lurks ni JJ, which is very, very much felt no? Kasi pinagpapalit mong dalawang yan. Kano minsan naglalurk, si JJ minsan nagiging attack, hindi mo talaga maintindihan. Pero right now, it kind of feels like eto na ata yun yung pinaka-absolute na playstyle na gagana at gagana talaga sa Team Stallions. Ang wala Evolution Power, X-Rock, Rock Esports ang dating nga talaga nila na hindi mo may expect kailan na ba nila bibilisan. But their style of play, talagang gumagana yung ganito, Mochin. Look at the highlights, it just speaks volumes. No? Siguro hindi nga volumes no? Buong kalawakan yung nakakakita. Paano nga ba maglaro ang Team Stallions?
I don't know, man. Just by looking at them, how they're playing here in Eagle Eye, it can be compared na pamaaring ihalin tulad sa isang HIIT workout kasi sobrang tindi ng intensity at ng bilis na ginawa dito no, ng Team Stallions. Pero ang malala din doon is umpisa pa lang, hindi na nila pinatagal. Kung gaano kabilis yung pacing nila nung umpisa, yun din hanggang sa dulo to the point na talagang na-overwhelm na ng malala ang Attras dito. And I would like to circle back din sa sinabi ni Boy Polar kanina, no? I feel like it's just a bit too much to handle, no? Not just for JK, but for the entire squad, no? Para dito for Attras. And as much as it looks sad, no? Na talagang ito yung nakita natin, puro STS na laman ng ating mga highlights and pansaman-saglit, nandyan si Kids as well as if RTA and si JK. It's still quite a dominating 1 year at that here for STS.
Yeah, definitely right on the money, no, Mochi, na everything the Team Stallions did just turned gold at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Take a look at Loy. 19 kills, Mochi. We played 14 rounds. He has
Grabe.
19 kills. Kalma, Loy. Baka ma-regular ka niya na. At ito pa talagang malupit. 5 lang dun. Body shots lang. Tas lahat na? 14 headshots para dito kay Loy. And despite the heroics from RTA, the IGL, ramdam mo talaga yung pinagkaiba ng impact kills ni RTA and as well as kay Loy. Set summary says everything about this game na kung merong buhay na Revenge at Kano, can never really have a very good run. Kung mamapansin mo na, Mochi, the times na wala si Revenge at si Kano, nakukuha nga nila yung capitalization na yun just based off of dueling talaga. No, hindi mo talaga alam anong approach ng Attras nun. But eto na nga ang ating MVP, no, that being Loy.
Yep, 2.71 KD lang naman ang kanyang tinamasa dito. Grabe, 74% ang headshot per kill at saktong-sakto pa sa rounds na nilaro nila at sobra-sobra pa sa rounds ang naging kill niya. Yun lang naman ang pinakita ni Loy dito, no, sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. And I don't know, unpopular opinion, I like how STS plays more dito sa Eagle Eye in comparison to Sub-Base, at least for my liking at sa kung ano yun nakikita ko. Pero ito nga ang ating overview, no, 2-0 here where Team Stallions been able to just sweep away itong serye natin, no, against Attras Esports.
Grabe, no? 6 rounds lang ang nakuha dito, no, ng Attras Esports. Just sets a very, very huge evidence, no, na talagang kinuha ng Team Stallions ang buong larong yon. And right now, we'll be crowning our match MVP yet again. Wow! Ayan na siya.
Yeah, I think this is pretty new, no? Parang yung kay Cetra kanina. This is so new in our eyes. Charot. 2.18 ang ating kili dito for Kano and as well as 95.8% ng kanyang rating. No? Kung usapan consistency lang naman from time and time again, kada laro present at present yan. At bibihira na mabigay yung titulo nito sa ibang kanyang mga kasama. Pero when they do, talaga namang ang lakas din ng dating talaga. And just by basing din dito sa mga nakikita natin dito, no? Kung saan saan nanggagaling si Kano. To the point na Attras, hindi man lang nila napapakawalan yung bala nila galing sa kanila mga barel. Nadugulat na lang sila, tanggal na yung mga ulo nila dito, no, from Kano. And I guess that's just how great the timing is. At ganun din na starstruck siguro ng matindi itong si Attras na pinaggagawa ni Kano sa kanila.
Kahit din ako no, pag nakita ko talaga si Kano sa labi ng FFA ko, talagang manginginig din ako at bakit naandyan yan. Yung dapat ikaw yung nasa number 1, bigla niya na lang i-overtake. And yun siguro ang naramdaman ng Attras dito. And the mere fact na wala talaga silang ginawa para kay Kano, it was more on revenge and Loy. It was just a very good day para talaga sa Team Stallions kasi napadali yung buhay nga nila. No? Less offense para kay Kano sa mata ng Attras just means good para sa STS.
Yes, of course. And I think what's also better dito, no, is makakaninig tayo from their representative dito galing sa Team Stallions. It is no other than Coach Tanks himself. Welcome natin siya dito sa ating panel and interview. Des, hello Coach Tanks. Welcome muli dito, no, sa ating interview, Des. And it's nice nakikita na namin ngumingiti ngayon. Kamusta naman tayo so far?
Good evening, Mochi. Good evening, Salvatore. Tsaka sa mga sa ibang members nyo ngayon na nag-analyze at nagka-cast. Tsaka sa buong prod ng TNC, good evening. Good evening, CFH. Okay naman kami.
Very great to know. Go, Salvatore. Bira mo na yung mga questions mo for Coach.
Alright, Coach Tanks, very dominating game, pero I just feel like na merong mensahe tong laban nyo up against Attras because it was just that convincing. No? Considering na tinalo ng Attras ang Virtus.pro, anong mensahe ang binibigay ng laban na to para sa mga nanonood and especially sa mga teams na makakalaban nyo sa susunod na araw?
Wala naman kaming gustong iparating or gustong maging message. We just do us. Bahala na sila paano na-interpret yung performance namin today. Basta kami, we will prepare for everyone. That's for sure.
Liking doon, the focus. Yeah, focus nga, no, Coach Tanks. And I think, Coach Tanks, it's just right na itanong ko ito, no. According kanina sa naging interview namin with Coach Shane, no, na very nakagulat din yung mga sinabi niya. First time na hindi ko siya nakita nga natatrash talk in a way, no. Pero I am wondering if you have the same sentiments with definitely pushing farther. And if nakakaramdam ba kayo ng pressure, especially na may mga teams na dumidikit sa performance natin so far?
We acknowledge everyone's improvement, but hindi kami nape-pressure, no? Kasi 2 years na rin naman kami magkakasama eh. Hindi na siya para sabihin na baguhan pa rin ba kami, hindi na eh. Kasi 2 years na kami mula UM, then we transition to Team Stallions now. I think pressure would be the last thing for us. Siguro ang kalaban na lang namin talaga yung sarili namin eh. If we don't prepare the right way, if we don't put in the work, siguro yun yung pinaka pressure. Siguro minsan pag sa training namin baka medyo pagdating sa oras or sa higpit, syempre kailangan ko maging mahigpit or maging dito strict pagdating sa training sa kanila. Pero pressure sa kalaban, I don't think so. No offense sa kanila. We acknowledge. Pero yun. We are still confident.
I see. Follow-up question, no? Sorry, Salvatore, no? Not being pressured dito, no, for our teams, like with the likes of Execration, FERVID, name drop na rin natin. Do you think, though, na they are a threat with the current standing na meron ang Team Stallions alongside with Virtus.pro?
Sorry, pakiulit para mas masagot ko na maayos.
Do you think po ba, Coach, na threat sila ngayon sa standing at estado ngayon ng Team Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro?
Sino yung sila? What in particular? Sino yung sila?
Execution and as well as FERVID.
Well, we've always looked at everyone as a threat. Kung sino man nasa harap namin threat yan, so we have to eliminate. Ganun yung approach namin lagi. Walang particular. Wala. So, basta kahit sino nasa harap namin, threat yan.
Regardless of the title.
Kailangan eliminate
I
ang
see.
threats. Yes, everyone is a threat. Everyone is practicing, everyone is everyone is grinding, everyone wants to go to EWC, everyone wants to be a champion. Pero syempre, at the end of the day, nasa competition kami, and the way we look at it, lalo na ako, yung paano ko transfer sa kanila yung mindset na meron ako. Kailangan we treat everyone as the same. Walang mas mahina, walang mas malakas. Pare-pares lang yan. Basta kasi nasa harap natin, talunin natin. Ganun ang mindset.
Which is a very great mindset to instill talaga, no, Coach? Sige, go, Salvi.
Ayun, Coach Tang, sa final siguro fuel para talaga sa Team Stallions, no? What can we expect for Team Stallions, knowing na you guys hit a hurdle pero na-recover nyo kagad yung sarili nyo with this amazing series up against Attras. Now, with EWC looming in the corner, tapos medyo technically half in the league na nga tayo ngayon. What can we expect from Team Stallions moving forward dito sa ating group stage?
Just watch our matches, then obviously nagkaroon kami setback last match namin against Exe. Just watch our performances kasi ang focus namin yun is to be a better all-around team, ganun. Hindi kasi nga, di ba? Obviously, kahit kayo naman ang laging sinasabi is like yung duels ganyan, malakas talaga bumaril, pero definitely we have to be better all around.
Literal na,
very well said.
Yeah, literal na better all around and being well-rounded. Ayaw pa ulit-ulit yung term, pero it still has quite different meaning. Maraming salamat, Coach Tags, and congratulations again for this win. And I think the floor is yours. Pwede mo lang ibatiin lahat ng gusto mong i-shoutout dito.
Number one, si Lord na lagi na-guide sa amin. Team Stallions, thank you for always supporting us. Kay Boss Chris, kay Ma'am Lizelle, sa misis ko, sa nanay ko, sa lahat ng supporters namin. Tsaka syempre gusto ko batiin yung boys ko, yung 6 na players ko, tsaka si Dolph, si Norio, si Wang, si Bryle, everyone na nasa bootcamp. Everyone is a part of it, no? Especially malaking shoutout kay KL, kay KLP, dahil di ba, obviously naglaro ngayon sa Revenge, pero di ba, ano pa rin, whatever works for us, di ba sabi ko na sa inyo before, we are a family, so hindi yun big deal sa amin. Kaya yung mga kasi nakabasa rin ako ng mga comments ng mga supporters, wala, yan, dapat si KLP, dapat si Revenge, so naghahalo yung may contrast na pero whatever it is, sa mga tunay na nakasuporta, ha, maraming salamat sa inyo. Tsaka sa buong CFPH community na lagi nanonood ng ating malulupit na matches through TNC's production. Yan. Thank you. Tsaka sa inyo, Mochi and Salvatore, thank you for having me here. Yan. Good evening sa lahat.
Yun. At maraming salamat din po sa inyo, Coach Tags, no? And we can't
Nabati ko ba
wait
mami ko?
to...
Bating ko pala mami ko?
Yes
Mami.
po, nabati naman. Safe. Safe po tayo. Maraming salamat din po sa iyo, no, Coach Tangs. And we can't wait to see more of STS moving forward kasi patindi lang ng patindi yung nagiging development ng mga teams natin, lalong-lalo na rin kayo. And again, thank you so much, and hopefully nagkaroon kayo ng magandang gabi for today.
Thank you guys.
Yes.
Yun. Nagustuhan ko yung mga narinig ko doon, Salvatore. Very fruitful as per usual, no? And it's nice that we've been able to establish that na rin, no? You know what? Siguro sa dahil nga rin sa bilis ng mga improvement, sa bilis ng development, sa bilis ng progreso natin dito, no? Talagang kailangan respetuhin lahat. Kaya naman, let's check out ang ating updated na standings for today because it seems like there's a lot that transpired. And heavy round differential siguro ang ma-offer nito sa mga teams natin kasi biro mo puro mga sweep yung mga nangyari dito. And right now, we are already seeing FERVID, Virtus.pro, and as well as Team Stallions na umakyat sa ating mga rango.
Medyo nagpa-pile up na yung mga losses sa loss column natin, no, Mochi, at nagsisibilangan na nga dito ang mga side ng Acceptance, Attras, and as well as dito nga sa ComebackFriends, no. So medyo nagkakaroon nga ng onting effect, something of sort of a ripple kung tatawagin nga, no, kung paano ka sila nakakatayo ngayon. Pero Team Stallions from number 6, they went up to number 4. That is very, very nice to see, no, na medyo napapalago na nga ng Team Stallions. Essentially, yung 10-2 at 10-4 nila, malaking impact yun sa naging round differential. Kaya, ayan, tinan mo, Virtus.pro is now sitting at a number 5. Siguro kung naging mas domina, siguro, no, yung pinakita ng Virtus.pro, well, considering na almost pareho lang din naman talaga yung naging outcome nito, nagkatalo na lang talaga doon sa set differential, no. So, yeah, very, very good signs here for both Team Stallions and Virtus.pro kung gusto nga nilang i-maintain yung number 1 and number 2 ideology. Pero then again, no, Mochi, ang tunay na competition pa rin naman talaga, I feel like this is all just formalities. Playoffs pa rin talagang inaabangan ng mga tao eh.
Totoo, no?
Oh.
Parang ang talo na lang nun is yung kung saan sila matatapat at kanino sila matatapat, no? Pagdating sa ating playoffs bracket. Pero ito nga, ang ating tomorrow schedule. We are gonna have Veteran versus Team Acceptance, Starring Bobby versus CBF, and last but not the least, Execration versus Matches.
Execration, no, gutom na gutom makuha nga kanilang pangatlong panalo, and Matches, they need to break the chains dito, no. Break the curse, tanggalin nyo na, pre. Magiging panlima na yan, and that would look pretty bad sa kanilang win-loss record din, no. Kasi syempre, Matches, playoff caliber team, palaging runner-up yan, at inaabangan sila ng FERVID, and same goes here for Execration. It would not be a playoff masters pag wala talaga ang Matches. Kaya all I'm saying is, no, lock in Matches. Solid nga naman talaga yung laban niya up against Execration, and that's going to be our main event for tomorrow. And same goes here naman for our Rosea brothers and sisters, hoping that they could make a lasting impression for tomorrow. Baka sakaling meron na ngang bago dito sa ating Sabado.
Totoo, no? And dude, hindi ko malaman ano ang mangyayari tomorrow pag nagtapat ang Matches and as well as Execution, and we might potentially get some hurtful truths. But let's see na lang, no? Hayaan na natin silang maglaban dyan for tomorrow. Pero bago tayo mag-end, Salvatore, baka meron ko mga gustong batiin din dyan, no? Kasi it's already time check, 9:33 p.m., no? Friday. Akala ko Sabado na. Insane, no? Friday.
Yeah, alam mo, 2 days tayo, no? Hindi pa, guys, hindi pa mawawala ang action dito sa ating CrossSFIRE Philippines. Sa mga hindi pa updated, no? Please like and share. Follow nyo na nga rin yung mga social media dito ni CrossSFIRE Philippines para updated naman kayo, no? Maraming salamat dyan sa ating viewers, sa aking family, sa aking mga co-casters, and especially sa production, no? Sa lahat na nanonood dyan, maraming salamat. Stay tuned for more updates. Ongoing pa rin ang aming caster na e-coin giveaway, kaya make sure na kung di ka pa nakakasali, oras na para sumali nga doon. Guys, abangan nyo pa nga sa mga susunod na update sa aming CrossSFIRE Times sa Facebook page, kasi kami ay maglalabas ng isang malupitang podcast, kasi naririnig na kami, guys. Wala kaming maikuda dito, no? Kailangan na namin magsalita ng nagpagkarami-rami ng higit 2 oras para malaman nyo kung ano nga ba ang hulma ng CrossSFIRE nga ngayon. Yun lang naman, Salvatore. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, no? Yun nga pala. Ako pala si Salvatore. Sige, Mochi, sara mo na.
Nalimutan niya pa kung sino siya. Pero guys, no, podcast, nako, abangan ninyo yan, no? Napaka-fruitful for sure yung mga magiging usapan, and as well as hot takes dyan. Pero yun na nga, no, maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nandito ngayon sa ating broadcast. Unang-una dyan kay Smilegate, no? Thank you so much for giving ang avenue para dito, from grassroots hanggang sa pro at kanunok-nunukan ng mga magagaling dito sa Pilipinas, no? Binibigyan rin na plataforma para talagang maipakita kung ano ang kanilang talento sa larangan ng CrossSFIRE. Maraming salamat sa ating production, TNC, always ensuring that our broadcast is always top-notch, no? And hopefully na nakakain na rin kayo dyan. At maraming salamat sa ating mga teams na nagbubuhos ng dugo, pawis, effort, lahat-lahat na just in order to ensure that everyone is entertained and as well as nakaabang sa mga nangyayari dito. At maraming salamat sa aking mga co-casters, no? Wala ako dito kung wala rin kayo. Gigilig na yan. Pero as well as sa'yo, no? Maraming salamat sa'yo kasi ikaw ang bumubuo dito sa CrossSFIRE Philippines. CrossSFIRE rocks, guys. And that is why, always remember, to keep the fire burning. Kasi for now, tayo ay mag-goodbye muna at tomorrow, meron na naman tayong aabangan na Crossfire sa buong araw. See you tomorrow. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalent Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.